Yeah, go ahead.
And there we are. Beginning of the episode with no talking? What the fuck?
Hello everyone. Welcome to Every Frame a Pause. And boy, are we so excited to be here and see all of your smiling faces on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Boy, I am over the moon. That means I'm really happy and excited.
I miss Halloween.
I miss Halloween too.
They made a
But
sequel?
Thanksgiving's almost here. Well, I mean, there'll be one next year.
That's only
For us.
three of us here. Yeah, don't.
You can celebrate it too. It's universal.
What do
being
do?
thankful for
Like,
what you have. And
how do you celebrate? Do you dress up? Do you go as
No, it's
pilgrims?
just it's a lot of food and hand egg, as you guys would call it.
Do you
That's what
dress
we,
up as food?
you dress up as your favorite food and then you eat each other.
Oh my god!
You don't do
I
that.
think you
This
just dress up as turkey and go gobble gobble. You know.
Some people do that. That is true. But it's mostly just to get together with eating and
Turkeys
the
are
spirit.
like actually native to the United States, right?
Yeah.
It was actually
was-
almost our national bird.
It was almost it almost was.
Man, that would have been really awkward. Like,
Imagine having
bald
a
eagle was
turkey.
obviously the correct choice.
I've always said
Like,
that our national
I like
animal
turkeys,
is actually more bison. That's kind of our thing, but eagle is cool too.
Bison would be a good choice.
I mean,
a lot of
we
people are
also
assuming
almost
from the
killed
title
all of
that
them,
me and
so-
Drinker have fallen
Would be
out.
awkward because,
No, we're good.
oh god. Maybe you should change that then.
Come on, I everyone in the audience, unlike Drinker, is media literate, okay?
Sorry, what? I just saw it. Yeah, like what the? Yeah, why would anybody think?
I mean, come on,
What
come
the-
on,
You
come on.
no, yeah, you don't need to change that. That's silly that anybody thought that. Really?
No one believes that. These are things that have been said about him, all right? But they're not things that we think.
Our
She's
friendship
got a
with Drinker has come to an end
A fiery
It's a
end.
because of
question.
Predator Badlands.
No, it's a question mark. You're just asking questions.
That's right.
I would have
We're
thought
just- we're
Dingbat
just
would give it
question
away,
askers.
you know?
Yeah, that's just a silly word, isn't it? Dingbat.
Not a word we
Dingbat.
commonly use. I'm fond of it, though.
I wonder the etymology of dingbat. Whoever came up with that. Why a bat of all the animals, not a ding dog or something?
Dingbird.
A dingbat, a dingbird, or a dingbug.
Something that's actually
dingbat?
awake during the day, perhaps.
Maybe a dingbat. Maybe it originally meant something to do with somebody who was, maybe they were a bit insomniatic. Maybe they
Ooh.
were they had odd hours, or maybe they flew out of caves en masse and ate their body weight in bugs every night. Maybe there's some people out there that you could call bats. I guess it'd be an apt comparison, or
Yeah.
vampires. Maybe there was a vampire issue, and that was a slur against vampires.
Dude, vampires can fuck up areas pretty bad. We've seen this many times in movies, and I assume they based it on something.
They don't eat bats though, or they don't eat. Well, I don't think a vampire wouldn't eat a bat, would they? That would be a bit.
Well,
I don't think they do that. They
That's
like
basically
bats, don't they?
cannibalism.
Jack Black did take a bite out of a bat in Tropic Thunder, and I guess some people consider him a culture vampire these days. So is there a connection there?
There's something to be said about that. I think you might be onto something. But they wouldn't eat bugs or bats, I don't think. I don't think a vampire would eat a bat. A vampire is
If
typically
it was particularly
too
thirsty.
sophisticated. Maybe.
Yeah.
I guess so. Maybe if it was like in an emergency, like I wouldn't need a person, but in an emergency, I'd think about it.
Well,
I hope
you
it
know,
was a delicious person. I hope it's not like a.
Got a
Really
good
nasty.
marbleization on them, a decent fat content.
do you think
I want
Jack
that
Black
juicy
was a
shack
delicious
meat.
person?
No,
No?
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think Jack Black's a delicious man. I think he's a disgusting gremlin creature.
Just because of
A nasty
Minecraft?
goblin. Isn't that enough?
Wow.
I mean, fat
What
is
else do you
flavor.
need?
Fat is flavor, but after a certain point, it just becomes texture
It's
issues.
just fat. Yeah.
It's bad that-
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard nothing but horrible things about Kung Fu Panda 4 to the point where it's just like, will I ever see it? Probably not.
I don't think I even. saw
Oh
the
yeah,
third
no
one.
one really talked about that when it came out. That's the
Well,
one
they
where
always
we
said
get the
bad things
new.
about it.
Yeah.
Well, nobody talked about it, but it was pretty successful. Made a decent amount of money.
I guess that's not surprising.
So-
Yeah.
No, it's not. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whatever. It's whatever.
I don't even
Meanwhile,
think I saw the third Kung Fu Panda. I know I saw the first
I
two.
haven't seen the
I'm not
third
sure if I
either.
ever saw the third one.
Yeah, Kung Fu
I
Panda
don't-
4 made $550 million on $85 million budget, so
I mean, I'm sure it was hyper successful. I just didn't see it.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Apparently, Badlands had a 78% drop. Which
Oh
I
wow,
guess
really? Damn. Oh yeah,
So
that's wow,
yesterday-
that's a real shock to
Gonna
me.
sting.
God damn, I never would have
Which
seen
is-
that coming.
That's interesting you bring that up. Yesterday when I was kind of looking through, because I was going through these videos, because a lot of people are talking about. So, yeah, I think I sent it. Who was it? I sent it to you, Mahler, when we were talking about how good the movie did, or how allegedly it sort of did. And they keep trying to pull up the fact that it made like 40 million on its opening, which is a record for the Predator
Right.
franchise. However, they don't mention that it just barely beat out AVP from like 20 years ago, not adjusted for inflation.
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, it's a new record. It's a new record. It's like, I mean, yeah, that's the PR spin on it. But that's actually not really that impressive
Not
at
very
all.
This happens all
representative,
the
is it?
time. This happens constantly. This happened with Superman. Oh,
I was
it's the
gonna
biggest opening
say.
for a Superman movie. It's like, yeah, but who
Although,
cares?
it is slightly better. Like, no one has to create a top 11 list to say that Predator Badlands
That's
performed really
true.
well.
That's
Like,
true.
Oh, yeah,
but the
it
thing
was,
is,
It did do okay as an opening weekend. I think it's $80 million worldwide. Now, that's not probably going to be good enough to make its money back significantly, but it's still like it. You
It's
know,
more than what's
in terms of
predicted.
it is more than was
Sure.
predicted, and it is going to stick it reasonably high up on the list of all-time Predator franchise entries. It's just that, like, yeah, 70. What was did you say? 76% drop in the second weekend. That's not.
That's
very
70,
healthy.
78
It's
is what I've
almost like
heard.
if you turn the Predator into a Marvel movie, it's going to perform like a Marvel movie, and it'll get a big bump at the beginning, and everyone will say, "Well, that was," and then they won't go and see it again.
They'll never talk about it again. I pulled it up. Yeah, the Predator Badlands garnered 40 million US dollarinos over its opening weekend in the US alone, making it the biggest opening seen by the long-running franchise since 2004's Alien vs. Predator, which saw a domestic debut of 38 million. So it made 2 million more than the 2004 movie. Uh-oh.
Not adjusted for inflation, right? That's what you said.
Not adjusted for
Adjusted for
inflation, as
inflation,
far as that
yeah.
article talks about. So that's not great. That's
Well, and the reality is, like, the Predator franchise has never been like that successful.
No.
The first film was pretty successful, but ever since then, it has kind of struggled. It's not like well, no, I guess it is like Terminator, because aside from Terminator 1 and 2, that has also struggled generally to be profitable.
Did the third
Alien,
did
I guess,
Terminator 3 not do well? Because I could have sworn Terminator
it was
3 did pretty
really
well.
expensive. It was really
Oh, okay, that's why.
expensive. That's the problem. So yeah, it did all right, but it also cost an insane amount of money. And then after that, it was just, yeah, it just kept not doing quite well enough.
The main problem is a lot of these with almost every franchise that we talk about with Terminator, Predator. It's always going to be diminishing returns, because the further you get away from, not only is it that the further you get away from the original, obviously you have an older audience now from the original, but it's just a lot of rehashing. So people just it's just going to get to a point where people are like, I'll just wait till streaming, and that's kind of where we're at. with a lot of
Told
it.
you, like, and the most constant refrain for this movie is that there's no rehashing because it's a bold, innovative, refreshing new take on the Predator franchise, which means it isn't anything like any of the other Predator movies. It's just everything like every other movie that isn't Predator.
I think we brought this up on our previous EFAP. None of the Predator movies are like the previous Predator movie.
Nope.
They're all wacky and insane every time.
From the beginning, yeah. Predator 1 versus Predator 2. Those
It's
are
already
just
insane.
completely different films.
And then
I love Predator 2's first half, but I really like the new stuff that they do in it, and it's wacky and crazy, but it's like, this is clearly different from the first.
Yeah,
There's just a new take on it.
Badlands is nothing like Killer of Killers, is nothing like Prey, is nothing like, I guess, AVP 2. No, wait, The Predator, which is nothing like AVP 2, which is nothing like AVP 1, which is nothing like Predator 2, which is nothing like Predator. So,
Predators had a lot of. They tried to basically cherry pick things from the earlier movies and redo it.
I'm gonna go ahead.
That was
hard disagree. Predators is a wacky movie that is a mistake. They made a lot of mistakes. If they had copied the original, they would have been way better off.
Well, that's why I said cherry pick. I didn't say that they completely, but there was they tried to take things from multiple ones and be like, oh well, let's see how they work together. I also haven't seen that one in a long time though.
I don't know. It's like if someone said Alien 3 is like a copy of Alien. I'd just be like, I mean, if it were, maybe it would have been better. Like, I don't know. It's like but I guess it's closer. It's just that Predators is still, I think, a wacky remix on what we have as like the parts of the Predator mythos at that point. If you want to do that, and yes, I did skip over it by accident. It's hard to remember. They've all got such distinctive names, you know. Predators, the Predator, Predator 2. Tell anybody who's brand new to this, and they're going to be so confused.
Predator: The Final Chapter, Predator: The Final Chapter Part 2,
Predator Last Rites,
Predator Last Rites, and then they had Predator Awakening, which was I think that was one of the best. And then there was Alien versus Predator, Revengeance.
Yeah, that's
Alien
the
versus
best
Predator
one.
Revengeance 2. First Strike, I think it was, but yeah, a little
Well,
confusing, but the real fans know.
so and the real fans would have watched last week's episode. So you got all your build up to the Predator Badlands coverage, right? You also need to know there is a foe, a villain afoot in the world of YouTube. He's drunk. He's running around reviewing films, and no one can stop him, except maybe we can.
Nostalgia Critic?
You imagine him
He's
drunk?
running around
Oh my
drunk
God.
reviewing films.
I would like to see Nostalgia Critic drunkenly review something. That would be very fun.
To think that Melvin, Brother of the Joker, was something that he concocted while completely sober and
Allegedly.
lucid is interesting to think.
Yeah, he must have been on something, right? Like, I just don't know what it was.
He was on Brilliance.
That's true.
He had Brilliance hooked up, and
Inspiration.
it was straight into his eyeballs. That's how
I'm
you
pretty
get the
certain there
real
was some coke
strong hits.
involved too.
Coca-Cola.
Well, I mean, I didn't specify what kind of coke.
So, Predator Badlands has been received in lots of different ways by lots of different people, and it seems that the critical drinker mistakenly, obviously, unfortunately, expressed a negative point of view, and that this has angered many people because, of course, the movie's a kind of a runaway success, both in the box office and critically. It's kind of revitalized the Predator franchise, and it's given it new lifeblood that everyone can respect and understand, and it took it in a new direction. It gambled, and it won.
Sure
So,
did.
what is this
it's
guy's
a gamble.
problem? That's what we're here to find out.
I
Of course,
heard,
we favored it
one of
quite a
the
bit.
things I
Alcoholism is
heard-
probably his problem.
That is a problem. I did hear someone say, like, sort of scoffing, like, "Oh, the only people who have a problem with Predator Badlands are the same tired chuds who had a problem with Alien Romulus."
Nah.
Yes,
A movie that had
is
a
true.
Correct.
A movie that also had a pretty significant second week drop off, even though it quite a bit as far as I remember. But boy, Alien and Predator, what amazing! They're in such good places, both of those franchises.
Yes,
They're just
they
in
are.
such good places. They have these incredible creative heads at the leading the helm. They've got these great shows and movies. It's never been healthier.
Now we just need all the main characters from Badlands and Romulus to meet up and fight an alien-bred alien queen king. It would be the best movie ever.
Yes, and
Queen,
then people
the
would say,
Queen.
"Man, I'm so glad that Disney bought Fox. That was a really good thing that happened for the world."
Hell yeah. All of us benefiting from it. Anyway,
A lot of people have said that. They've said that I'm so glad that
No,
Disney
I
got the
know,
rights to
it's
Predator.
Weird. There's a lot of people that are just weirdly in favor of massive consolidation of media companies just because of one specific franchise that they feel has benefited from it.
So, like, being someone who's been around now for too long on the internet, to the point where I should probably go outside, I don't know if did any of you guys? I think Dark Hour, you kind of mentioned you maybe, but watch Nostalgia Critic in his heyday. Anyone here do that? Yeah. I was not hugely fond of him, but it was slim pickings back then for media review. I checked out some people on Channel Awesome and then some people on YouTube, and Red Letter Media was still going at that point, so it was like, yeah, And they did their movies, and then big old controversy. Some people, came in, came out, and it kind of detonated. And then a lot of criticism videos started to spam out, which, by the way, is kind of where I think Cinematic Venom got a sort of big video. I remember, like, because he was inspired quite a bit by Nostalgia Critic. But what I'm trying to say is Nostalgia Critic was considered someone who kind of ruined film discourse at one point, if we rewind really far. And a lot of people made videos about how cringe he was, how he didn't know how to break down movies, how he ruined a generation of media criticism and all that sort of stuff. But he got overshadowed because not long after his reign of terror came CinemaSins, which, chat, you're going to know. We've covered CinemaSins quite a few times, and people even that have guested on this very podcast made their careers, started them rather, criticizing CinemaSins. It was very much viable. Same for doing it with good old Nostalgia Critic. It's kind of an interesting history, I would say, in terms of Nostalgia Critic was squarely the most popular film reviewer, and then as he died down, I would say CinemaSins probably then took his place. And now he has died down. Even though, rewind a few years back, you'd still get some posts saying CinemaSins destroyed a generation of film review, and you still get like the, anytime someone, in fact, someone today,
Yes, it does.
There's this clip that got released from the new Stranger Things season. It's where 11 is like running through a training course. Everyone's shitting on it. And something that annoyed me is there's a tweet with like, it's getting up to 70k likes, 75k likes, where it counts the cuts, and it says in 30, I think in 30 seconds there's 40 cuts, all the other way around. That's actually not that bad at all. And that's why it annoyed me. I actually quote tweeted and said there's more cuts in the average action scene in Hot Fuzz than there is here. So the cuts are not why this scene is bad.
Would they look at the the Hot Fuzz bits where they're loading their guns and it's doing the zooms and the like oh wow, look, there's like 100 cuts in 2 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, it turns out
bad filmmaking.
Obviously it's about how you use cuts, it's not the number of them. Yeah. And there's a lot more wrong with that scene. The main thing that I thought people were noticing about how wrong the scene was is that, no offense to Millie Bobby Brown, but she's not convincing whatsoever, like athletically. And so I'm assuming that's why they've cut her up. Is because you got the body double and then you cut her quickly and it's whatever, I guess, if they didn't give her time to train or whatever. I don't even. The other thing is, like, if you know anything about Stranger Things, I don't know why they're putting her through this retarded course when her mind powers need to be trained.
Yeah. Didn't get enough time to train. It's like, was it like 3 years?
Oh, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself, Ricky. I was about to say, like, how did she not?
Hey, man, she was busy making what was it called? Dabsel.
Electric State.
Yeah, that's right.
But she
And
also
Electric
ran
State.
Damsel, and it looked horrible. She should just get a running coach, and then she'll be fine for all of her roles.
She does do this weird thing where, like, she seems to propel herself forward by punching the air, which is not really how running is supposed to work. And I would have thought that's the kind of thing you can train out of someone quite quickly, but I guess no.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how much cuts will stack up when watching a scene, but if they're properly done, that shit can look good. Like, it's always, I assume anyway, because I've not edited an action movie, but the art of having the viewer be able to follow and understand the action, right? We came across a criticism of Lord of the Rings from Nostalgia Critic, where he was saying sometimes you'll see a similar shot more than once. It's like, that's actually pretty common in a lot of action movies or in a lot of action sequences, or in sequences where you want to create more time for an emotional sequence to be further understood. There's all kinds of wacky decisions that an artist might make to create a certain experience, but it's
doing cuts for any kind of athletic. If a person isn't athletic, whether it be fighting or a sport, doing cuts will alleviate that somewhat. But if you overdo it, then it just makes it look choppy.
Can indeed. Well, everyone always references the Taken 3 climbing the gate thing. Very amusing.
Liam Neeson climbing the fence. Yeah.
They make it epic as fuck. It's cinema, but yeah, I don't know. It's just. It's the kind of thing that I've seen other people quote tweeting the fact that they're counting these things and being like, so this person was inspired by CinemaSins, such a CinemaSins thing to do. Yeah. And again, I'm just like, well, I mean, what's annoying is like, you've seen us cover Nostalgia Critic, and we've said, like, he can say valid things, he can say wacky things, and he's so energetic and passionate that there's something charming there. CinemaSins is, I was about to say 50-50. That's too generous, probably. He's kind of mostly miss some hits, and when he hits, he's fine.
He's like 20-80.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
And there's nothing wrong. with his format inherently. It's fine, and it's a bit of
No,
fun.
there is something wrong with this format. I am God, and I have ordained that you are not allowed to analyze movies in this way.
I see.
This is the wrong way to analyze movies. You were incorrect. There are no incorrect interpretations of art except for that one. That one's
All right. Fair, you got me.
Yeah,
But
if I don't like you, especially if I don't like you, you're actually not a real critic. Your interpretation is not correct. You're
well, the
just
good
wrong
thing
about
is, and this is I have this on good authority. The demons, both Nostalgia Critic and CinemaSins, have been slain, staked, if you will. They are gone forever. There is a new boogeyman on this wonderful circuit we call the.
I actually think
film
Nostalgia
review
Critic
internet.
is unkillable physically. He
I
can't
think they
be
both
killed.
are. They're both fine.
He's immortal.
They're both
Apparently
going.
my
I
mic
mean,
is low.
his physical form is unkillable.
I
He
see.
is like a vampire, some sort of mythology creature.
If you stake him, does he turn into Melvin temporarily? Is that like the defense system?
As he's going, Melvin, brother.
And you run in fear because you're like, I don't know what's happening. Oh God. It's good. It prevents people from getting that second stake in the heart, which is what we get him. But no, there's a new film reviewer that has drawn the ire now regularly of so many.
is rising.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's if you're going to be the most popular film reviewer on the site, you're going to garner a lot of people who hate you, and then you're going to garner a lot of people who want to make videos to capitalize on that. Which
Yeah, you'll make your own
is
cottage industry about you.
it's not a problem in and of itself, because as we would have mentioned, there's plenty of reasons to make videos on Nostalgia Critic, plenty of reasons to do it for CinemaSins. We have engaged in both of those wonderful fellas. With Drinker, plenty of people have made videos, but apparently people have become very angry with his recent video on Predator Badlands. He did say mean things about that movie. I don't know why. It was very cool, and I've heard that it's actually better rated than the original. So, I mean, he likes the original, you know. I'd say all this leads to a natural
Who
conclusion.
who doesn't like the original?
It's a pretty fun film. I liked the characters in it. Yeah.
I do wonder if like the people we're going to be covering today, how many of them actually have seen like the original?
I wonder.
You know? Have you
Yes.
really seen it? I do wonder. I think I cut it out, but one of them, I think it was the third guy. He said that because those movies are older, a lot of people haven't seen it. So when they make these new movies that are experimenting, it's a good idea that they do it because they're introducing a whole new group of people to the Predator franchise. And for them, this is what Predator is. Predator is Badlands and Prey, and that's AVP even. And they don't even think about the original Predator when they watch this series. So the idea of tying it to that tonally or thematically is kind of it's pointless and it's silly. You're just making it for a bunch of old people who won't show up to the theater.
Those
Which
damn
is certainly an
olds.
opinion. If we weren't, stretched for time when we were talking about all these guys, some of that stuff, there's some interesting opinions in there. That's for certain.
Well, you know what I think is worth mentioning? Drinker was nowhere near as harsh on it as I think we were. I'm pretty sure we
Oh, we were way worse than he was. Yeah,
we kind of
like we
went for the
flat out
throat.
are like it's yeah. We said it was really really bad, and we talked about it in great detail. But he has some nice things to say about it. But
You probably do
we
have the
didn't
lowest
really.
opinion of it, because I was on FNT like the day after it came out, and I think they sort of broadly said it's a mid movie. It's probably about a 5. It's fucking no, it's not. It's not a 5. 5 is far too high. It's probably
5 is average, and it ain't there.
Yeah,
No.
no, it's absolutely well. It's average in the set, like depending on what you're comparing it to. It is a very
It's average on the
rotten
Predator
movie.
grading curve, but that means
Yeah.
it's bad.
Well, that's the other thing that gets me about it is when they say, well, it would be a good film if it wasn't called Predator, right? Like if it was called Alien, not Alien. That's a different franchise.
Yeah, that actually doesn't make it any better.
If this was called Alien, it would be a better Predator movie, I guess. But it'd be a
Well,
worse.
they tried that
Alien
already.
movie.
That was when they did Prey. They were like, "Oh, we'll just stealthily not call it Predator, and everyone will love it."
Yeah.
That was
Call it
that's all I had.
fucking
That's all I had about that.
spooky interstellar monster.
Spooky Interstellar Monster. I'd watch a film called Spooky Interstellar Monster.
I mean, everyone will call it Sim for short, and that
the final
actually
chapter, part 2.
that's not so bad, right? It
Awakening.
kind of a good word of
Spooky
mouth
Sim.
marketing right there.
The Sim fans,
The
yeah.
soundtrack
Like, bro,
would
have you-
be the soundtrack would be like the buy music from the original Sims. It would really match the tone of
No.
that story.
it would It would be the Did you ever play Sims? The Sims, the DS game.
No.
There's a DS.
No.
Sims? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was. It's let me get the name of it. The Sims DS game. Just to
I played the.
It probably
The
is
Sims
Sims
2.
DS.
It's the Sims 2, and that was a wacky game with aliens and stuff, and it had like weird music in it. Look, if you didn't play it, then
I thought
What?
Sims 2 regular has aliens, right?
maybe.
I'm not
But this one
mistaken,
was like
Sims 3
really. It was you
Sims
were like in a
games have all
desert.
sorts of crazy shit. You could.
Yeah, but
you
it was like a plot thing.
Plot aliens.
Yeah, they were plot aliens, and you were in space, and it was like Roswell. People in chat know what I'm talking about when I talk about The Sims 2 on the DS.
Well, I'm
That
sure
was
that
a-
most of them will be familiar with The Sims 2 on PC because
No.
The Sims is a computer game more so
No,
than
the
it is a console
real fans played The Sims 2 on DS because it's just something that they had available to them at the
game.
time.
That was
like I did.
was a wacky era where you would just have completely different versions of the games on just other
The
consoles.
DS was also porting everything because they didn't really know how to use the early games for them didn't really know how to utilize the fact that they were a dual screen. So they were just like, let's try other things. We'll throw this in. We'll put Resident Evil and we'll do the knife fights on the bottom screen.
Oh, dude, the fact they had Guitar Hero on the DS, that was a wacky thing they did, but you know, I had fun with it. Good stuff.
Yeah. Chad, in Sims 2 DS, you ran a hotel, but it was like a freaky hotel, and it was in the desert, and it was like Roswell, and there were aliens, and they were plot aliens,
My God.
and there were some wacky characters, and you could make music, and you had like Disco Blitzkrieg and stuff like that. It was a wild ride. The DS was an insanely good handheld.
Yeah.
I loved my DS to death, both of them.
It was way ahead of its time, and I guess it still technically is part of its time because they still make stuff for it.
Do they?
I think they still
For the
because
original
don't they still release 3DS they release stuff for.
I'm not even sure
I
if
didn't-
they do that now. I thought
I don't
because
think they
3DS
do.
initially released like
let
15
me
years
see.
ago.
Do they still
Just-
make DS games? I don't think
maybe,
they do.
Maybe.
Well, maybe
I
they
know
don't.
that they kept making PlayStation 2 games like all the way until like 2018 or 2019 or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they
iPad.
did shut it down.
I would
maybe-
have thought.
I just thought.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Apparently, was shut
It's,
in 2023 was the last game
Okay,
released,
so it
and that
wasn't-
was when they stopped eShop services.
Did they say what the last game was on there? What?
Oh, yeah,
was
do they have
game
all the
for
last
DS?
physical cartridge
It was
made for it was?
Silver Falls Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. Never
Not
heard
really.
of it.
I mean,
Heard
like,
of
what's it really called?
Apparently, that is actually it. And then
Ninja
there's-
Gaiden Death Delusion Destroyers?
I'd buy it.
The Ninja Gaiden Triple T?
Yeah, that's got to be a direct translation that they didn't bother to fix.
Well, anyway.
Yeah. Shout out to the Nintendo DS. The 3DS XL that I got. Ooh. Whoa.
So
I had the green one that was the Yoshi color one. I think that was
Yoshi Green?
yeah, the Yoshi green one. I love that thing.
It's not apple green, right?
No, it
Or
was
Kiwi?
it came like preloaded
Kiwi
with all of the all like Super Mario Brothers DS and stuff. So they called it Yoshi Green.
I see.
Okay. I didn't know that. It's special green. Okay.
All right. So anyway, like I was saying, with all that information now, we're prepped for this wonderful adventure where we've got several people who have decided to take this Dingbat down, hence the title. All right? It's not
Stinky poo-poo head.
it isn't necessarily our opinion of the drinker, but it might be by the end of this. Might just realize some stuff about him.
I've got an open mind.
Exactly. This
I
could
got an
go
open
anyway.
mind.
So
Yeah, I have no opinion of that guy. I think I could be swayed.
Well, make one up and see what happens.
Yeah, he in
Pretend
no
you
way
like. Pretend that you like Drinker and see how it feels.
he in no
Ooh.
way changed my life 3 years ago. No way.
So what kind of
What did he-
format are we in for, Rangolius? What's happening here?
Well, nothing fancy. We're gonna have one
Ooh.
video, and I've cut out some of the chaff because I don't want us to be here all day and night. And then we'll have another video after that, and we'll watch that, and then there'll be another video after that, and then we'll watch as much of that as we feel like, and
Whoa.
then we will go home, and it will be done, and we
Alright.
will all be happy and satisfied,
Sweet.
except for Drinker.
So unfortunately, it's sort of like good for us to have watched Predator Badlands before doing this, I guess. So hopefully everyone in chat
It will
has
be
too.
helpful. Yeah, if you've seen Predator Badlands, and if you did, it was probably last week statistically. Then it'll help out a lot. You'll know who's true and who
I've
is
seen
false.
a few mentions and asks about the Running Man. I can't see any reason why worth covering that one. It's
No.
It's just
I'm not
disappointing.
willing to talk about it. Yeah, very
I haven't even watched it
disappointing.
yet.
Edgar Wright has lost, whatever, it's, he's not the same guy who made the Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
gonna watch. I finally got my hands on a completely legitimate copy of that movie, and I'm gonna probably watch it tonight and try to do a script, but no promises.
Like,
What a shame.
if you didn't know that it was Edgar Wright, you would never think that Edgar Wright directed The Running Man.
No.
You wouldn't think that by watching it. You wouldn't think like, man, this is a particularly well shot, well edited film. You just think like, yeah, that's pretty bad script. So yeah,
And of course,
disappointing.
if you were
That's a shame.
blind, you wouldn't have known either, because that dialogue, man, wow, ouch.
Yeah, not good, not good. I
What
do
a
enjoy
shame.
how the film. It's real. It's never really functioning as a story, but I do enjoy how it just completely collapses. The
Yeah.
longer that it goes on, just completely falls apart.
Well, and it just
Something
runs
to
out of
enjoy.
juice every once in a while, and so they have to inject absolute nonsense to keep it going. It's like, oh shit, why does anything happen now? And it's like, I don't know, this reason. You're like, hey, let's get going.
They keep writing themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
And then they have to bail themselves out with some bullshit. They keep writing this unwinnable scenario that just miraculously keeps being perpetuated.
Well, that's just where the
Annoying.
excitement comes from. That's stakes,
Yes,
right?
that's
When the
right,
stakes
yeah.
are
It
super high,
sure
they're
is.
unbeatable.
Great,
but
it's great popcorn entertainment, amazing action. Oh yeah, it's so great and poignant. Oh wow. But yeah, it's bad. Don't watch it.
Well then, alrighty. I suppose we shall begin with whatever this is going to look like.
Yeah, let's do it.
I assume this is copyright-free tunes.
What's going on, everybody?
It is copyright-free tunes. Do not you worry. And that's all there is anyway.
Wonderful.
We're back with another YouTube video. So I got the chance to see Predator Badlands, and I gotta say, it was absolutely peak fiction. The title of his review is
Peak fiction, which sort of, I guess, establishes a baseline to go in. That Predator Badlands is peak fiction, of which there is nothing higher.
All right. Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah,
that's where
all
you put
right.
it.
I guess we
Peak fire indeed.
yeah.
pretty interesting. Disney consumes another franchise.
True, definitively.
I mean, this is
I'm
just
thinking,
absolutely
yeah.
correct because Disney did consume it. It didn't belong to them, and then they bought it. So
Hate it.
it's just true. It's true. Whether or not that's a good or bad thing is up to you, but this is just true.
What will happen to it is going to be probably the same thing that happens to everything else that they get their hands on.
Yeah,
They'll
that-
milk it for all it's worth, and then it will fade into obscurity.
That
and that will be that.
iconic Storm quote from X-Men 1, she was fucking right. She just needed to be talking about Disney, not Lightning. Even though I guess it applies to Lightning too. Same
It's also-
thing that
it's
happens
like
to everything else.
Especially bad in the case of this movie, though, because it's not just that Disney consumed it in that it bought the rights to the franchise, and it's not just that Disney consumed it because it will probably perform the way that other Disney movies do. Like, it is so blatantly obvious in this movie that the whole thing has been Disneyfied. Every usual stock trope of a modern Disney movie is in it. It's almost the best example you could use when you're trying to describe what Disneyfication really means. It's this movie, and yet apparently lots of people are just very keen not to see that.
I've actually got a tweet. There's a lot of. Can I copy this? Surely it will let me. Right?
It was what's funny is like,
because it's from a.
if you know what the Predator is like, is that evidence of a Disneyfication or whatever? It's like nobody knows what that is. Shane Black was insane. He lost his mind making that movie. Oh right, hang on, I can get that up. I assume I won't need a copyright cover for this whole thing, but sometimes I don't like to take the risk anyway because people's footage,
There
you
wa-
know.
It
Not for
didn't
this
say
image,
that
I
there was
mean.
any copyright in it, in all of the all the stuff in here is either like the trailer footage or stuff from Drinker's video. So didn't get
Yeah, and
no copyright
it
here.
did get renewed, so there'll be more of that.
I think I saw this image.
It
It pissed
eventually
off
get renewed,
pissed off a
yeah.
lot of people because they were like, "This is not what happens in either Alien Earth or Predator Badlands." And it's like, very adept. This isn't what happens exactly in either of them. That is true.
Yeah, did you know that xenomorphs can't speak English?
Did you
Wow,
also
that's
know
pretty-
about
What?
this
Yeah,
thing
Predators
called
can.
caricature has existed for a few
This is-
days now?
No, there's no such thing. This is portrait. This is a photo.
I see. This is a photo.
Rendition of what actually happened. This is a very realistic image.
What an interesting concept that you could use cartoons in a very quick and easily digestible format to not make a literal point, but to make a symbolic one of a larger issue than what it is on its face.
I don't
That's an
understand anything you
interesting
just
idea.
said. You sound media
I don't think
illiterate.
the format will. I don't think the format will catch on. Honestly, I don't think it'll catch on. No.
What a shame.
Very interesting, considering the fact that this is the same Disney that basically revived the Predator franchise, making Prey and
Oh, yeah,
I've seen this. I've seen this from a
yeah.
number of people, not just our friend High CHD here, but I have seen this from a number of people who are saying, "Yeah, but they brought it back. It's back, guys. We're back. Prey is back." Or
We're
Predator's
just,
back.
so is he saying revived from a critical standpoint? Like, because obviously Prey didn't come out
he
in
could say
theaters.
that, but the problem
A lot
is
of
that,
them-
yeah, Prey and Killer of Killers were both released on Hulu, so we
And-
don't have a sort of clear indicator of how well or poorly they performed, essentially by conventional metrics for a film.
And
Now we
correct me if
do
I'm-
with Predator Badlands, and it's not looking great. The prognosis is not amazing.
Well, and I think
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Prey already basically done when they bought Fox?
I don't think so, because that came out like 2022, which was three years after it went through, and like 5 years after, because it was 2017, I believe, was when the process started, and I think it finalized in 2019. If I'm not
For some reason,
mistaken.
I'm in my mind, I feel like they bought Fox a lot more recent than that.
No, it was yeah, no, it was a while ago. This is
Yeah.
like Prey is definitely that's Disney for sure. But I mean, again, it's kind of what I said. Those released on streaming. This one released theatrically, which means that we can actually have like a very clear indicator of how well or poorly it did, and it's not looking great.
It also
And
can
also,
take a
like,
little
I
bit of
don't even
time to
really
seep
know why
through.
this would be relevant, you know? Like, oh, well,
Ooh.
you know, you can't say that Disney consumed another franchise because after they consumed it, they made it good. It's like, okay, I mean, if you want to say that, it's fine.
Well,
I mean,
how
they
about
did
we take
consume
the
it.
quintessential example? They released The Force Awakens. Rousing
I was just about to
success.
say that, yeah.
Immense success, you might even say. Star Wars is
Hindsight is
so
not
really,
kind.
How
Star
can
Wars
you
is
say that Disney
consumed.
consumed Star Wars? How could you say that when they revived Star Wars for the
Yeah.
critically reviled
Yeah, I'd be curious
prequel?
what qualifies and what doesn't at that point. Because
We got the Han Solo movie, we got Rogue One, we got The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi, and we got whatever the fuck peripheral stuff they did that no one cares about. Wow,
Well, and if
it's peak
Badlands,
fiction.
What are you
Um,
talking about? So many careers were started by the Acolyte. It was a very important.
They're job
historical piece.
creators.
What is,
They are changing the economy as they go along.
what does Badlands need a hit to be getting into even starting to make profit? What will we at
Well,
on
it had
that?
105 million budget.
If you just do
so
your standard thing,
marketing,
right? 250,
You do your
300
standard,
million
like,
dollars, and that
2.4 to 2.5.
that'd
And
be
projections are
break even.
showing it's probably going to struggle to, get any comfortable place over that. So,
Well, yeah, because the thing with movies now is that typically whatever they get in that opening weekend is going to account for a significant chunk of the total returns.
I've seen people
looks like
compare it
Predator
with.
Badlands,
Go ahead.
on Box Office Mojo at the moment, it says it's worldwide is 96,058,000, which is
Yeah, like I think it's doomed.
Not close.
I think
it
doomed.
is
You're
a
telling
bit
me that
doomed.
it's gonna make a hell of a lot more than it already has when the conversation around the film is already kind of dead. Nah,
It's got to make at
rip-roaring.
least if it makes double what it has now, then
It
it's
would
still
still
in
flop.
trouble.
Well, and also, let's be real. If you just make your money back, would a studio be particularly clever to go, oh shit, just made our money back. All right, let's make a sequel, and it's going to cost more money. You know?
I'm
That is
surprised.
exactly
I'm surprised
what
they
will
gave.
do, yeah.
I'm surprised they gave Predator Badlands a 105 million budget, considering that Prey, which was released only on Hulu, had like a $65 million budget.
Well,
and
and
it was
I think all of us would have
a
recommended
better movie.
you don't want to be reaching 100 million for a Predator film. That's not a good
There's
move.
no reason for it.
Prey would have been a much better prospect for a theatrical release.
Yes,
Rex,
and
curious.
Predator Badlands, if it was made by, I don't know, writer-director team that we had complete faith in and we thought it was an excellent film, and you find out it's 105 budget, I still would be like, I don't know, guys. I don't think so.
Man.
This has got nothing to do with
There's
me
a liability of
disliking
that,
this
yeah.
film intensely, by the way. It's more so to do with just, it was a bad move releasing this film with this budget. Be more careful.
Does it say on there the domestic versus international? I'm just curious. I'm always curious about that with every movie.
It says domestic 56,800,000 and international is 39,254,000. So 59.
That's actually closer than I would have expected.
59.1% of its earnings are domestic.
I don't know if it's fully
I would have
updated,
expected it to be more.
but I've seen people commenting like it's international needs to be stronger if it has a chance of breaking even. But we'll see. We'll see how time goes on.
Tomorrow, right?
Well,
After Saturday.
Second
Yeah.
weekend looks like.
Az has tweeted out that it's dropping 80%. I'm not sure which website he uses, but I doubt he put that out if he didn't have a source.
We'll see. I look forward to all of the tweets that talk about the big 80% drop from the same people that were like, "Oh,
Just so I don't
made
get
$80 million
fucking.
dollars. Budget was 105 million."
People,
I
just wanna
rounded
see that.
78. He said
Rewarding.
78. I rounded, okay, because
Okay,
I know
good.
that those
I
points do
appreciate the
matter.
accuracy there. That's good. No, it's good. It's good. It's good to be accurate.
I will say, because obviously, if in hindsight, these videos age a lot worse if you go in with the numbers that we kind of know now, because of our show being like releasing at Saturday 1 p.m. here in America, at least, we're kind of on the cusp of the Saturday pull for that week, and especially if it's like the second week of a movie, you can't quite tell a lot of the time, but these videos age a lot worse if this movie does not do well, because boy do they count a lot on saying, well, the people have spoken, look at how much it's making, records are being broken, when it's just a record that we started off the conversation with, the 40 million opening that's only 2 million more than the 2004 movie. But
Yeah, the numbers.com has more up-to-date information.
what did they have here?
A 78% drop, at least reported on there.
Oh, that's
Could get
what Box
updated.
Office Mojo has. Yeah.
But, on the
Oh.
conversation of the health of the franchise, of course, I'd say the box office would have to be considered. I'm sure that we're all happy to concede critical assessment is relevant as well, and it seems that Predator Badlands is well-liked by a lot of people. It's also well-disliked by a lot of people.
But the thing is that, as much as that can be said, it's like, why? I think it's bad. So,
Well, it's
I don't
unknown by most
really
people.
view Disney as having saved this franchise personally, but,
And it's saved it in the sense that they will do more, and I think the result that it gets, even if it just makes its money back, I think they'll take that as an indicator
yeah, you're
that
probably right.
what have they attempted to do with this? They've attempted to vastly expand its audience by making it PG-13. They've attempted to target a very different audience than Predator typically will appeal to, and they will treat this as effectively the first entry in that new approach. So it doesn't have to be massively successful. It just has to convince the studio that there is enough potential interest there that might scale over time with more movies. So if it makes its money back, they'll say, well, that was okay, good enough. Evidently PG-13 didn't completely turn away everyone, so let's do it again, and then let's do it again, and then let's do it again.
What a
and
thing
then
to
let's do it
say.
again.
Oh, well, PG-13 didn't turn away everyone.
I know.
What
And-
we made it
I find it funny.
PG-13 specifically to cast a wider net. And it's like, oh, well, it didn't scare away everyone.
I do find it funny, by the way. So they have 3 movies. It's a trilogy of movies that all set up. I guess it's not a trilogy because they're not immediately related, but each one of them sets up to go further. So if anything, that's the most Disney thing, in my opinion, is that they were counting their chickens before they hatched.
Oh,
kind
do you
of
mean
thing
like
already?
All 3 of them
Every
have a
single one.
cliffhanger?
So Prey,
Sequel baiting.
yeah, they all sequel baited, all 3 of them. Prey,
That is pretty
Killer
funny,
of
actually.
Killers,
Yeah.
and- yeah.
Well,
man, maybe we'll get
Prey was,
3 more.
Prey was the one that did it the least, in my opinion. But the after they added that other scene to Killer of Killers, they clearly sequel baited.
kind of,
there. And this one was pure sequel bait at the end.
I thought it was a bit fun in Prey's one, right? Because they had the outro credits, which all kinds of movies will do with their own stylistic choice, and it's recalling all of the events of the film, and then they go further than the events of the film. It's like, oh, that's neat. Like to imply something else. Will
yeah, that
happen.
one
You're
was
like,
kind
"Ooh."
of cool. Whereas the one in Predator Badlands was just like,
It's my mum. Oh, good stuff. Anyway,
Killer of
I
Killers,
like
two of
film.
some of the most beloved pieces of Predator media in the franchise. So
most, but
Sort of.
I mean, we got to go relative, right? Like, so
but
the first obviously takes the crown. It's the most beloved
Yes.
universally.
that is the best. Yeah.
Predator 2 is pretty well liked, I would say.
I think so.
Pretty
I think
well
because of the
liked.
structure of Predator 2, it is a pretty. I don't know if it's a consensus. I haven't asked many people, but as many say, we really like the first half, 3/5 of that movie.
Yeah, if we try to build
I
out
agree
this
with
scale, most hated, it could be AVP 2. That could be the case, but I'd say the Predator kind of takes it.
The Predator.
Yeah.
I think
so.
the Predator dethroned AVP R.
Well, a lot of people shit all over Requiem, I think, without even remembering much of it anymore. And I'm not saying that they would change their mind if they rewatched it, but I don't think they remember it.
Well, you can't even see shit in Requiem, so people just
True.
hate, based on not even be able to physically see it.
The Predator in that movie was cool, though. You gotta admit, all right? He had some cool stuff in there.
He made a boil pool.
He did.
Boiled everything
He
in a
boiled
pool.
the shit out of that place. And he had a big old boss fight. You gotta love him. But,
That sounds pretty.
I don't know.
cool.
To say the most beloved is like, no. I mean, if we got to slot it into most beloved, middle, and then most hated, I don't think Prey and Predator Badlands or Killer Killers are really in the top tier. Obviously,
If
that
you
belongs to the
separate- If you
originals.
separate
Let me ask
out
this.
the Disney section, it's the most beloved of the Disney ones.
Sure.
Do you think, Do you think of these latest 3 that have come out? Do you think those sit above or below AVP in the beloved category?
Probably that's weird because people just don't talk about it.
Oh, yeah, everybody says like, "Oh man, Trachtenberg made like the 3 highest rated Predator films," but then yeah, they don't really sustain any conversation. So what does that actually mean?
Like, I love AVP more, but I think most people still consider AVP to be like, pulled up
Bit
status and cringe. Yeah.
It's also the fact that AVP is pretty much considered. Well, it's not even just pretty much. It's just non-canon allows people to digest it a little bit easier. I think
Mm.
it's easier to ignore a lot of the inconsistencies, a lot of the problems within the movie because you're like, it's whatever. It's kind of a fan fiction. These ones
Ridley
are supposed
Scott
to be.
certainly ignored it pretty easily.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, these ones are supposed to be directly in line with the other ones, so it's a little harder to do so.
Dude, the fact, like, because I was about to make fun and be like, oh yeah, who's going to ignore Ridley Scott's editions of recent? It's like, well, I guess Romulus didn't. They had the fucking black goo, man. They brought the black
yeah,
goo
we
in.
sure do love that black goo.
That's
Like I said during
crazy.
our conversation on Predator Badlands and talking about some of the canon stuff with Alien, a lot of people are more than happy to pretend that those movies do not exist. Alien
Yeah.
fans are not there. It is to say that it is divisive would be
Yeah.
maybe understating it.
of his review is pretty interesting. Disney consumes another franchise. Very interesting considering the fact that this is the same Disney that basically revived the Predator franchise, making Prey and Killer of Killers 2 of some of the most beloved pieces of Predator media.
What's funny on this note, by the way, is that Disney made Tron Legacy, and then we didn't get another Tron for 15 years? Question mark.
I think it was even more than that.
But
wasn't it?
Ares made up for it though.
Well, but
it was worth
point
the wait.
being,
I think Ares was worth
loads
the
of
wait.
people love Legacy, and so you'd be like, well, and I guess they revived it. It's like, I don't think so. It seems that it went dormant, and then it came back as with Ares, and now it's dormant again.
Technically,
Oh.
the metric of reviving something is just making anything in it.
Well, if it counts to revive it as you made something that people liked, then, I mean, that's just a low bar.
The franchise. So this whole idea of Disney consuming the Predator franchise has about as much validity as saying America ruined Godzilla. The movie
I mean, some people would say.
So we can ignore that second part, but
if we're gonna,
I mean, Disney did consume Predator. It's just true. It's not a question of how valid of a thing to say it is because of the fact that you personally like some of these movies. They did. They bought it. They gobbled it up. Now they own it.
I'm
They
just
consumed
amused.
it. And then, of course, if you want to talk about the actual meaning of consumed in a more descriptive sense of the film itself, it's what Platoon mentioned. There are a lot of hallmarks of the sort of standard Disney movie
Yeah.
that have been injected into a series that otherwise was devoid of these things, like
There's
the
a lot
cute
of,
alien sidekick and the quirky sidekick that never stops talking. As well as the fact that it has to be sanitized. It's PG-13. It
PG-13, no
It
necessarily
human
doesn't
is
clear. It's
getting ripped up.
completely devoid of any kind of tension, any kind of threat. Impossible to invest in any fighting scenes, etc., etc., etc. I mean, there are also a lot of hallmarks of America ruining Godzilla, which I would class as
Yeah.
quite similar. In the sense that
I
the
would
last
agree, yeah.
Japanese Godzilla we got was Godzilla -1, and the last
stellar.
American version we got was Godzilla X Kong, which is one of the most retarded movies that's ever been put to screen.
Well, it's also everyone's referencing the fucking
I think you
Broderick
mean
movie as
coolest.
well. So it's
He had
so
a power
funny.
glove.
Like America have had loads of Godzilla movies, and people just are like, "Ugh, what have you done?"
Matthew Broderick and Jean Reno who team
Hell
up to kill
yes.
babies, to kill all the
Little
Godzilla
velociraptors.
babies.
Zillas.
I'll never forget how the Japanese, what was it, Final Wars treated that one. It was so poetic the way that they dealt with Zilla, as they called it.
Yeah, you have to be considered like the retarded Godzilla because
Yeah, he got killed. He got killed within 10 seconds of showing up on screen. It was fantastic.
the weird fun
Fruit chat,
fact
that's a lot of
that
fish.
a surprising amount of the Simpsons cast are just in that movie for some reason.
In Final Wars?
In the Roland Emmerich Godzilla, I don't exactly.
Oh, the Roland Emmerich.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, but they are Harry Shearer, Hank Azaria, and I think the voice of Lisa.
Yeah,
Cartwright,
no,
Nancy
Probably an
Cartwright,
agent just.
Nancy Cartwright.
That's the one.
Usually that just means an agent had their hand in the cookie jar and just got
Just a friend of a
all of them.
bunch of them. Yeah. I don't know.
Kicks off on the Predator homeworld, which funnily enough looks almost exactly like the other planet where the bulk of this film takes place. Hats off for the imaginative environmental design, chaps. Anyway, for that reason, I'm gonna call it generic alien planet number 1, because that's all it is.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where he got this from. You can clearly see the differences between the Predator homeworld and the Jenna planet in which the film actually takes place.
I feel like I should put the cover up for
All right,
this.
so I'll put this in here because I do think, and I know I was just chilling for the Drinker and everything. I think that he misspoke here. I think Drinker actually misspoke at the beginning of that. I think that he meant to say that both of the planets are generic, not that they are both copies of one another. Because obviously they look completely different, but they're both very generic in their presentation. There's nothing memorable or really interesting about either one. That's what I think he meant to say, and he clarifies that later. But for fairness, I did want to put that in. So yeah.
And it is one of the criticisms, though, is the planet of death, or whatever the fuck they call it. It's not so much more planet of death-like than the Predator homeworld is. It has more trees, and it has some grass. It has more foliage. It has lots of jutty, sticky-out, evil-looking rocks to tell you that the place is really
very spooky
horrible and
mountains.
evil. Very spooky mountains.
There are Tim Burton mountains everywhere.
Yeah. So there are superficial aesthetic differences. I actually think that it's more of a criticism of the Predator homeworld than it is of the second planet, even, because you're simultaneously expected to believe that this is an advanced interstellar traveling alien species with high technology, a complex clan structure, and yet they live in a barren wasteland and they live in hovels, but they also have spaceships.
Full of skulls, yeah.
Full of skulls, yeah.
When I was thinking,
let's.
oh, go ahead, Rex.
I was just gonna say, I agree. I would have expected more. I would expected more sci-fi mixed with a more tribal honor culture aspect, but I think, I think they dropped the ball on that.
So
Yeah,
one of the reasons I didn't end up doing a video was because when I sat down with my notes, I realized very quickly how repetitive my notes were, and it made it hard for me to even put it in order. And the first thing I wrote about their planet was how everything kills everything on the planet, because they show that immediately, right? They show everything kind of eating itself. And then the next like 2 or 3 notes later or whatever, I was like, the planet he goes to does the same thing. So there definitely was a let's just have everything killing everything on every planet in this movie.
I like I would, obviously I could tell the difference between the planets, but I would definitely agree with it didn't feel like there was much character to them. As a direct comparison, I think that would maybe help people understand is how iconic a lot of I guess you'd say George Lucas's planets are in Star Wars, and how even if you've only watched the films, you'll still kind of be like, oh yeah, I know that one. You start with like Mustafar, right? Like it's fucking that planet's pretty iconic, even though it's lava planet, and then you could call Camino Water Planet, but Camino, I mean, it's got a look, it's got a style, and it's pretty fucking cool.
It helps a lot that it's not, when you think about a planet, you don't often think about the planet itself. You think about the structures that are built on it and the plot stuff that happens on the planet as well.
Hmm.
Tatooine is a very generic desert planet that's become more desert as time goes on, as the case seems to be. Look, Mos Eisley used to be by a river. I was there. I saw it. Okay, I was there.
Yeah, I agree with
But,
Rags though. Yeah, the structures are very important to
Yeah, yeah.
an identity of a
Yeah,
planet.
the way that the buildings look, and is like, oh, it's attachment to Luke Skywalker and all that sort of stuff. The events on the planet are often what you think of as kind of in tandem with the planet itself. And if you can't really attach stuff, if you can't attach the goings on to the planet itself, then it will seem generic and it will seem super forgettable. Novaria is another good example from Mass Effect. It's a frozen, barren, rocky wasteland, but you remember the stuff that happens in it and what you do in, the Mass Effect game, and you're like, oh yeah, Novaria, I remember being there, and other examples.
Well, and to give an example that doesn't even have necessarily structures, I think that people associate with it, but Felucia, right? In good old
Yeah. Battlefront 2 is what I think of.
It
the
sticks
most.
out in my
There's a
head.
whole map there.
Yeah, and it's got a unique, I guess you could say, a unique biome, or at least one that's a variant of a familiar one. And yeah, I don't know, Star Wars does a pretty good job of helping me remember planets. At least it used to. I mean,
Gives them their own identity.
Coruscant is fucking iconic versus Hosnian Prime, which is like, was that just Coruscant, and did you just rename it? Which I'm pretty sure is true.
Which one was Hosnian Prime
Well,
again?
It's the one that got blown up in
okay.
TFA.
Yeah.
I don't think because there was the stuff in the leaked for, is it the Trevorrow version of episode 9 was going to have them go back to Coruscant, which was like an abandoned ghost city populated by demon wolves, which sounds incredibly gay to me, but apparently that's what they were thinking of doing. So I think they are supposed to be different places. It's just they couldn't be bothered to tell you exactly what Hosnian Prime was.
Hosnian Prime, someone just said in the chat.
Do you remember the planet from The Acolyte, what it was called?
No. Oh,
Unknown Planet. That one.
Brendock.
Brendock, of course.
Yeah,
Brendock, yes.
Old Brendock.
Old Brendock.
Good old Brendock. Remember, it used to be barren, and then the Force magically made it sprout full of life and everything, and that's just sort of a thing that happened. That was fun.
To give credit as well, I was going to say Exegol. If it was only in a film that was not shit, it might have been something that everyone remembers.
Exegol could have been cool. Yeah. Exegol is a great name for an evil planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The part is that it was in an evil. The problem is that it was in an evil movie, so it kind of got swallowed up by it.
And as
that
mentioned,
is an issue with those movies, though. When you're with those planets, I should say, when the identity of your planets is just this is the desert planet for the most part, this is the forest planet. Eventually, you do run out of identities.
Oh, you just got to keep trying, man. Right?
But someone in chat say Liverpool. What the fuck?
That came up on Open Bar, I think. But so mentioned Maigito as well, which the huge bridges suspended like really high up, and it's this is what I mean about what was just said, right? It's like you can take again a basic biome, just how you present it, and it can become super memorable.
Yeah,
and that was my issue with
architecture. Some cool Utapua is or is it a
Utapau?
Utapau.
Yeah.
Utapau is another example where you remember the way that the aliens look. They have that kind of vampire-y kind of teeth look. How the structures are built into the sides of the cliffs. They live in the canyon thing. Yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, by that, like the planet has sort of become a part of that, whole entire section of the movie. You remember it, and it's sort of, the home gets mixed in with it.
There's a reason you can just say the names and everyone on this panel, and it's not just because we all broadly really like Star Wars and remember lots of it, but I think that's kind of, you could say it as almost anyone who's watched the movies. You can just name the planet and immediately summons to mind a very distinctive visual identity. Bespin's another one. Yavin 4 is another one. Like all these places are very, very distinctive. It's partly biome, it's partly story. Like it's partly a whole bunch of things. Whereas you've got in Badlands, Yautja Prime and Jenna, I think, is the other one.
I thought it was
Genna?
Genna.
Genna.
I thought
Genna.
Genna. I thought he pronounced it wrong, which I find funny in the defense of how distinct and interesting of a planet it is.
Well, and I think that we start to see problems, because I was going to say, and if you do know, don't say what it is if you know, but does anyone here know Takodana? Where that is? What that is?
Ooh,
yes.
God, that's a familiar...
it sounds familiar. I don't know what from.
Yeah.
I actually think this is it. Okay, well, so go ahead, give a guess, Ranks.
Is that the Is that the first planet on the Force Awakens where uh he kills where Kylo Ren kills the guy Max von Sydow?
That's on Octu. The
Octu. Oh, then I
that's
don't
the
know.
that's the totally not Tatooine planet.
Is it where Maz Kanata's castle
Correct.
is in TOD?
That's where
Oh, fuck.
Takodana is.
Oh, okay.
And see,
I
to me,
remember it for Maz Kanata, but not for the planet name.
that to me is indicative of like it's become weaker in Star Wars, right? Like Disney, they've still got some stuff you can remember, but a lot of it is like it's a bit thin, and maybe that's because the stories suck so much, or that there's a lesser focus on memorable architecture, or
Everybody's saying you're
perhaps.
wrong, but you're not. I don't know why everybody's saying that you're wrong on that thing.
Jakku.
Oh, sorry, no,
Oh,
I am wrong
sorry,
because
sorry.
Octu is the one with Luke is Jakku. That's
That
fair.
kind of proves the point. That
Yeah,
not even
I
you
mixed
can
them up. That's my
remember.
bad. That's my bad.
It kind of proves the
never mind,
point,
yeah.
really. It
Octu
kinda
is
does.
the Irish island, right? Skellig, I think, or something. And then, yeah, sorry, Jakku is totally not Tatooine. And then
Jakku and Octu, they do kind of sound similar. Jakku, Octu.
Octu.
A lot of
Octua.
sci-fi has this issue where they make these monobiome planets, and then that becomes their sole identity, and that's really where Star Wars went eventually.
But it gets
yeah,
confusing when you change it. Because remember that there was all the argument in Rise of Skywalker as to whether Kylo Ren was moonwalking on Mustafar because there were trees and lots, and like it just didn't look the same because everyone's very vivid visual memories of Mustafar have no trees. It is rocky volcanic lava planet, and so there was an argument for a time as to where exactly that was. And I think everyone did settle on the fact that it was Mustafar. It just looked incredibly different, and the fact that it took people time to arrive at that conclusion is evidence that even with quite a simple concept, essentially biome determines planet identity, they still managed to fuck it up.
Because Crate, right? Like it's just like
Salt planet.
Salt planet. Yeah,
people will
Salt
remember
planet,
Hoth
yeah.
forever. Crate is one that you get people being like, "Which one was that?"
I actually think
yeah.
Crate has, of all the planets they introduced, has the most staying power, only because of how stupid it is. We're a planet of salt. I think that
There's something to be said about the visuals.
Well,
red and
the white and
but
red,
it's
right?
just-
Everyone said it's like
yeah.
wounds getting cut across the land. It's like there's a visual thing for
There's
it.
something
But
to that. Yeah. Shame about the story that takes place on it, but
yeah, same about sequel trilogy. But yeah, hopefully this illustrates at least our point of view. I think this is Drinker's point of view. I doubt you would say that the barren planet was easy to mix up with the lush, flora fauna planet. I think what he meant.
he clarifies
Australia.
later.
Yeah.
He mentions later specifically that it's generic planet 1 and generic planet 2 that they're not. So I think he just misspoke at the beginning. So I know I'm gonna have people being like, "Oh, you're just covering for him." It's like, no, I just think he legitimately misspoke. He clarifies multiple times later what he means.
Sometimes Drinker does his videos very quickly to get them out there, and sometimes
I
he
was
has
gonna
to
say
clarify
very
later in the video.
intoxicated, but
And also very intoxicated. There's a couple of things working against him there.
Is to find and kill the Kalisk, the most powerful and dangerous animal on the planet, and return victorious to generic alien planet number 1 so that he can take revenge on his toxically masculine dads. I mean, call me crazy here, but why not just go straight back there and kill him anyway? I mean, it's not like he's gonna have you back even if you do succeed. Whatever. Let's just go with it so that the rest of the plot can happen.
Because he would lose. His brother, who was more experienced in fighting than he was, literally got his head chopped off protecting him. Why would he go back after watching his brother get completely outclassed by him?
Kind of a weird thing to say because he wanted to. That was very specifically what he was intending to do until he woke up.
Specifically looking for he was specifically looking for revenge. Even when he talks to Thea, and I think even before in a monologue, he says he's going to get revenge. He's going to kill the Kalisk and he's going to get revenge. He's going to fight his dad either way. And also, as we will have to say 1 or 2 more times due to the others that we'll be covering, he doesn't learn anything on his Genna adventures that will help him defeat his dad. He just beats him in a sword fight.
No,
Yeah,
which
the
is really
movie
disappointing.
anything.
Which is the difference. The movie thinks that by going, like, he spent all this time on fucking other place,
Genna.
Death Planet. That's the one, Genna. It thinks that what it's done is that it's given him a series of trials which he's overcome, thereby he's gained knowledge and skills and experience, which he uses to go back and take out his father. Actually, that doesn't really happen.
No.
Like he
'Cause it's
does
just a
survive
sword
the
fight.
planet, but yeah, like he doesn't use any skills against his father that he picked up on Genna. He just goes back and wins a sword fight. It's almost like the movie is sort of settles back on this idea that now he has this almost like just belief in himself and his own worth, and he has his own clan now, so he's his own independent young man. He can go and be stronger at this point. The bit where he actually uses the skills and experience he picks up comes before that ending. It's the previous but one ending, which is when he uses some of those. Well, he goes and picks up the spray snake slippery penis cannon
Name is
shoulder mounted
Squirt.
launcher. That one, Squirt. He uses Squirt. So he
Thank you.
uses the advantages of nature to take out some generic synth androids.
Yeah.
And
Very
that's it.
easily.
So, I know.
As
So
Chad is
what the guy
mentioning,
is who made this video,
grinded
he wants
XP.
he grinded XP. The guy who made whose video is this that we're talking about? What's his name?
High CHD.
Not going to remember that. That guy seems to want the movie to have done something which it should have done but didn't, and he has taken away from it that it did, and therefore
Yeah.
Drinker is wrong.
Yeah, just to be clear, right? So what I got from what Drinker said is why pursue taking down this big creature to thus prove yourself to your dad when your dad's probably not going to back you on that instead of just trying to take out your dad.
And you want to kill him anyway.
Yeah. And then this guy says, well, because... Well, actually, let me do that again. So, at first he said that that he wouldn't be able to take his dad out, right? But he, like, very much believes
Yeah, because
and
Quay
wants to.
died to him, so surely Deck couldn't do it. And I'd be like, I would agree. You'd think that Deck would not be capable because Quay is probably the better swordsman, and Deck couldn't beat Quay, so Deck probably can't beat Jorah, his father. But he
Okay.
just sort of does at the end.
But-
He's just able to.
First of all, I don't believe the Predators are making this kind of mathematical decision. Like, if he beat my brother or my brother beat me, then I cannot beat him. But if he were, then why would he think he can beat a monster that his dad is afraid of?
It's projecting a better story into it of, earning respect for doing what you can't, but because he inevitably doesn't end up doing the thing and bringing home the head, it's irrelevant.
You would have to say something along the lines of Deck wants to kill his father either way as revenge, and the head of the callus that he brings back is just to show to everybody else, I'm not fucking around. Even though you
Also
think
that
that
I'm better
killing
than you.
Jorah, yeah, even though you think that killing
Yeah.
his father would be like enough, if he came back and he's like, no, I didn't do a hunt, I fucking killed my father. And he's like the leader, and I killed him
Yeah.
in one-on-one combat.
You can skip the whole step. You basically skip the whole middle, hour of the movie, basically, because...
Or God forbid he learns something during the movie that allows him to be his
I was
dad.
about to
That's
say, it's
actually
like-
a relevant skill.
What's the fucking point in taking all this effort to kill a thing to prove that you can kill your dad if you think you can kill it without necessarily learning anything? That means you can kill your dad now.
Yeah,
It
he would have
requires...
to. He'd have to level up, and then all the XP he gets, he has to put that into a sword fighting skill that he didn't use the entire time, and then come back.
There's a section so there's a portion of the narrative that is missing, in that for him to essentially level up internally would require that he prove to himself he can do what his father can't, so therefore can beat his father. But they don't really ever say that.
It would have been neat if he had learned something that we saw him use against his dad. That would have been something. Remember when Batman
Well, that's
learns
because you've seen
from
movies.
Ra's al Ghul about his environment, and then he uses it on him at the end? He's like, you never did learn to mind your surroundings. You're like, haha, I remember when you said that in the beginning. I remember that.
Sing his words against him.
Yeah.
Even Prey kind of does a better thing at this, where Tabe's like, you could do it. You'll pay attention. Use what you've learned. Da da da. And
She does some planning. I'm still not a fan of that ending, though.
Yeah, it's not good. The ending sucks, but it's like some things in there,
More experienced in fighting than he was, literally got his head chopped off protecting him. Why would he go back after watching his brother get completely outclassed by him? That makes
I
no
hate
sense.
this guy's voice.
I mean,
Weird to say that
yeah,
when
he does.
his whole plan
That's
is
what he
to
does.
Go back. That is
Does,
his
yeah.
intention.
That is
for the
what he
whole
does.
movie.
So it
Something
doesn't
about
really
the way this guy
work.
tenses his sentences just annoys the shit out of me.
Like-
I can't figure out what it
Yeah.
is quite yet.
No, I got you. But I was actually going to say, is he actually treating this like a video game where you go, like, I can't fight the level 10 boss, I need to get more XP first? Because what is it that he
grind,
expects
yeah.
to learn from fighting this creature that will then allow him to
Yeah, why
defeat
would
his
being
dad?
able
That's a
to beat
skill.
like a giant
then-
monster mean that he can fight a guy that isn't even remotely the same as that giant monster?
And then, of course, we see explicitly he does not learn anything from killing this monster. He doesn't even kill the monster. Like, it's not even a thing that
Well,
happens.
This is going to be me projecting my own stuff onto it, so to say. But having done tournaments like martial arts tournaments over the years, sometimes when you get a couple of wins under your belt, so to say, you go back to the gym and you're beating people that you normally wouldn't. It's a confidence thing, and that's what I was kind of saying before. Proving to yourself that you can do something, in a way, is a plot device that could push you forward. Problem is that's not really.
That's not in the movie. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it
not
was
in the
never
movie.
a confidence issue.
Well,
it
if I'm being
wasn't, it
totally
wasn't
clear,
anything regarding that.
I don't see why he did beat his dad or those two predators. I don't know why that happened.
Because he's just better now because it's the end of the film
That's pretty much it, yeah.
and he has to win.
They just skip.
Yeah.
They just skip to that portion I just said that
Yeah.
he's just now able to do it. There's a whole section that was skipped.
Go back after watching his brother get completely outclassed by him. That makes no sense. Deck would not have even stood a chance against his father had he not went to that planet and endured what he did.
What did he endure that gave him the edge?
Okay,
Tell me.
So that is the idea that he went there and sort of got XP, and then
Yeah,
and then
that's
He
all I'm
got
getting from
XP.
this, which
He
sucks.
he
endured.
leveled up. He got some new skill points, and then he beat him.
That's
Look,
crap.
killing monsters and it makes you a better sword fighter against other sword fighters. It just does.
The fact
That's
that
how
he
you
could-
practice sword fighting. Is you do an
Mr.
obstacle course.
Mr. I Love This Movie couldn't even reference like the thing that he learned. He just said like, what he endured. It's like, uh-huh.
Well, yeah, because in a
Which
better
was?
movie, you would have seen him acquire very specific skills that he leveraged against his dad.
course, yeah,
You would have
100%.
seen,
Seek
like,
out the
how
ancient
he
Yacht
realized-
swordsman to teach
Well, okay.
me. You
Well,
know,
So you know
I
the
don't know, it
dad
would just
the dad fucked over the brother with the cloak, right? So we can
Yeah.
go with that. Let's say the dad fucked him over also with a weapon that had like an extendo thing, or you hit him in the back with a weapon that goes whatever. 3 things. And then you, in the process of him defeating or hunting the Kalis, whatever, he learns about being able
well, he
to
encounters beasts that kind
An
of do
invisible
that.
beast.
They camouflage an invisible or
and he has to
camouflage
learn how
beast,
to listen and
or
how
one
to
that has like a
yeah, you know.
tail, like
yeah,
a scorpion or
and then
something that could get behind him, and he has to watch
Exactly.
his back.
And this is so standard as well. This is not. There are so
really
many movies
is.
that do this.
Well, we're
They'll
thinking
even
of it off
have
the
their
top of our
little
heads.
flashback where you think back, like, oh, that's how it'll work. Like in the
Yeah.
Incredibles, it can't stop it. The only thing,
When
and
he-
then flashback. Oh, remember when it destroyed
Yeah.
itself? Yeah, like this is
When
pretty
he hears
normal,
his-
and this film
when he
doesn't do
sees
that.
When his dad goes invisible with a cloak, he hears like in his mind the little clicking noise that the beast made when it went camouflage, and it reminds him,
Yeah.
oh, this is just like the thing.
and
We
like
should
he
stop
could be
because we're-
beating his
we're
dad.
inventing
Yeah,
the
we're
movie
making the
again.
movie better.
With, yeah, and then his dad goes invisible, and then it doesn't work because his boy has learned how to counter such thing. It would have been satisfying. It would have been cool, but oh well, he just got XP, I guess. That's how it
Yeah,
goes.
he
The
got
funny
XP.
part is that there was plenty of time that they could have used too, because it was a pretty short movie. They could have extended it by 10 minutes and added almost everything we just said, and
Yeah.
it wouldn't have really drew out the movie too much.
But you wouldn't have needed to add it. You could have just reframed and recontextualized everything that's already in the movie to achieve these exact
Yeah, that's true,
same
too.
points.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
there's
could-
not enough story as it is for the runtime that it is. I mean, it feels so incredibly long because very little actually happens. But you can pack the. We had this problem when we actually broke down the movie, even basically from the opening fight scene onwards. There's lots of stuff happening on screen, but there's very little story information you gain from any of the fights that he has. All you need to do is to add these elements we're talking about as story beats within the existing fight scenes, and then without extending the movie at all, you've suddenly got something that helps you tell a story, which will then obviously redound on the conclusion to your benefit. But that's not what they did.
Did you watch it?
To the planet until her team got attacked and torn apart, literally, by the Kalisk. Oh yeah, and she can speak fluent Predator. How? Don't know. She makes some vague reference to other predators visiting the planet and talking to her, which makes no sense really because Lumpy's brother specifically said they don't go there because they're all afraid of the Kalisk.
Okay, first off, the dad never explicitly says that they've never been to Jenna. It's only said that the dad is afraid of the callus that's on Jenna. I mean, the only way they would even know that the
I thought it was like nobody ever returned from there or something, right?
That's what so I can't remember if the brother says no one ever comes back. I think he says many have faced it and none have yeah, he says like many have faced it and none have returned. So he says that, I think, and then Thea later in the movie says, do you know how many have gone after the Calisk and none have succeeded?
Yeah.
So I think it said at least once, probably twice in the movie. From what I gather from this point, I mean, that seems fair enough, I suppose, as a criticism of Drinker's video, in the sense that, like, yeah, you have to have presumably been there and encountered it to know that you fear it. I mean, the dad probably has he ever been there himself? The movie doesn't really make that clear either way. It's reasonable to infer
If he fears
that
it,
people have been there.
Yeah, because
he would have at least had to encounter it at one point of his life to fear it.
Our version of this was because from that statement alone, it's like, so how many Predator ships are down there or in orbit if the Predators never come back? And then, of course, would Weyland-Yutani not have been able to intercept them by now?
The conclusion is no, because they're really interested in getting Dak specifically, which kind of then raises more questions of like, so you're in a position where you have fully translated the Predator language, but like you've never captured one. That seems implausible to me.
Very strange.
At least based on the information that's in the film. And then, of course, the way that it's presented is just, like, bizarre. The universal translator thing. I don't even understand, like, what you meant to conclude from that. Oh,
it is magic.
I'm speaking English, but you magically hear your language. It's like, that's what the hell does
everyone
that
here, everyone in proximity, they can just hear their own language when she speaks. Is like, what? So tell what's actually going on here.
What is happening? What is physically happening? What sound is being propagated?
Because she's moving her lips.
I actually personally don't have a problem with universal translators as a plot.
It's not universal translator.
No, it's not universal translators. It's how they're used in this specific film.
To be explicit, right? She says hello. The sound that comes out of her mouth for 3 different people is 3 different words. That is impossible. That doesn't make any fucking sense. She says whatever she says.
I guess it would have to be some sort
language.
of speaker system that. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, now that you mention it, it would be impossible for that.
I mean, if they
be a speaker system, because everyone
he's
would be
wearing headphones or something, you know, that are translating it into his ear. He's landed on this planet, but for some reason
he hasn't even shoved in the babblefish yet.
And even if you do sort of write your way into saying, okay, well, let's say that she's an android, so she's got multiple speakers that can send out multiple noises at once, which is bullshit. But it's not impossible.
That doesn't
to write
even
your way to that position. You then get to the point later in the movie where them having a universal translator breaks the entire point of the scene, and so they just don't have it anymore. So they haven't explained it. They didn't think it through. And then they deployed it in a way that breaks an important scene subsequently, at which point they said, you know what, we just don't have the universal translator in this part of the movie anymore. It's just gone. So it's just a convenience thing. They wanted at least a character to be speaking English because they don't like people reading subtitles, and they thought they'd just make the rest up as they went, which created a shitty, bad script.
Because even if what you just said, that would mean it would need to like scan and account for any creatures in nearby and then send a unique signal to them based on whatever language they have natively.
Well, it'd have to know which language it understood.
Yeah.
How would it know which language they understood? That'd do like a brain scan as well as a life form. It's just, it doesn't work. There's a reason why of all of the universal translation, really the big concession that you kind of have to make with it is that the lips don't match what's supposed to be heard in universe. But I think that's a meta concession that's a reasonable one to give, as long as they're consistent with it. But there's always going to be some sort of a system. You have to download something. You have to shove in the babblefish into your ear. You have to hook into a translation, cybernetic, whatever it is. There's always something the hearer has to do so that they can receive their language, not just from entirely
they even
from
had
the speaker's perspective.
I think it was Guardians, like when they're in the lineup for the police, you could see a little thing that points to Peter and it says Universal Translator, like he's got one. You know, just because they were like... This
could have easily been fixed, by the way, of her just
Of course. Farscape, you have to get the microbes injected, and then you'll understand.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just... Sci-fi's done this a million times. I don't know how they fucked this up. Like, they made it stupid as hell.
Here, just put this on. You know, like...
Kalisk is on that planet would have been the fact that some of their species had been there at some point in time, which, as we find out from the android, they have been there. Also, it's worth mentioning that
Well, they would have to be there sufficiently
I
long
gotta
enough
say,
and interact with
yeah.
Weyland-Yutani enough to where that the language could be understood and learned, and then you'd have to get like the grammar and the cultural cadence and things of that nature.
Which then just
Also,
begs questions the movie can't answer. I mean, it already does this when Thea says, you know, I've studied your kind extensively, and also, do you know how many predators have been here after the Caliscan fail? Is that, as we've mentioned, okay, so what happens to all the ships that they used to arrive, that they're still on the planet? What has Weyland-Yutani learned from all of this, besides how to speak Yautja, which most of them still can't do for some reason? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly important piece of world-building information, because this tells you, it should tell you a huge amount about everything that, you know, all Weyland-Yutani's interactions with the Yautja, are the Predator common knowledge now to humanity? That seems like it might have some pretty big consequences. How is it then that they still don't have FTL travel, given that they've got a bunch of Predator ships that do? Have they never considered using those ships for resources? There must be loads of them on the planet. It's, again, something that they threw into the script for convenience's sake and then didn't bother asking any of the obvious questions about.
Also, isn't it a little bit weird to be like, man, this film is like peak cinema or whatever he said, but then he refers to Thea as the android rather than by the character's name. Isn't that a little bit
Fringy,
strange?
if you think that's strange, there is a part later in this video that is going to legitimately baffle you, and I'm looking forwards to that
Okay.
immensely.
Blow your mind.
Android is not actually speaking his language in the traditional sense. She was
Well, but she can. 'cause
Yeah,
we
she
see
understands
that.
him, so
Does
she
it
can.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
she
can.
even speaks it aloud, and then the robot
they
says,
show her doing
"How
it
come you're
a couple of times.
She knows and speaks the
I get it,
language, and then she can project any language as long as you're listening, which is insanity.
Yeah, remember the
It could
synth
have been
even
an-
asks her once, "How come you're speaking the Yautja's language?"
Yeah.
When she
It could have been
speaks
an
it aloud.
interesting thing where they did the bad dubbing lips for it as just an aesthetic choice. That clearly her lips are moving in one way, but we're hearing a different language. Could have been an interesting aesthetic choice.
Could have
But
been.
they didn't do it.
I would be.
They didn't do it, so who cares?
programmed with a universal translator that merely allows her to interpret what he's saying and translate it to English, but she herself is not actually.
So you just highlighted, how would she, okay, she doesn't know Yautja, however she can interpret what he's saying into English.
And she's an android who can do this on the fly.
Yeah,
certainly.
You understand what I'm
You're
saying though, right?
already-
That is
No,
what,
I know exactly what you mean.
that's translation, meaning you know the both languages. How do you translate Yautja to English if you don't know Yautja?
And again, it is just made awkward by the
Universal
fact that
translator.
the film just shows her speaking it directly, like speaking it,
Yeah.
literally. So, yeah. Did you watch the movie?
I don't know, man. Like, this isn't even much of a huge. This is stupid on the part of the film, but it's just weird that he didn't like pick up that part of the film.
Actually speaking the language. For fuck's sake, man, the movie literally tells you this.
Yeah, for fuck's sake, man, the movie
Yeah.
literally shows her speaking
it
Yautja
literally
later.
shows her speaking it,
It just- Yeah, it
We're-
just makes the claim that this is just how it works, I guess.
I'm pretty certain that we're 3 literallys in, and he's not even 3 minutes into the video.
Well, that's mega literal. That
Ooh.
means that
Yeah.
there's no room for misinterpretation.
Translation. You hear Yautja, others hear their language.
I don't know how people heard this and didn't think it was so fucking stupid, man. You can't do that. You can't have like 17 different people hear the different sounds all with one
Like,
sound.
the only way that you'd be working with it is if there's some system that if he's got like, he's wearing
need
headphones
Professor
or
X.
something, and yeah, or psychic abilities.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't work.
You
It's
need
also-
basically magic for that to work, unless you, like I said, you have
Like
to
with the
explain
headphones,
something.
yeah.
It's got to be, headphones, Babelfish, something.
And even like running from that, there is still poses second order questions about her behavior, given that she knows she's on this huge, massively predatory planet where everything's out to kill you. And she's like, well, I can speak your language and everything will understand it in its own language as well. So let me shout at you from on top of this tree and hope that nobody notices and comes to try and
The
kill us.
fucking-
I get
the-
she didn't have a choice.
the
She was
bird
stuck
is
in
like,
the nest
"Hey,
or
wait a
whatever. the bird is like, that's a horrific slur. in
all
my
the
people's
plants are
language."
like, hang
Yeah.
on.
It's like Alice in Wonderland. Yeah,
Yeah.
all the flowers go, "Oh, I can't believe she said that.
Also, what are the chances that they'd land right in the very location where she just so happens to be and not just immediately kill her? Matter of fact, what are the odds that Lumpy would just so happen to run into her as well when he could have landed literally anywhere on the whole planet? This was all very lucky, wasn't it?
Yeah, like if any, that's a
Yeah, this is,
major issue with the film. Like, it's so
This
fucking
is the
lazy.
biggest issue with the plot of the film. That
Yeah.
Deck lands really, really close to Thea, and also really, really close to the Baby Yoda. They're just gonna like both of these things
Facilitates
are
everything.
essential to saving his life and facilitating the entire story. And there's no reason other than pure luck that they bumped into each other. No
is pure
valid
luck.
It
reason
is
other than
weak as
that.
fuck.
It's pure, complete luck. Really bad.
Now, realistically, there was a chance he could have landed anywhere else on the planet. Ultimately, he ended up landing there because the writers needed the plot to go faster. We don't have time.
Welcome back, Pat.
Media
Willems.
literacy. Yes.
All right. Nice.
Our
Nice,
good,
yeah.
our dear friend.
It's been a long time since we've seen you, but I appreciate it. So, all that's happened here is you've repeated what Drinker said, and it sounds like you agree with him. Cool. The writers did it because they couldn't solve the problem. That's it.
On the planet. Ultimately, he ended up landing there because the writers needed the plot to go faster. We don't have time to make Predator, traverse past 2 to 3 hours of land.
Bro, you could even have skipped that.
I
You could
enjoy
have
that
him
there
land
were-
and skip it. You don't even have,
I enjoy this paradigm as if like there's no other way that the story could have been written
yeah.
to make it make more sense. Was
Like-
like, no, we have to operate as if the story as it is that he just happens to bump in these characters is the only way that the story could have progressed.
It's
in
really
that
stupid.
case, well, we can't have him walk around for a couple hours. We got to just have it be quicker because that's what the writer wants to do. Not like they could just write a different scenario.
Well, there's just so many reasons why you could have the Predator do his first week there or some shit, just exploring and staying careful everywhere, and then he scopes out the whole
Fighting
place,
critters,
and then he
yeah.
comes across
Instead of
her.
bumping into her like what, an hour later?
It's
Like-
insane.
like
it's
an
it's
hour
insane
after
and
your
stupid,
ride
and then
on
you
the
come
planet.
across
just
that
have it-
fucking goober creature that is so important too.
Or just have it to where Quay says, yeah, this was, this is where the Kalisk's den is. This is where
Well,
people
it's-
go to hunt it. And
well,
boom, they
It's
know the
pre-programmed
coordinates of the
into the
den.
ship.
Really
Even the
awkward as
ship could have the
well.
coordinates, and the ship gets knocked slightly off course, but at least it's landed in the same vicinity because it locks onto the coordinates of the thing that they're going to target. That's one way of getting him into.
Yeah,
Crash
yeah,
landed.
something.
His
Fucking
ship,
awful.
his ship could pick up
He crash
a
landed.
distress signal that she's putting out as well as it scans the planet or something.
No, I will say that even with all of these, the film does have the fundamental problem of it's just really lucky that Thea and the other Wayland Yutani androids
Oh, there.
were doing this Kalisk mission round about the same time, and it's always going to be lucky that that Baby Yoda just happens to be in some place where they are without the actual Kalisk.
These,
It's kind like even the fixes that you're suggesting kind of can't.
yeah,
deal
we
with
have
how,
to go further
how
back. You're
bad
right.
this problem is. It's really a big problem.
And these are all. It's so much easier to make a story when you don't have to justify any of these things. You just go, I don't know, fuck it, they were lucky. Because I just saw someone spot. They said, well, you're only going to tell a story where lucky and coincidental things happen. You don't want to tell a story that are boring. Like if you're talking about him scanning the planet or moving around the planet until he finds something, they do this in movies all the time. You just do a montage cut, or you just cut. And you say 3 weeks later or something like that. You don't actually have to
He
show us
tracks
that
it
part.
down a little bit or
Yeah,
something. There's
anything.
a lot of stuff you could do. That's where like that's where the talent comes in, and being a writer to come up with narrative reasons for why you can have the story you want to have happen instead of just saying, oh fuck it, it's a just massive insane contrivance that they happen to land next to each other on this gigantic alien planet.
To make meeting her look believable. Now, while there is a little bit of convenience as to how they met, it's worth mentioning that
Yeah, a little
not
bit.
all plot convenience is bad, as long as there's not too much plot convenience to the point where it breaks internal logic or
Well, this does.
But it kind of does, though.
Well,
doesn't it? Yeah.
there is
This
enough
does.
here that breaks it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is enough. So I
And
don't
it's
know why
not the
you said
only
that.
instance of it either, because it says so as long as there isn't too much of it. So like every inciting event in the first third of your movie, is that
Yeah.
too much? Because it seems too much to me. Also, the traditional rule is bad luck is fine, good luck is not. Good luck is lazy and
Agreed.
cheating. Bad
Yeah.
luck is fine because bad luck poses challenges for your character to overcome. He goes through this movie getting virtually nothing but good luck. So even if you don't have a problem with the use of convenience, it's still making a way less interesting movie than would have been the case had he actually faced challenges to completing his objective, which he doesn't.
contradicts.
I mean, broadly, he's conceded it's a problem. He's just like, it doesn't matter. And it's like,
Not a big
cool.
problem.
I mean, it's about as big as you can get with the plot writing. And so it's like,
Yep.
there we are.
Any established universal rules or rush any
Except like time and space, I guess. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, but that's not established Predator rules.
Oh,
so
right.
that's,
There's no
it's all good.
clocks in the Predator universe.
important character moments, which it did none of these. It was literally just done to make the exposition move quicker. Then it's fine.
It's not exposition.
It's
Not
exposition.
It's
Yeah,
plot.
It's not exposition. Yeah, that's a bit funny to refer to it that way.
Yeah.
Get exposition done faster.
That's its own weird
Badlands more or less
discussion.
works as a slightly dumb, undemanding, but reliable sort of movie that doesn't ask too much from its audience. Here's the problem though, it's not a generic sci-fi adventure movie, it's a fucking Predator movie, and that name comes with some pretty important expectations. You don't walk into a Predator movie looking for a quirky buddy adventure with cutesy animals and family drama any more than you'd walk into a Saw movie looking for a romantic comedy.
I mean, there's definitely some comedy in there, but it's not something that completely breaks the entirety of the story or anything. Badlands for
I mean, it's
kind of
Work
missing
the
the
story,
point
whatever
of-
that means. Like, I'm not really sure what it means for the comedy.
Well, but
to
like, that's not
break
even
the story.
Did Drinker even
Like,
say that?
He's saying that you
No.
don't expect comedy.
Yeah, which I don't even know how
He's
you can
basically
deny.
of this
I
kind.
don't know if that's true because there's always been some degree of comedy in Predator, not necessarily from the Predators themselves though.
No, but it's
Yeah,
also
it took-
grounded in the characters delivering it. So, what's his name in the first one who tells the like really bad jokes, which is kind of grounded in
Hawkins.
Hawkins tells the really bad jokes, and then
Yeah.
the reactions of different people around him,
Amazing
which play
jokes.
into their established characters, can also be kind of funny. But that's character-led, character-driven humor, which is used very occasionally just to lighten up an incredibly dour and serious type of story. Whereas in this movie, you can't get anywhere near seriousness without having a joke which is independent of character, designed only to extract you from the scene. So
Well, there is-
seemingly there's the big moment where he finally finds the Callisk. He's also learned about his betrayal by Thea. Should be a really serious, dramatic moment. He's going up against the thing he can't possibly beat, and he's been betrayed. What happens? Oh, you get a cutaway as he gets smashed through the room, and she loses the legs that are being attached to her, and she says, "Oh, for God's sake!" And it's like
That just happened.
That is kind of comedy
yeah, that's
breaking a
Disney.
scene, if not a story.
That's Disney
happened,
comedy,
yeah.
as opposed to Predator 1, which the comedy is offsetting. It's basically telling a story in and of itself that these soldiers are so hardened that they tell jokes kind of in the face of death, basically.
Mhm.
You mean, I just
And
go
also
as far
the-
as saying it's very character focused. The telling of jokes in the original film
Yeah.
does a great
Bud
job.
just exists essentially. Obviously, Bud has incredible plot implications, but Bud is a comedy, fun, cute character. That's
Yeah, it's
Bud's
nothing
point.
new.
That's
Comedic
the point.
Cartoon it's Jar Jar Binks. We've done this. It doesn't work very well historically in a lot of things, but hey, you want to give it a shot? Go ahead. He's not as annoying as Jar Jar, I guess. Though I've come to love Jar Jar in my
guess.
own way.
the most part, takes itself pretty seriously. The only character
A lot of the seriousness is very much undermined in this film, semi-regularly. So
who makes jokes here and there is the android character Thea. Deck, the Yalta main character, makes one joke throughout the entire movie.
I don't know if that matters, considering most of the time is spent with either or both of those characters making jokes all the time. So, the
There's also
idea,
the
Yeah,
subject
and
of
again,
joke
Bud
scene.
is a comedy character.
yeah.
Yeah, and Bud's comedy is riffing off of Deck as well. So the one joke Deck tells in the movie is the Yautja toy which explodes, but he's part of other comedic scenes in which he's either the butt of the joke or he's kind of an interlocutor in the joke. So with Bud, you get the bit where Bud is mimicking Dick's sort of nighttime routine stretches. Again, Predator movie. Fuck off. But that's what's in it. That's a joke in which Deck is a participant. So
By the way, none of this has anything to do with what Drinker said. He's just talking about expectations.
Yeah, he's talking about genre and franchise
What he said is-
expectations, which I
I
think
would
is
say-
totally fair.
Borderline undeniable what Drinker said. As in, if you've watched the Predator franchise, you're not going to be going in expecting what this movie delivers. Now, that can make for good results, can also make for bad ones. But what he said is true. You don't go into Saw expecting the criteria that he'd said as well. Romantic comedy, yeah, that is true.
That's it. Also, in case it wasn't clear from the premise of the film, this isn't a traditional Predator movie. This is a member.
Okay, so you agree? What are we doing?
Yes. At that point, you just concede, it's kind of Drinker's point, right?
Yep.
This is not what you would expect. If you want to say that it's good, that's a different argument.
Yeah, and you can even say that maybe people didn't expect Aliens from an Alien sequel, or maybe they didn't expect Predator 2 from a Predator sequel, maybe they didn't expect T2 from a Terminator sequel, and they were ended up very, very happy with them. It's like, you can make these points, but like none of this counters what Drinker said.
Of the clan who breaks away from their tradition. The whole movie is about him learning that the Yalta way.
Bro, you're rambling. This has nothing to do with what Drinker said.
He also keeps
Yeah,
pronouncing
still,
Yautja wrong, and it's annoying the shit out of me.
yeah.
Yautja.
It is a bit of annoying.
It's okay. He loves it. You know, it's fine.
Isn't necessarily the answer to everything. Now, obviously, he's still a killer. He still kills things throughout the movie. But there's nothing wrong with trying new things or taking the characters.
That's not. You're countering points that just never got made. I don't even know what's going on. He's like had 4
Yeah,
different
he
arguments that have nothing to do with what Drinker said. He's going off on his own tangents. Come
It's
back
a
to us.
very simple thing about
Come back.
genre and franchise expectations. Very simple.
Down a new path as long as it's executed well, which I would argue in this case, despite having some problems, it is.
Honestly, go watch the original Predator, then skip straight to this thing and just think about what you've witnessed. The difference in
Yeah,
tone,
jeez.
style, and intent is more jarring than taking an F1 car to 200 miles per hour and throwing it into reverse.
Categorically correct. Completely agree.
Which is true. These feel like they are just in different planets.
Yeah.
These two movies.
Just made with different era, different sensibilities, different artists, different
just
quality, different everything.
The tone and the pacing and just the deliberateness of it. Oh, it's totally different film.
It's insane to think these two movies even belong to the same franchise.
Yeah.
Quippy humor and
We've been there many times now, Drinker, with so many franchises. How do they belong to the same? But yeah.
Yeah.
animal sidekicks absolutely do not belong anywhere near a Predator movie. I mean, why do you think Shane Black's film was such a gigantic clusterfuck?
I'm sorry, did you create the Predator franchise? Do you own the IP?
What? You can only criticize
What-
if you
what are we
invented the
doing?
thing.
Come on,
What
man.
the hell?
This
Oh,
is
sorry,
juvenile.
Drinker. Did you create
Do you
the
have the
franchise?
IP?
Do you
No.
own it?
Something that an
Disney
actual child
owns it.
says.
So Disney gets to say every single thing that they want to do with this franchise, and you're not allowed to have any say in the matter. What a weird thing to say.
I mean, well, it's just, he's got nothing. This is the best he could pull. It's like, you don't own the IP. Like, oh, you got me. I'm fucked now.
You don't get to decide what does and doesn't belong in something.
How the fuck does
I before you told Drink that, I'm sure he didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, I don't get to decide what happens in these movies that I don't make. Oh,
Thank you,
shit.
ICHD, for telling me that I didn't make it.
How the fuck does a movie from 1987 look better than a $100 million Disney project with cutting-edge special effects?
A question we will never have answered that we ask every fucking day about every fucking franchise. Don't worry about it, though. Just don't worry about it.
How have we gone so
It's meant to look like shit.
Yeah, that would be the
Well,
thing.
here-
He's supposed to be the runt. Of course, he looks like
Okay.
that.
Right.
So, to be clear, the original Predator is not handsome. All right?
Yes, he is.
That is not the issue.
I disagree. That is one sexy
He's a
motherfucker.
beautiful.
right there.
He's a beautiful boy.
I just want to be clear. You didn't have to make him look retarded to make him the runt of the litter. That's not.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, everyone makes this
It just
fucking
means
point
he's
now.
smaller. A
Yeah.
runt is just. Well, if you think everyone makes this, then you're going to be disappointed moving forward in this video. But yeah, the run is just smaller. It's not like they're so deformed and weird that they look like they're not a species. If you take Deck and put him next to Quay and Jara, then he doesn't look like he's related to them. He just looks like a different, entire different kind of predator from what they are.
What does the Predator Milkman look like? That's really the question.
Interesting question. Interesting.
Someone's got to look. Someone's got to build the starships.
It's a job to
okay?
do. It is a job to do.
Even the
But yeah.
Klingons knew to address this in Star Trek.
It's I think we talked about it, but like my big issue was it's like they have a human on the left and then the 87 one on the right and then this one in the middle, and they're like, see, we humanized him, and it's like, that was a fucking mistake, wasn't it? Nice.
Wouldn't have done that.
No, definitely not. Now he looks retarded, so good job.
But
Far
yeah,
back-
Muller, just to reiterate, there's very few things I disagree with in the original Predator, but "you are one ugly motherfucker" is I do not agree with that line at all. I think that this is
You can be ugly
the
and
most
badass.
beautiful. Yeah, no,
he's
it's the
hot.
most beautiful thing I've
badass.
ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the Predator. He's fucking awesome.
He's classic alien design that will
It is
stand the test of time.
so cool. He's so unique. Excellent job. The 2025 one, please go away. I never wish to see you again, but I probably
Pretty much
will.
most of the ones that have come out since,
Yeah.
I would say since the second movie, because the second one still looked pretty good.
There's, we've
Yeah,
got
the
a
one in the
whole,
second one looks
whole
pretty good.
variety.
I think
and
Praise looks really
It
good.
wasn't quite as good. Like the one in the second one, you could tell it wasn't Stan Winston. Like it wasn't the best work, and they clearly rushed it a little bit to get out, to try and capitalize. But it didn't look jarringly drop offish.
Backwards. I honestly can't emphasize enough how soul-crushingly horrible a downgrade this actually is.
I mean, I personally think they look good, but for different reasons. I love how he puts these two pictures up, making it seem like this movie's Predator is like a downgrade or something.
It is.
Heaven
It is clearly a
will make that
downgrade.
point.
Most people
I feel
agree it's a
ramping
downgrade.
Up to that is the point.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel it. I feel it coming.
Which he is. And
Wait, hang on, wait.
Oh.
All right.
Hang on.
Wait, hold on. You actually
hang on.
gotta rewind that.
It
That's-
is.
I mean, I personally think they look good, but for different reasons. I love how he puts these two pictures up, making it seem like this movie's Predator is like a downgrade or something, which he is.
Bro,
And that's
What? I like how
He's
he puts
gonna-
these pictures up, making it seem like the Predator is a downgrade, which he is.
But he's gonna go on, and he'll go on to make the fucking
But-
inevitable. That's because he's supposed to be a run.
It's
and that's
already
what he's
over.
you might want to
Yeah.
redraft that then. Instead, you should have said, but Drinker, you don't understand. It's supposed to be the way that you've just analyzed it. Instead of saying, you think it's a downgrade? Well, it is. This is the fucking Total Recall meme.
I'll teach him.
done intentionally. Even through, through his character design. It makes sense.
Yeah, he looks retarded on purpose.
Yes, it
Cool.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Why do
because
people not
we're talking- this is
understand?
height. This
Why-
is on. This,
Why do-
this is
why do
comparing
people-
height.
That's height as well, so I don't
Yeah.
know why we're pointing that out. But why do people not understand? When you say, yeah, it's meant to be shit, that doesn't make people go, oh, well, now I feel like it's not. In fact, you're telling me that it is.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
The
It's not
reaction
the
is
argument.
the reaction.
It's just
If
not the
you're
response.
eliciting a negative reaction and you're saying, well, that was the point. It's like, I mean, I guess good luck to you. Like,
You
sure,
did it.
if you
I was
wanna do
only.
that, then
Yeah,
go
it's not
for
even
it.
I was pretending to be retarded. It's like I'm retarded by design. And I'm like, all right.
By the way, I hate the
Sure,
upgrade
yeah.
Predator too, because he's like full CG bulletproof
Yeah, that
Predator.
looks
It's
stupid.
shit.
Yeah, dumb.
Even then, there's more like design fidelity there. If you just like the basic head shape stuff.
Oh,
is
sure.
just- when you put them side by side
Yep,
like
the
that, is
hairline, the head
even more
shape.
shocking. It's just like these three of these, even if one of them comes from a really shit movie and is a shit idea, they look like they are the same species or derivatives of the same species. Then you get to the fourth one, and it's just like, no.
Ah, but you
What are
see,
you?
Platoon, when you're the runt of the litter, you're a different species. It's like, wait a minute.
Since Deck is the runt of his clan. He's nowhere as experienced or as evolved as the typical.
As experienced would have nothing to
He's
do with how he
evolved.
looks. That's like, unless we're
Or
talking
your
about war
evolution
wounds.
level.
Evolved. Wow. How do you think evolution works, my dude?
Well, he's a
Pokemon
Pokemon
evolution.
evolution.
Yeah.
The more you learn, the further you get along, and then you change form.
Well. You learn something new every day about the Yowza.
Predators
Yow-
that we've seen before. So it makes perfect sense that he looks like that. I mean,
Uh-huh. Perfect sense.
Perfect sense that he
Mhm.
looks genetically completely different from his family
Looks like a
members
retard.
and no other predator.
I've heard this argument so many times. I'm just waiting for when someone addresses the argument, instead of addressing an adjacent one.
hell, look at the other Predator designs in the movie. They could have easily made him look like that if they wanted to.
Why on earth?
But
That's-
he's related
what-
to them.
And
Those
also
are his.
doesn't-
Those are his kin.
It just doesn't even address the point. That's just like a random thought. It's like,
Well, it
all
seems
right.
like the argument is, well, they could have made him look better. They chose not to. It's like, oh, damn, I think that's worse.
I was going to say
But,
that
alright.
the whole issue is with the design inconsistencies. If they chose to do it, that's still valid then as a criticism.
Would you program a synth for a high priority mission like this to act like some ditzy bimbo with Tourette's? She literally never shuts the fuck up, and
True.
90% of what she says is inane, unfunny, meaningless babble. It's like being at a party and getting stuck with that one girl who's convinced she's funny as fuck and just won't stop trying to prove it to you.
I think
Yeah, well, you fool, Drinker. Well, you should have learned from
Yeah.
watching the movie that she is supposed to be an inane, babbling retard, and that's how she's been programmed. But of course, the
So
point...
if you're annoyed by that, you fell in right into their trap.
That's what I mean, though. Like, if we're at this point for just talking about the movie and how good it is by saying it's bad on purpose, I'm just like, okay, that's great, man.
think that's kind of the point.
Yeah, kind of the point. There we go. Cool. Thank you. Thumbs up.
She's supposed to be talkative and annoying at first. Hell, even the main
At first. I don't think it alters as the movie goes on.
You remember the point in the film where she stops being super annoying, right? You know, the part when,
character
when
gets
everything
annoyed with her
changes.
to the point where he actually considers abandoning her on multiple occasions.
And doesn't. So,
And
I don't know why you brought that up.
I am gonna say this, and people might not agree, but they do dial back a little bit on the annoyance. I don't think it's enough, but they do dial back a little bit. And I think it was a crappy technique they were trying. Like, I legitimately believe that they wrote her as annoying as possible up front. They just didn't dial it back enough because it was going to be like a general warming of the character. I just don't think the writer was good enough to do that.
Oh, I certainly agree with you on the writing part. As for maybe the frequency is turned down as the film goes on, I just remember never finding anything she had to say particularly insightful, fun, or tolerable.
It was the opposite, where a lot of the stuff she said made me just like ask questions about the world building, and character stuff, and it made me question things.
Well, I mean,
I gotta say, I think it was an attempt to do a thing that clearly it was over the writer's head.
That's the film.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I realise this is literally a Disneyfied version of the Predator, neutered and toothless, with all the tropes and cliches you expect from a Disney movie. An emotionally vulnerable hero on a quest to take down a monster, a sinister family member working against them, a quirky sidekick for comedy banter, a cute little animal friend for merchandising purposes.
Yeah, like if you described this to me before this movie had even been marketed, I'd have just been like, what are you talking about? They're not going to do that.
This is a Predator. Yeah. You watched the wrong movie.
Noteworthy that they hid the Baby Yoda. They hid that for a while.
Yeah, I was saying that. Obviously, when we were breaking it down, that I when this thing got introduced, I figured it was like a one act or one scene creature. I had no fucking clue it was going to be a main character.
It'd be like the most important character in the movie.
Yeah.
And a sequel bait ending to help set up an extended cinematic universe.
Yay.
And it all just makes me feel kind of sick. The realization that just like Alien, this is what the Predator franchise has devolved into. A financial commodity instead of a sharp and violent artistic endeavor, reshaped and remolded into a safe, inoffensive, focus-tested corporate product, ready to be churned out by the truckload until it becomes financially unviable.
Many such cases.
Lissai.
Yes, guys, this is what the Predator franchise has become. This is what you should be afraid of. This is how much Disney hates the Predator series. This man just said Disney made Predator safe and inoffensive.
Well, hang on. Isn't this Prey?
This is Prey. This is a different film, but
he calls this safe and inoffensive. He
called Predator Badlands safe and inoffensive.
Yeah, he was specifically talking about Badlands.
Yeah,
Drinker's
this is a different film.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I've seen Drinker's review. Doesn't he say it made Prey look like a masterpiece in comparison? Or he said it looked really good in comparison, something like that. He's more favorable
a few times as well. I mean, there's no equivalent in Badlands of this scene, for example. No equivalent whatsoever. Badlands is so much tamer and safer and less edgy than this, which is not particularly edgy or offensive, but it's still more of a shock moment with more behind it than anything you'll see in the next one.
And for the record, Prey is obviously safer than Predator. It's just that, Predator Badlands is notably, I don't know what the exactly, like it's Disney-fied. It's what a lot of people called it, and I'd agree.
Calls this safe and inoffensive.
No, this is a different movie.
Yeah,
I feel like to any Predator fan, this should basically tell you all you need to know about his idea of the Predator as a whole. He's not judging the movie on its own merit.
He was, and then you switched it to two other movies.
Started talking about a new film.
A Predator movie or any of what you're actually supposed to do in a review. He hates it because it's Disney making it. That's basically all there is to it.
So all those references he gave you that you then switched to a different film, thus made his argument fucking moot. Like, how do you listen to?
It's quite a strategy. Very powerful.
Yeah, like how do you watch this over and go, man? What a coherent response.
Yeah,
I'm really proud of this.
Good job.
That's basically any of his reviews on a Disney property nowadays is, regardless if it's actually good or not.
Oh my god, that's all
right, go
of
ahead.
them, man.
Fucking defend the newest Star Wars slop. Go for it. Why not? Tell me why the Acolyte is actually great. Yeah.
Anyhow, he doesn't really make any good points, so I'm just gonna end it here. That's gonna be it for the video.
Okay.
All right.
That's all
That's
that
one
was
down.
even approaching something of fodder in there. So that's one down. One video down. And now we proceed to our next video. How
Ooh.
exciting. Ooh.
Drunken misses the point. Hot garbage.
Critical
Half that
Drinkers
statement's
review.
correct.
Yeah, Critical Drinkers review of Predator Badlands is hot garbage. Hunting Griffly Bears. This
What
is
the
by
fuck is that?
Otterly Noah. Well, this is
I
Otterly
guess
Noah's
grizzly
grizzly
bears,
bears,
he's a
but they
grifter.
grift.
He's a
Grizzly,
grifter.
yeah, grizzly
yeah.
bears, but they grift.
Wow. They thought
He's
that
really
was
clever.
really clever.
Holy
really
shit.
good stuff.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck,
that was-
that's amazing.
Griff,
oh my
Grizzly,
god.
grizzly.
Grizzly bears.
Griff,
Holy
We're
Griff,
shit.
strongly in the re-grifting movement now. Grifting on perceived
Dude,
grifters.
That might be
Mhm.
the least useful word on the internet at this point, is grifter. There's no fucking
It
point.
is,
Oh god, yeah.
yeah, it's up
Grifter
there
and
with
shill have
designers.
both become basically meaningless at this point, in my opinion.
Pretty
They're-
much.
they
Shill's
get thrown-
got,
they get-
Shill's got a little in the tank still. But,
Little bit.
Yeah.
More than
just a little
grifter.
bit.
Exciting stuff.
So just recently, Predator Badlands just released in theaters, and surprisingly, against all odds, actually
I do like that phrasing though. Recently, it just released, which is like, oh, that's true. You know, that is true.
ended up waking up the box office after an incredibly slow October. But thankfully, Predator Badlands seems to
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. We've been looking at these numbers,
That's,
right?
that's something that I've seen people saying on Twitter. That feels like just another one of these things that people say, like, oh, yeah, man, box office was in the shit. And then Predator Badlands came out. It's like, oh, so one major film from a major studio came out and made some money that you would expect, but also not good enough.
Well, so it's
Man,
It's-
really
it's
want the
below
box
its
office up.
projections, the average projections anyway, and then it's
Probably will
tracking.
not.
It's tracking like
quite
not far away
negatively.
from Tron Ares, which was October, right? Or am I misremembering that?
That was all. That was,
Yeah,
I think,
that
one of the
was
biggest things
October,
to release in October.
And
But
also
I
It
think-
just
I guess
came
the
out and I can't
counter-
remember.
The counter
Yes, it
argument
is
is
gonna be
that
a bit
everything in
awkward, yeah.
October like underperformed, and obviously the big news story was that it was the lowest October box office for 27 years or whatever it was, and then here comes a movie that did not underperform its own expectations. Therefore, the trend has been bucked.
I
you
mean,
think, is
It's
It's
not
loose.
like I just don't think it's significant, but okay, fine. Like it's doing a little better than some of the other stuff's come out in October. Is it going to make more profit than Shelby Oaks? That's what everyone's wondering. We'll find out.
Ooh,
Well,
Battle of
historically, October's
the
pretty
Titans.
slow.
Hell yes, Battle of the Titans.
have revived the box office for November with a $40 million debut. And especially with Tron Ares, I think you can draw a pretty apt comparison between that and Predator Badlands, since they're
Funny if this film made about as much as Tron.
It will be
Ares,
very
about
funny, yeah.
$40 million.
That's very
It's
possible.
wild.
Like I
half
said,
of the
with-
budget though, so yeah.
It
Somewhat,
is
that's
half
more of an
the budget,
indictment of
but-
Tron than it is of Predator, though.
Badlands, since they're both Disney movies that take a classic 80s IP that has a very distinct formula to it, and take that formula in a completely different direction while still staying very faithful to the original films.
Okay.
I knew Splatoon would like that. This
Oh.
Tron Ares really does stay faithful to. It's really the soul of Tron that it's able to just keep,
It's more that
keep a
I'm just
hold
kind of
of.
shocked, and I'm almost admiring because he already had a difficult job convincing me that Predator Badlands was good and defensible, but trying to defend Predator Badlands and Tron at the same time that's
a tough one.
Good luck.
I like that some people choose to make their videos on hard mode. I
Yeah,
respect
man.
that. I respect that.
So, question: am I mistaken? I thought everyone didn't like Ares. Did anyone like it? Would people?
I was very just
I-
like, whatever.
That seems
I'm
to
not
be
a
the most
huge- I'm not a
positive
huge
thing I
Tron.
hear people say about it. Is that
Yeah,
eh.
I just broadly
I'm
saw
not a
everyone
huge
making
Tron
fun of it.
person to begin with, so I
Nobody
guess,
is. That's the
yeah.
problem.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that was kind of my video was all about that. I was like, there's really not much of a there's some diehards here and there that seem to have come out of the woodwork, but for the most part, people forget it exists.
Well, yeah, I'm not a Tron fan, but I still felt offended on Tron's behalf that Ares
Yeah.
exists. We're not even
100%.
friends, and I'm just out of sheer decency. I'm upset.
It was very rude. Ares needs to go away forever. Off you go, Jared Leto. Off to your island. Take the movie with you.
Oh, back to your cult. That's what they play at all the cult meetings. They have to watch Tron Ares.
But whereas Tron Ares unfortunately failed to land with audiences
Oh wow! I think it's very fortunate it didn't land with audiences. Thank fuck we don't have to get a sequel
Thank
for
God,
that piece
yeah.
of shit.
There's no.
But all
there's
right,
no
fair
more.
enough. To each their own.
Despite, by all intents and purposes, being a pretty solid film, Predator Badlands seems to have really taken off. It really seems a lot of people like this movie, and rightfully so.
It needs to take off far more than it is
It needs
taking
to do
off.
a lot of
Yeah.
taking off. It's still in the process of.
We will.
It is still on the runway.
Yeah,
It
we'll keep an eye on its
needs
legs.
to gather up a lot of speed.
But I wouldn't be hopeful that this movie is going to be making a significant profit. I would put that
Yeah.
in the very unlikely category.
Pretty solid film. But unfortunately, it looks like a certain notorious
This fucker, this guy,
That
this
guy.
Piece of
grifter.
shit. Fuck you. Look at his face.
Grifter
Look
alert.
at that fucking beard. The stupid glasses.
Do you know that none of those figurines in the back are real? That's all AI. He's trying to come across as a
What?
nerd. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what?
You can tell because
been
they're all.
bamboozled.
Can you notice how they're all out of focus? They're all a little blurry. That's because
Yeah.
it's AI. Yeah.
Grifter's gonna grift.
Oh, that's why. He
Yeah.
probably can't even play that guitar.
Yep. So
Fucker.
get exposed.
subset of reviewers on YouTube and other platforms.
Oh, the pronouns guy. I know
The
that.
pronouns guy.
Have not taken so kindly to this movie.
Ah, the cockroaches guy. I know all these
La
characters.
Roche.
La Roche.
cucaracha charmer. La cucaracha.
Whatsoever. However, rather
I don't know
That
this one.
No,
I
who
don't know
that
who
is.
this is either. Pumpkin shirt lady?
Got Godzilla -1 poster in the background there, framed. I
I
think.
actually am not a fan of that shirt. I feel like there's not nearly enough pumpkins on that
Yeah,
shirt.
like
The
if you
pumpkins need to be
said-
definitely bigger. I would
There
say
needs
this
to
is
be-
a pro-
needs
I
to
would say
needs
this
dominate
to
a
be
bit
more.
more.
the
It
amount of
needs to be
pumpkins, they're
full
just
of
not large
pumpkins.
enough.
It needs to be full of pumpkins, but there's just like a couple here and there, and they're positioned oddly, and they're so small and they're so few. It's like, yeah, I got a pumpkin shirt, I guess.
I've seen some people say Jestabel is apparently this channel. All right, well,
Oh,
another,
I actually
Isabel?
do know her. I've heard the name before.
Wow.
another
fake-
grifter.
wow,
You
fake
probably
friend.
forgot because you don't remember grifters.
Yeah, you
I've
don't
heard the
actually
name.
watch
I've never
reviews or
watched any
something.
of the videos though, but I have heard the name Jester Bell before.
Mm-hmm.
than
Yeah, I don't know
actually
anything about
offering
this
any
person.
substantial criticism about Predator Badlands, it seems there's
Melanie, Tomb Raider,
Melanie, what a wacky lady.
Halloween.
simply mad that a woman is one of the main characters in the film.
Noggy
Oh,
J.
boy. It's also funny
Wait,
because
Hold on,
the-
all of the
SpongeBob
women,
was in
We got the
all of
Avengers
these
here.
Women are mad that a woman is the main character in the
Yeah.
film.
I mean,
Women,
Yeah.
women,
Women
are,
violence,
women
man.
famously hate women.
Yeah. This
Women
It's
are
true, yeah,
famously
nobody
misogynistic,
hates a
yeah.
woman like a woman, but even so,
That's true. It's
Well,
like
we,
no one hates
um,
Star Wars more than Star Wars fans, from what I hear.
chat probably wouldn't know this, but there was the great war of. What episode was it? When we covered Jenny Nichols. I was about to use the number.
Oh.
Completely forgot. 67?
I don't know. Something like that.
Well, yeah, we once criticized a woman. Never doing that again. My goodness.
Oh, Mahler, if pay attention when just watch. You'll be shocked.
Oh, no.
You'll be shocked. Speaking of Jenny Nichols.
Oh, no.
the exact same things that he tried to knock the Prey trailer for and call it woke propaganda as a result of are actually the exact
Did Drinker call Prey woke propaganda?
I thought he said it was okay when it came out, and then sort of revised
Oh
it.
wait,
over
or is
time.
this the thing of that he said that he thought the trailer looked shit, and then he said the movie was all right, and then everybody said that he
was
because he saw
said it was
advertising,
surprisingly grifted?
he abandoned his
Yeah.
pretty much that he didn't actually change his mind watching the film. He just realized, oh shit, everybody likes this movie. Well, I guess I gotta abandon that position and just go along with what everybody else
I
is saying.
see. So how come he hasn't done that for all the other takes that go against the grain?
No, it's weird. Well, and also just why can't we entertain the prospect that he changed his mind?
No.
It's
No.
impossible.
Because that doesn't.
No.
The whole point of
no,
calling
he's a
people
griftly
grifters-
bear, and
You
griftly bears
can't.
never
You
change
can't
their
possibly
mind.
change. You
Griffly
can't possibly change your
bears.
opinion. Your first initial gut reaction is the one that you're required to keep at all times. So that
Well,
way
and
we
also,
can continue
I mean,
to
you know, it's a little bit-
to hammer our point home.
You're allowed to judge a trailer. The whole point of a trailer is to be judged. They just
To
want
be
you to
judged.
judge it positively. That's it.
I judge books by cover. That's what the cover is for.
I mean, we've changed our mind on stuff as well. It's crazy. It can happen.
Yeah.
same things that he gave praise to the 1998 Mulan film for when he was reviewing the live-action version. So
I can fucking guarantee you that Drinker would never have said that the reasons why Mulan, the original film, are good, or why Prey is bad, or whatever the fuck logic you had there. Man,
Oh,
sometimes
no.
I just like assume he's not only like super lying and disingenuous, but he's like a hyper retard. Drinker's like a bag of rocks.
The original actually took a pretty
He's like a
balanced and
bag of
realistic
rocks.
view of the subject of women serving in the military. Animated Mulan wasn't particularly big or strong or good at fighting because that wouldn't be realistic given her background. She was actually kind of clumsy and unsure of herself, and she had to work extra hard just to keep up with her male counterparts. But the difference here is that Prey is a prequel, you see. A prequel about a young Native American girl who has to defy her tribal traditions in order to take on a nearly invincible hunter from another world. Because, you know, if elite special forces operatives, hard-boiled detectives, and entire squads of specially trained government agents can't stop these things, then a 100-pound teenage girl is definitely going to make the difference.
Corporate needs you to find the differences.
Those aren't the same thing, even remotely.
That's
Yeah.
not the same
No.
thing. Yeah, I don't
Those are
even know
completely
why.
different scenarios in virtually every regard. There's basically nothing about them that's
He's doing-
even really comparable.
Do you not
This
remember
is-
the bit in the
is
original
involved.
Mulan where Mulan fights a predator?
This
I remember
is
that
the
bit as
same
well.
picture meme. That was
It
not
was
the
a
same
Chinese
picture.
predator too.
Fucking hell.
It's between this picture
The Huns
and
weren't
this
Chinese.
picture. They're the same picture.
Fucking hell. Sorry, no.
Is that his position? Is that what he's trying to suggest?
Jesus.
Like Mulan and Prey are very similar to each other.
So
They're not.
Mulan is a fucking great film. Like,
Phenomenal.
man, go watch our EFAP movies on it. Oh, what a great movie. Prey. I like things in Prey, but let's calm down. let's
The things that are good in Prey have virtually nothing to do with the protagonist of Prey.
let's calm down.
Find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
So he
Oof.
tries to knock
Really
one
bad
film
editing.
for the exact same kinds of things that he praises another film for.
Yeah, nah. It's,
No, that's not what you compared. That's not what you
Yeah.
showed.
not the clips.
Completely
No.
How can you
incomparable.
not see that that's not what you showed?
I guess he broadened it out to woman defies expectations. Like, same
That
movie.
does seem to be it, yeah.
I mean, if we want to be that reductive, sure, but you can do that for a whole bunch of stories that aren't even remotely similar.
The hypocrisy is very blatant with someone like Drinker, and he can't ever keep his talking points straight, and really just isn't a real critic whatsoever.
He's not real. He's
not real.
He's a boogeyman.
He's like in your dreams. He's like Freddy Krueger. He gets you in your critic dreams.
He gets you when you pass out drunk. That's the
Oh,
only time
no.
he gets you. It's
Comes and takes your empty bottles.
yeah.
Oh, he
That's
gets you.
that. Well, that one's true though.
Not even that
He
bad.
does do that.
Cleans it up. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice,
he's
yeah.
not really just tidy. He's
Yeah.
very nice. He gets
And-
5
and-
cents for him each over at the recyclers. Yeah, that's why
In
he's
this
got that
review,
big
he
cart
seems
with
to
him.
completely miss the point of so many things at every turn, and also shows a real lack of media literacy.
Hey.
Hey,
It's a real lack of media literacy.
You love to see it.
We did just joke about the fact that Drinker's not real, but there is that video going around that's using his voice that isn't actually him. So.
Yeah. There is a fake drinker
possibility.
running around.
there is a AI Drinker.
And also just straight up lies about things in the movie as well.
Life really is a matter
Lies.
of perspective.
Lies, yeah.
You liar, drinker. You liar.
you Weasley little liar. Oh, are we gonna have to add the Dark Viper one to
Oh,
the?
yeah.
I
think-
that's
Well,
a
so,
really
okay,
good
so we've
one.
got
Oh, yeah.
Anakin's liar, and then you've got Dark Viper's.
Liar.
Why can you not
Don't
stop lying? Please stop lying. What is wrong with you?
And then
Every single thing. Oh, everything you said is a lie.
And then
I spent
Boogie's.
4 days.
Boogs is pretty iconic too. We gotta have all of them, right? You can't just get rid of one of them. You gotta keep them all in rotation as
That's
best
right,
you
they all
can.
get to go on the
Yeah.
liar shelf.
Yes.
The liar shelf. The
Please
Liar Hall
stop
of Fame.
lying.
Oh, yes, and we can't forget Ares. Lies!
Oh, it's a classic. There's so many lies in the world.
For example, your
I
boyfriend
love
isn't
cinema.
really a useless, effeminate pussy who makes your skin crawl. He's actually just
By the way, just to be clear, that's Otterly Noah has censored the word pussy.
I was about to say, Rags, you censor that? Because
that
no
was,
way.
That was not. No, I would add more pussy.
I'm-
Because as we all know, it is short for pusillanimous. Of course, we all knew
Yes.
that. Now,
Yes.
but yes, I just wanted to make sure, and I did have to double check. It was Otterly Noah who has censored the word pussy.
What a shame. I think pussy is great. You know,
It's a very
thumbs
fun
up.
thing to
Pussy.
do.
Even Platoon. Who doesn't love? Who doesn't?
Especially the
love
ones
it?
that are as big as a house.
I've owned a pussy before.
He has
It was-
appreciation,
it was,
yeah.
Yeah.
Redefining masculinity. Predator Badlands isn't actually a goofy buddy comedy complete with cute animal sidekicks, an insecure protagonist with daddy issues who has to learn to connect with his emotions.
Wow, so right off the bat, that was a pretty convenient way of oversimplifying and also straight up misrepresenting just about everything.
You oversimplified that Mulan and Prey are the same.
Yeah.
Look, they're basically the same movie. Okay.
This is so like, you know, we could be real here. Drink has obviously given a flippant summary. We're allowed to do that. Everyone's allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's his creative stylistic choice, and I'm totally down for it. The movie doesn't deserve a great deal of solemnity or respect, really. He's being very, as you said, flippant, casual.
About everything in this film. There's quite a lot to unpack in just that one sentence if I'm being real, but let's start with the fact that Drinker calls this film a buddy comedy.
Are you f***ing dumb?
I think anyone with just a passing...
I mean, there are buddies and there are jokes.
And it's a comedy, yeah. I mean, it's closer
remember,
to a buddy
the
comedy
buddy
than
is
any
a
other.
joke character, to the point where the character's name is Bud, and Bud is a literal comedy character.
But yeah, I think
no
that's
less an
fair.
authority than Grace Randolph herself said that this Badlands even reminded her of an Arnold Schwarzenegger comedy movie.
There are many people.
Grace Randolph said a lot of wonderful things.
Many people who
I would
like
never
this
disagree with
film-
our queen. Of course not.
Many people who like this film and celebrate this film refer to it that way. And they are happy about this choice creatively. And for the record, if you had someone who's amazing at writing, maybe peak Edgar Wright, maybe he could have made a buddy comedy Predator movie that we'd all enjoy. Tough. It's a tough one, but you know.
Knowledge of the Predator franchise as a whole can very easily tell you this is not a buddy comedy franchise.
That
Not a franchise, but
that
that's
wasn't
the
the
point.
claim.
This movie, it's this movie.
Is he saying, like, Drinker, what an idiot. You think that Predator is a buddy comedy franchise?
I almost want to go back because there's no way he went that far off the reservation immediately, right? Like, come on.
Simplifying and also straight up misrepresenting just about everything in this film. There's quite a lot to unpack in just that one sentence if I'm being real, but let's start with the fact that Drinker calls this film a buddy comedy.
Are you f***ing dumb?
I think anyone with just a passing knowledge of the Predator franchise as a whole can very easily tell you this is not a buddy comedy franchise. Toy Story is a buddy comedy. Blades of Glory is a buddy...
What the fuck is happening? What is happening?
No, hold on. Play it for a little while longer. I have a
actually-
feeling that the point hasn't gotten there yet. I think he's backing into his point.
I think he's already screwed up, but we'll see.
Let's see.
Buddy comedy.
I mean, I don't think the
Predator
point's
is
gonna
an
work,
action
but-
thriller franchise. I think you could also say there's definitely some elements of horror in the Predator films as well, although it's not as prevalent as something like Alien, which I would consider.
He's lost his mind. He's
just randomly got
retract
into
my
a tangent
previous
for
statement. I apologize to everybody, and I will.
You were nice for having faith in Otterly. No,
Yeah, I apologize. I will take my own life after the end of the stream.
You haven't been here long enough. All
Is
these
he
people
saying
have
that
retarded.
Drinker has to be lying here because he knows very well that the Predator franchise would never have a buddy comedy? Is that the point?
I don't. Well, he didn't say that. He just said it's not a buddy comedy franchise.
But that's
as though he thinks that that's what the claim was.
Yeah, what the fuck's that got to do with what Drinker said? I don't understand.
But nothing at all, and especially given everybody else praises the movie, and this guy probably would as well, for being a new direction for the franchise. Yeah, it's perfectly possible for this movie to be a buddy comedy, while no previous Predator movie has been a buddy comedy.
Rags, you didn't remove a section in the middle there, right? Like you're not you're not fucking with us. There's not like a line that you removed in the middle.
All of these fine films are available on youtube.com to watch at your leisure.
Okay.
So then, I did not remove anything that was important to any of the points being made.
Okay.
No.
So then I can only assume that he removed at least 20 seconds of his own video where he was, because there was no connection point there.
In much the same way he censored the word pussy, he must have accidentally also censored the part of his argument that has anything to fucking do with what's being talked about.
Exactly. Alrighty, well, good start. Good start.
Horror franchise. Predator tends to fall under the category of action thriller for a lot of people since it focuses more on action and spectacle rather than suspense and horror.
Why is he explaining this like
I
nobody
don't know.
knows this?
I don't know what's going on. I'm waiting for it to come back to drink it.
As you know.
But I don't think anyone would tell you these movies are buddy comedies, and that
Nor would Drinker. What are you talking about? What's happening?
actually includes Predator Badlands, even though Drinker apparently thinks it is a buddy comedy. But I think one of the funniest parts about this sentence is how he refers to the Predator in this film, whose name is Dak, as an insecure protagonist with—
Oh, we're moving on. There's the next point now. We're going to address the next. Cool.
He squashed that. Get fucked, Drinker. He's destroyed your point.
So I think, okay, I'm going to try to translate this retardation.
With a universal translator?
Yeah, with my universal translator. I think what he was trying to say was people called it a rom-com. And this is not a rom-com. I think that's the point he was trying to make.
He said buddy comedy many times.
But he ended up saying buddy comedy instead.
Many times,
though. Buddy comedy. And so like that's the point he was responding to. The rom-com point is a separate point, which some strange people did read into this movie. And
yeah,
it
that
doesn't
was
exist, but
that was
that's
pretty
not
stupid.
the one he's responding to here.
This is the actual journey that we went on. So Drinker thinks that Predator Badlands is a buddy comedy. Did you know that the Predator franchise is typically considered an action thriller franchise? It's got some horror elements in there, but not as much as the Alien franchise. Anyway, the Predator films are not buddy comedy films, including Predator Badlands. Moving on.
Yeah, so that, yeah, I maybe, yeah, that's what I thought, that maybe that, because I never actually ended up watching Drinker's video on this, so this is the first time I'm being exposed to a lot of the lines.
Fake fan, but all right.
It's just a common theme. If anybody begins by saying, "Oh, so and so they lacks media literacy," the person saying it invariably ends up being a completely illiterate moron. And
A little
so
bit.
this is no
It's
surprise.
managed to not understand what Drinker said, but maybe we'll get some better luck the more we progress.
The funniest parts about this sentence is how he refers to the Predator in this film, whose name is Dak, as an insecure protagonist with daddy issues. Gee, that's a pretty convenient and very simplistic way of boiling down Dak's entire character arc, where he sees his brother die due to—
You can see your brother die and also be insecure. Those actually aren't contradictory. If anything, watching your brother get killed might make you more insecure.
You know,
and
we don't
Drinker
make
also didn't lay out the
simplistic
relationship with the android. He also didn't go into depth about the little alien creature in that sentence you're picking apart. It's like, yeah, he didn't do a lot of things because it's a summary. It's a flippant summary of what he thinks of the film overall.
But also, I'm sorry, you said that Mulan and Prey are the same movie. Like, oh yeah, let's not be reductive here. Let's not do that.
the fact that his father actually kills his brother at the very start of the film, and ends up going to this alien planet as a result to slay this unkillable beast since he thinks it's what his brother would have wanted for him, and after meeting an android played by Elle Fanning has—
But none of this actually counts as what Drinker said, though.
No.
He's going off in his own direction here now.
His ideas of what being a hunter really means challenge for him, and also really begins to question himself on why he's actually doing this hunt, and also learns to break the cycle between him and his dad. And also
sounds like something an insecure protagonist
Yeah, it sounds like he's got
do.
some insecurities there. Yeah.
And a lot of this is that's just not the film. All these things that he's considering or thinking about, they're just not. That just wasn't in the movie.
It sounds like he's offended that you would refer to what he's going through as the result of an insecurity, when I'm sure Drinker would concede, as well as us, having an insecurity in a character is not a bad thing.
Nope.
Not necessarily.
As long as you make it a story.
Yeah, Drinker's obviously making fun of it, which he's allowed to do, and you seem to just be laying out how he's accurate in his description, but that you're offended that he didn't take more time to lay it out in more detail. You know, I guess get over it.
Far more of a man than his dad ever was. Funny you quite literally left all of that out in that very telling synopsis of yours there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you made all that up.
I enjoy this. It's funny how you didn't describe the whole movie. Curious. I wonder what your ulterior motives are here, you bastard.
Also, I assume Drinker would have talked at some point about parts of the story.
Probably.
Like, the entire video is not Drinker just saying Deck is an insecure protagonist. There's more to the video than that. So address the point specifically, maybe.
Drinker. This is pretty par for the course with all grifters, however. Rather than actually going into detail about the film, Drinker would much rather give you this incredibly short and honestly very narrow-minded look at what Predator Badlands is in his opinion in order to sell his—
You mean like calling Mulan the same as Prey? Narrow-minded and honestly pretty short? I don't know.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Audience on the idea that this film is woke propaganda, and clearly—
We'll play the clip.
Yeah, did he say that?
Play the clip.
Yeah, did he say that in the video? You
and then, of
show
course,
that.
What was his argument if he did say that? Like, give us the context, man. Come on. This is critical Drinker. He's easy to take down. He is a dingbat. He is a grifter.
He's got clearly has some sort of an alcohol problem.
Yeah.
Which means that you could catch him at his most vulnerable often.
It's funny because Drinker has actively pulled back on using the term woke. So every time you hear somebody say that he called it that, you know that they didn't pay attention.
Well, I think a load of people have, and that's the thing. It became very quickly a fucking useless word in terms of criticism anyway, because it's so broad and has so many shifting definitions. And then also movies changed in their tone and changed in their approach, and the word, even if you used it accurately, became less applicable. The problem is, and it's kind of the irony with people like this, I think he expanded the range of grifters he was covering in order to avoid dealing with specific points of any one of them. But they are all kind of stuck in 2020, 21. And so they have this concept of a grifter, and the grifter just talks about woke, 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 woke. And so that's what they still do today. And this is me as an anti-grifter. I have accurately summarized all of these very different channels in every single video they've ever made ever, and I don't need to explain or elaborate further. This is just what grifters are. Ironically, that's what a grifter does.
Yeah.
But these people are anti-grifters, so they can't possibly be a grifter.
Yeah, he's hunting griffly bears. He isn't a griffly bear.
He's got
That's why I call it regrifting.
Like all Drinker has done so far that we got a clip for was summarize the movie in an insulting way. I will concede he was mean. How could he?
Wow.
But obviously he doesn't think the movie's very good, so that's probably why he's attaching the connotations that he is. And you have managed to not counter it at all. You went on some random parts, and then you've run out this screed about like anti-woke people saying anti-woke, and it's just like, where did this? And I think it's what Platoon was just saying. It's like you were just waiting to say this because it's what you say. It reminds me of Xanderhall. The he's born of like the birth of bread tube, right? Like he's like, oh, they're great, and I'm going to do what they do, and he just has the same script every single time. So the one time, I don't remember why he'd heard of me, but he like threw all of the normal shit you throw at right-wingers at me. And I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you even referencing?
The famous right-winger that you are.
Actually doesn't correspond to anything ever in my videos ever. I get the same thing in comment sections when people will say, usually they'll do what this guy does and say, you're just another like long list of completely different creators who are different from each other, never mind me. And all you do is bang on about woke. And it's like, one time I did actually go and check, because, I've got all my scripts in Google Docs. It's like, when did I last use the word woke? And it turns out it's in all the scripts I've written, which it probably is into the millions of words at this point. In the last 3 years, the word woke has appeared twice. One of those was in the sentence, and he woke up. And the other one was criticizing an anti-woke talking point. So, like, it's not actually corresponding. It's just, you are doing the grifting thing, but you think you're virtuous and that you're not grifting. But you are just grifting. You are the grifter in this situation.
You can always tell when
Griffly bear, you big bear.
You can always tell when someone hasn't watched your video, which is hilarious because a lot of these people will accuse you of not watching the source material that you're critiquing, and then often you'll catch them in their own situation because they'll say, "Oh, well, you didn't mention this or you criticized this," and it's like, well, if you would have watched like 5 more minutes, you would know that I did not. And it's hilarious how that ends up happening. I think everybody on here has probably been compared to multiple people that have nothing to do with them.
Well, so we've got that fun accolade, which a handful of people have, I know, but I still enjoy that we've been called like Nazis, right-wing crazies, but also, Rags, were you not called a known leftist by Knobs at one point?
Yeah, no bullshit. Yeah, he called me a known leftist.
Known is such a funny way to put it before. I'm pretty sure there are a couple of different different YouTubers here, and like it depends on what we're doing at the time. Will be known as the extreme on one side or the other. So
it just reminds me a bit of like in the console wars, right, where you could simultaneously be called a PlayStation fanboy and an Xbox fanboy at the same time.
My favorite is always when there's a list of like, avoid these YouTubers, and they just put up a bunch of, it's like 150, 200 accounts, and you'll go down and you're like, some of these people are completely on the opposite side of things. How could they possibly be on the, because it's always these are grifting right-wing extremists. That's usually the list. And then sometimes you go down and you're like, no, some of these are not. Some of these are very the opposite of that.
Well, I just mean, if you had zero context for Drinker so far, this video is bizarre. You should be like, play the clips, man. Let me hear him say it,
Going to see it. Well, I hate to tell you, Drinker, but it looks like the audience has already spoken for you.
So this is
gonna be awkward.
so this is one of those that you never know at the time if this is going to be a good call or a bad call to put in. And so far,
I think it was
it's looking
safe
like
to
in
say
hindsight,
it was a bad call, even when it did better than its projections. It's just pretty simple.
because the projections were so low.
The projections were really low, and then it's like, oh, it made 40 million domestic, and the budget is 105 million. I don't know why anybody would be particularly confident with those numbers, but that's because a lot of people don't really like understand how like the film industry works.
But also, like, I don't understand what he thinks Drinker would say to this. It's like, ha, loser, it's doing well at the box office. Drinker would be like, okay.
Yes, that's a relevant point as well. Why would that matter when he's making his review of the film and what he thinks of the movie?
Well, we can, like I said, I think we were harsher on it than Drinker was. So it's like, so what do you guys have to say? I should be like, it's unfortunate. I don't want really bad stories to be successful. However, if they are, so be it.
That happens.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Lilo and Stitch remake made $1 billion, so I guess this guy would be like, ha, well, joke's on you, EFAP. Look at how much money it made.
Yeah, which again would just be like, okay.
Sure did. Yeah.
That's probably that does bear repeating. That is such a horrifying result. Really sad.
$1 billion. The remakes will never end. You thought that they were going to end because of Snow White? That was silly. That was really silly that anybody thought that was going to be the case.
And for those people who say, like, you know, don't talk about box office, it doesn't matter. Matters intensely, unfortunately.
Of course it matters. Yeah. What do you think these studios are making these films for? They want to make money. Whether or not they make money determines whether or not they will continue to make these movies or continue to employ specific filmmakers or writers or actors. They sure as hell care. And it's going to affect the movies that show up in cinemas, that when you go turn up to the cinema, like, oh, what movie can I watch? Well, if Lilo and Stitch makes $1 billion, you're probably going to see a lot more films like that at the box or at the cinema instead of, you know, a good movie.
Yeah, it's not a indication of quality, but it is an indication of whether or not it's going to continue being made.
Yep.
People are very clearly going to see this movie.
It's going to be funny if it fails, man.
Yeah.
Now, I can't say I was exactly bursting with anticipation when I went into this one, partly because the concept of a Predator movie told from the Predator's point of view felt like a fundamental betrayal of the very thing that makes them compelling, their mystique.
I do not agree with that at all.
No, I don't agree with that. I've spoken to him about this. It's fine.
I don't.
You want to
have
that
concern,
perspective,
but I don't agree.
Well, so fucking step one. I mean, you know that like the prey scenes from the Predator's POV. Like, I like all those. You know, where you see him just not necessarily all of the specific context, but what I'm aiming for is don't talk, do things that I can watch and be like, I wonder what he's up to and why he's doing it and what he's thinking, what he's feeling. I was saying about the AVP2 scenes with the wolf predator. This is, you know, it's interesting shit. So yeah, I disagree with this point, and I think we could have had an amazing Predator POV movie. I don't see why not. But
yeah, I think it'd be difficult to do, and I think to a degree you're playing with fire, and you could potentially kind of ruin the mystique. But the idea in and of itself is okay. It's all about execution.
This is certainly not the direction I would have gone with it, but you know.
No, of course not. But I mean, I would not want to be ruling that out as a possibility. I don't know why we would. Yeah, like I don't know why we'd say that necessarily having a film that explores the Predator's perspective like removes the mystique, or that even if it did, that like ruins it.
It would have had to be with if you're not doing the speaking thing, it's basically just a Predator version of the first portion of Castaway before he gets Wilson. You know, it's a lot of physical acting. You know, a lot.
No,
of
I would definitely not. I definitely wouldn't want him talking like he does in this.
No, I think that works. Is what I'm saying is it clearly works to have someone reacting to their environment.
I wouldn't necessarily call it talking, but I would definitely be utilizing the recording and repeating phrases of the people he's hunting. And the thing about using them is you can be really clever for which phrases he copies and what it might mean that he copied them and is repeating them. You know, it's the fucking first movie is glorious on that front, by the way. But yeah, you know, like I think one of the things, because on Open Bar I was saying that like, if we had a far-flung future on a sci-fi world where all of his opponents are actually pretty adept and far ahead of him technologically, but we follow him and we have to see what kind of, you know, intelligent things he has to do in order to hunt his prey in that until he's maybe exposed or whatever have you. I think there's a lot of potential for a Predator movie from the Predator's POV. It's just that we got this, unfortunately. Monkey's paw, you know how it goes.
Their
It do be
mystique,
curling.
partly because those CGI-heavy trailers with the horrible Predator redesign didn't do much to win me over, and partly because of early reviews from intellectual giants like Grace Randolph.
How dare you? She's beloved
Grace
here.
Randolph is a wonderful
saint.
lady.
He's saying that she's an intellectual giant.
He sounded
Which
like he
is
was
true.
saying it
That's right.
sarcastically. I hope not.
He
Yeah.
did sound, that's all in your head, man.
Okay, all right.
That might have
Thank
Very young
goodness.
for her age.
That's
Very
the
young
alcohol
for her age.
talking.
All right.
That's just the alcohol
All
talking.
right.
Who boldly gushed over the film's humanization of the Predator and a possible romantic relationship with a f***ing android.
Yeah.
Yeah, where did that come from?
I don't know. She talked
Grace
about
is
she's not
the
the
way-
only one.
This is what makes her such a fascinating character.
gonna
She'll
say-
just come out with shit that you would never expect.
I really think
remember
that
when
was just,
she was fantasizing about John Cena's,
Yeah.
you know,
And she
I mean,
wanted
she knows what she
Starro
likes. She
to-
knows what she likes.
wanted Starro to kill more
Either
white
it was-
people. She wanted she
either
was,
it was projecting or it was her just trolling us, trolling everybody just to see how
Well,
how
what,
far
what,
we
what
get
about what
before.
else was that?
Well,
Cat
she's
Mario
just-
was for the that was for
For
the
the
Japanese
furries.
audience or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Japanese furries. Like,
Japanese
that,
furries.
Well, that part's, yeah.
good stuff, Grace. We
She
miss
wants,
you.
she wants a piece of that juicy John Cena, don't we all?
Remember the Sonic thing as well? She was like
Uh-huh.
Shadows of Predator.
Unhinged. That was unhinged.
She's insane. You gotta love her, I guess, if you want. It depends.
Stuff like this is why women's fiction should be banned.
So, I'll let you take a guess here. Do you think the Predator actually gets into a romantic relationship with Elle Fanning's android character in this film? If you said no, then ding
Doesn't
ding
even
ding
have a
ding,
lower
you're
half.
correct. And unfortunately, Drinker inevitably is very wrong.
But that's
No-
not what Drinker
That's not what
said.
he
is it?
said.
Drinker,
He is-
Drinker was saying that
he
he
is
was
purporting-
turned off from it originally by people who did say that, and those people were Grace Randolph. He's
Yeah,
not
he-
agreeing
Yes.
with
But he
that.
didn't
He's saying this
just-
is what Grace Randolph said.
He didn't just quote her, he made fun of her intelligence. Drinker is specifically
Yeah.
saying what she said was stupid.
Which we disavow entirely.
I'm
100%.
confused.
She's brilliant.
What just
but-
happened? He played the clip of Drinker quoting someone and then he attributes the quote to Drinker.
Well, technically, then you can say that Drinker. It's a quote from Drinker. He did say it.
Oh, I hate everything.
Technicalities. That's how people get you.
This is crap.
Are correct, and unfortunately, Drinker inevitably is very wrong. No, the Predator does not get into a relationship with an android in this movie.
Yeah, it's almost like that was the point Drinker was making.
that'd
Isn't that
be
crazy?
Really weird. That'd be really crazy.
I don't
He
know where
said
he
that.
got this from, but
He literally
He got
just
it from
said
Grace
I don't
Randolph.
know where he
He
got it from Grace
You played the
Randolph.
clip, bro.
He put a picture of her on the screen.
Come on.
The Griffly Bear was in the mirror all along.
The Griffly Bear
How do
outsmarted
you?
me.
But dude, he grifted himself. He's fucked
That's
himself.
what I'm saying. The
maybe
Griffly Bear is
maybe
in
I'm the
mirror.
Griffly Bear.
Maybe-
Maybe the Griffly
Yeah.
Bear is me.
You're not
Oh,
an otter.
Maybe he thinks
you're
that
a
Grace
Griffly
Randolph and
Bear.
Drinker are the same person.
Inside you, there are two Griffly bears.
It's the biggest fear. Well, it's the biggest fear of every otter is to wake up one day and realize you've become the bear.
Damn.
Jack and Thea are quite literally just platonic friends throughout the entirety of this film.
Holy
Heck,
shit.
Jack doesn't even like Thea.
Bro.
I love how that just isn't true whatsoever.
They are not sending their
That's just
best.
literally not true.
My God.
You know, they're just platonic friends throughout the whole movie. They're just platonic. He doesn't even want to fuck her. They're just platonic friends.
At the start of the movie, he refers to her as a tool. He thinks he's just using her as a way to get to his prey. I find it so funny
No, they're platonic friends the whole way through.
that of all the things, Drinker thought these two characters were in a romantic relationship with each other.
You thought
No,
that he
Jesus
thought that. and
Christ.
What?
He clearly said this is something that Grace Randolph
Like-
reported about the movie.
This is so
He very
awkward because
clearly did.
every criticism and insult you now levy at him for this only applies to you. That like
In front of an innocent woman.
it's so awful. Like, oh God.
When no, that is very much not the case at all.
Intellectual giants like Grace Randolph, who boldly
Oh, black and white will be your clips, is it, Rex?
Yes, I just replaying that just
Yeah,
so you know.
because holy shit.
gushed over the film's humanization of the Predator and a possible romantic relationship with a androids. The movie kicks off on the Predator homeworld, which funnily enough looks almost exactly like the other planet where the bulk of this film takes place. Hats off for the imaginative environmental design, chaps. Anyway, for that reason, I'm gonna call it generic alien planet number 1, because that's all it is.
Not really. The two planets this film takes place on are actually shown to be pretty different environments, that being the Predator homeworld and also the planet Jenna. The Jenna, on the other hand, where Deck is
Why does
actually
everybody keep mispronouncing it when they love this movie? I'm sure,
if
I'm
you-
not mistaken, right? They all call it Genna, don't they? In the
Yes.
movie.
Yes, they do.
They all love the
Fringy,
movie, but they
if
don't
you-
even remember the name of the planet while defending how unique the planet is.
If you enjoy mispronouncerating things, then you're gonna love something that's gonna appear later in Otto's
Oh,
video.
God,
you're
okay,
you're gonna
alright, well.
you're gonna actually love it.
Is he gonna fail to say hello and say like halumbo or something? It's gonna be that.
No, that'd just be like a gay furry thing.
Prey
Columbo.
is actually shown to be pretty much the complete opposite. It's shown to be incredibly lush and lively, with a wide variety of different plant and animal organisms living on it. But
We've kind of already done this, so it's
Yeah, that's just like the same point
Just
again.
yeah.
for welcoming appearance, it's still a very hostile planet, and you can tell they had a lot of thought put into each of the organisms that live on this planet in general.
Nah,
I
they
wouldn't
did
go
not.
that
This is
far.
not. You cannot pretend like you can treat this as if it's a real ecosystem.
no.
This is definitely just a place where it's like, oh, here's a bunch of crazy monsters.
Fucking grenade
gonna get
worms,
you.
dude.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they put a lot of thought into it. They went, "Hey, wouldn't it be great if something insert X tries to kill you?" That was all the thought that was put into everything, every single creature.
What if the trees were tentacles? What if the worms were grenades? What if the slugs were acid spitters? I guess. Like, all right.
It almost feels like there was like a spinner wheel,
Yeah.
2 spinner wheels. Insert, or that joke from Family Guy. It's like we just have 2 things that are picked, and we'll just make a joke out of it. In this case, it was we'll make a species out of it.
That's a joke from South Park about Family Guy, but
Oh,
yes,
sorry,
I get
sorry,
that.
South Park
the
about Family Guy.
manatees.
Yeah, the manatees. That was it.
There you go.
In
I
general,
think that
even things
well, the thing he says before this, if I can wind it back, it sort of just snuck through there. What he says about the planet.
despite its more welcoming appearance, it's still a very hostile planet.
Despite its welcoming appearance. Before Deck is even able to make contact with the planet, a creature attempts to devour him.
That's true. Yeah, while he's on his funny moped.
Isn't there a
And
whole,
then-
like, there's an establishing shot designed to tell you basically from the moment he lands that this is not a welcoming
Yes.
planet. So like he
Yeah,
gets
'cause
attacked
it's
by a
got the
pterodactyl
scary-
on the way down, then he gets almost raped by an ant with some tentacles, and then he goes up a hill, and then it's like Mount Doom in the distance, and it's this
with
is
a massive
it's not a
worm on it,
welcoming
and then
planet with a
another
huge
dinosaur
worm.
eats another dinosaur.
Yep.
It's like almost cartoonish how unfriendly it is.
Well, there you go.
You can tell they had a lot of thought put into each of the organisms that live on this planet in general. Even things like caterpillars.
It's funny. I know.
Oh
I
no,
know.
is he about to praise the exploding
I
caterpillars?
mean, this.
Fringy,
Sure,
you
can
fool!
we-
You made fun of it a moment ago, but
Can
you're
we all
actually really
agree
dumb because it's really.
This is
brilliant.
absolutely the opposite of a lot of thought. The idea is like I pick up a caterpillar and it explodes like a grenade. Like that's come on, telling me that someone put thought into this.
General. Even things like caterpillars are dangerous on this world, since if you pick one up, it'll actually turn into a mini nuke. And they're all
How did you
I
say
love how he
this?
says that. He says that like, wow, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
The fuck?
also plants that'll shoot needles at you to paralyze you as a sort of defense mechanism.
Situation soon goes the way of your average Scottish wedding, and Lumpy ends up crash landing on generic alien planet number 2, where his mission is to find and kill the Scottish wedding, and Lumpy ends up crash landing on generic alien planet number 2, where his mission is alien planet number 1, so that he can take revenge on his toxically masculine dads. I mean, call me crazy here, but why not just go straight back there and kill him anyway? I mean, it's not like he's gonna have your back even if you do succeed. Why not just go straight back there and kill him anyway? I mean, it's not like he's gonna have your back even if you do succeed.
That's why Deck didn't actually bother going back to his dad right away. He saw his own brother, who was already shown to be much.
Okay, I need to get some clarification here. He doesn't have necessarily a choice, right? When he wakes up, he's crashing.
Yeah, he is in the process of crashing.
So what Drink is talking about is the motive once he's on the planet is to, instead of get to his ship and go back to his dad to kill him, to hunt the big manster, which, as we talked about, seems like a fool's errand in a lot of ways, because even if you kill it, your dad's probably not going to care. And if he does,
can't even
you still want
find
to
out
kill
if he can
him.
leave the ship.
And then even if you do kill it, it doesn't give you an advantage over your dad, because those are completely different creatures. Of course, there are ways to show us that you learn something from killing it that gives you an advantage over your dad, but that is not what happens.
Yeah.
So, Yeah.
Stronger than him at the start of this film, get completely bodied by his dad, and also get his head chopped off. I think Deck is aware, given the fact he's weaker than his brother, that he would not stand a chance against his dad at all.
Okay, so everyone's just accepted this logic that he intends to gain XP from this planet. That is it.
Yeah, this is he's getting XP, and he's going to put all the XP that he gained from not sword fighting, and I'll just put it right into sword fighting, and all of a sudden he'll just emerge a master swordsman.
If Deck knew there was like this incredible plasma caster that sits in a temple at the center of this world that no predator can get to because it's defended by this horrifying monster, and he's like, I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna kill my dad with it, and then he does that, I would be like, fair enough. That's not what happens though. This film happens instead.
And he would just die too. That's why he goes and slays this prey to begin with. He initially wants to bring it back to his dad as a trophy of sorts, and hopefully his dad will accept him back into his clan without killing him.
Does
that
make sense?
Does that
make sense to you?
He even when saying it didn't sound very confident, did he? He was like,
hopefully. Hopefully.
Yeah, I guess that might work. I don't know.
I hope my dad won't fucking kill me.
It's twofold. It's one, why would he think that his dad would accept that? And two, why would Deck even want that?
Deck always wants to kill his dad. Throughout the entire plot, whenever he brings it up, he wants revenge. It is not ever entertained he's going to make peace with his father.
Yeah, it gets said about 45 times throughout the
Make sure you remember. You don't want to be forgetting it.
However, throughout the course of the film, he kind of realizes that it's not really worth sucking up to his dad, who doesn't even like him anyway, and decides to—
He never was going to suck up to him ever. He never once was like, I'm going to make peace with him. Never
For
once.
the record, if Drinker were describing the film this way, it would have made sense to me, in the sense, like, it sounds like you're insulting it with the way that you're describing it right now, you know? Like, he was thinking about sucking up to his dad, but then he decided he wouldn't. It's just like, oh, Predator movie, guys.
Instead to just hone his skills while here on this planet and go and kill his—
Please, tell me what you mean by that. Hone his skills.
Hone his skills.
Tell me what you mean.
It means this the sort of, like the abstract kind of experience gaining through enduring or whatever.
Man.
Yeah, it would have to be a much longer period of time he was there. You don't become better.
We've gone over it. There are so many ways you could have done it, but they don't in this movie. And that's why the people defending it right now can't say anything. They're like, he got XP. He endured. He really did.
His dad instead. That's shown pretty clearly throughout the entirety of this film, so I'm not really sure how—
Clearly, you didn't reference what we were shown. You just said it was shown. Good stuff.
And you couldn't if you wanted to, because it isn't in the film.
Drinker missed this at all. It seems despite Drinker's giant forehead, he can't actually retain any sort of sense—
Hey man, oh, very nice.
Listen,
attacking his appearance.
Look, here's what you need to understand. It's that it is not okay to make fun of people's immutable physical characteristics.
No matter how big their
you don't
forehead
like
is.
them, in which case it is totally okay and you can do it.
Hey, all the more
Just something to
space for him
think
to
about.
store his giant brain, okay? Rude.
That's his secondary alcohol tank for extended
Also,
binge
like, I
sessions.
will say,
Okay,
his forehead isn't like big.
It's a
big.
normal
I don't
sized
know
forehead.
Well,
Like,
I was funning, but if we're doing this, like, Drinker is like, very much conventionally attractive, and there's no way you're
He's
arguing
a-
otherwise.
Drinker's a handsome
when I
man.
He's a
think
very
of,
handsome man.
Joel
He's a
Joel
handsome
McHale
man.
has a big forehead. Joel McHale's forehead is very big.
Yeah.
You know, this is more
Once
like a
asked-
normal forehead. I
once asked
weird.
Drinker about his opinion of this particular picture, and he was like, told me something about how the interview it was part of, he was having a great time, and this is the most out of context still shot ever.
Listen, you know what? He just
I
doesn't
wish
look
this
impressed.
was my worst picture. I wish my worst picture was as good as this.
I agree.
of media literacy behind that skull of his whatsoever.
Anyway, this is where—
Damn, media literacy referenced
media
again.
Literacy.
Love
Take
it.
a shot. Maybe don't take a shot. Unless you're a drinker.
I
You're
actually just
prison,
did.
and
I did take a
if
shot.
you're
I
a
thought we were doing
drinker,
that the
you're
whole time.
taking shots anyway. You made that up. I think you're just an alcoholic.
Lumpy runs into
we were
Android
doing
lady.
shots, right, guys? Right?
I was doing it before we got started. Yeah, so we're just the game.
He was part of a Whale of
I
the
like
Tiny
my
expedition to the
tequila. I'm sorry.
All
I was
good.
just studying.
planet until her team got attacked and torn apart, literally, by the Kalisk. Oh yeah, and she can speak fluent Predator. How? Don't know. She makes some vague reference to other Predators visiting the planet and talking to her, which makes no sense really because Lumpy's brother specifically said they don't go there because they're all afraid of the Kalisk.
Wow, you really weren't paying any attention there at all, were you, Drinker? What Deck's brother says about that planet is that their species doesn't currently go there because some have come in the past and they never came back. So what that means is that yes, some of their species actually have been there before. Also, I feel like this should be incredibly obvious, but Thea is not speaking Dex language.
Damn, another one.
Yeah, here we go. It's so media literacy.
Fucking hell.
I'm convinced that media literacy just means accepting without criticism or any level of thought process whatever the story tells you uncritically.
Fucking hell, man.
When did media literacy become such an overused term?
When it's a thought terminating phrase that you can say to call people stupid when it comes to story. You can just say, "Oh, you don't have media literacy." If you did, then you would have the correct answer, like I have.
You probably get like an objective answer for this from like statistics or whatever. But I feel like 2 years ago it started to pop up a lot, and now it's just constantly everywhere to the point everyone making fun of it.
Because I don't remember.
I'm glad its lifespan was short.
Yeah, I don't remember it from even as recent as like 4 or 5 years ago, and then out of nowhere it just got spammed everywhere. And
I saw it the most with Starship Troopers. That's where I saw it a lot. Everyone kept saying it's like media literate. You got literacy.
I'm okay. I don't like to read, so I'm okay with being media illiterate.
It's just what. Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, it's almost an appeal to one's own authority, but it's a bunch of very stupid people who've probably been to university, and they are upset that people who haven't been to university are smarter than they are. So it's like, well, you just don't know how to read properly, because every one of my friends tells me that it means this, and you don't think that, and that makes you wrong. And it also absolves you of the responsibility of having to prove any point. If you can just say, my opponent is dumb and doesn't understand. So it's thought terminating, as Rag says, and it's also just ego boosting for people who basically have nothing going on in their lives.
I just enjoy I mean, I don't blame him, right? The fucking references we keep getting are from people who aren't paying any fucking attention themselves.
No, it's just funny. It just felt like that came from your soul, like from the depths of your soul. For speaking.
Listen, guys, I've been wanting to get a few things off my chest about these people.
I just fucking hate them, is all. They should shut up and go away.
It's just a bit of hate.
I don't have a degree in. I mean, well, anything.
In hateology?
In hateology. That's self-taught. I think that there is an element of I went to school, or I'm highly educated in storytelling, and I took drama classes and da-da-da. How could someone on the internet who just watches movies and is decently intelligent and thoughtful and kind of pays attention and maybe, God forbid, learns things for free off YouTube from other intelligent people, how could they have takes that are different from mine? How could they be popular even? That's criminal. Shouldn't be allowed.
At least not in a traditional sense. She's using her universal translator function as an android to be able to communicate with Deck and be able to be understood by him. The movie literally has her say this up front, where you're just not paying.
This is exactly the fucking same as the other dude. You just weren't watching the movie, man. And it's funny to accuse Drinker of it and then simultaneously miss the scene. And also just, I think it's the same. Everyone's got the same problem. They've seen too many movies with universal translators or microbes or whatever have you. They've assumed that's what Badlands did. It's not what it did. What they did was fucking magic. We've been over this, but for some reason, nobody's picking it up.
Any attention at all?
This better universal translation. You hear Yautja, others hear their language.
Also, what
nonsense
are the chances that they'd land right in the very location where she just so happened?
I swear to God, this is okay.
Oh my God!
Look,
Get ready.
This is your chance to win. All right, Mr. Otterman. All you have to do is say, you know what, Drinker? That's a fair point. And you know what else? It shows you watched the movie. You got me on that one. Not a grifty bear on this one. That's fair. And then move on. That's all you got to do. Let's see if you can pass the test, buddy.
To be, and not just immediately kill her.
This is legit just nitpicking. Drinker knows he doesn't actually have anything to criticize or deconstruct about this film, so he's...
Oh my God. So, I
kill me.
You know, the tone here is, that this is a problem. He doesn't have anything to really criticize, so he's going to pick on this thing. The tone is very much, oh shit, he's got a point.
All he had to do was say fair. He could have just said, yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, just say yeah. They could have tightened that up in the script. They could have narratively had a reason why they landed in the same area or done something with the structure.
Man,
it's okay, man.
You know, because everyone would accuse Drinker of this. They'd be like, yeah, you have to run a narrative and you can't entertain anything else about it. It's just like, but this is precisely the problem. You can't entertain that Drinker made a good point. You can't. It can't have happened.
Let me ask you guys, because I do this with all my videos. I try to find at least one thing in something I even absolutely hate. I try to find one thing that I could say positive. That way, it shows that I'm not being 100% unrealistic about my expectations.
Couldn't someone argue that that's precisely the point of you doing that, is to pretend as though you're not being 100% negative?
Yeah, Griffly Bear.
I'm sorry, I'm grifting. But it
What's
just
your
seems like
positive thing about Predator Badlands?
Well, he did not hate it as much as we did.
I did not absolutely hate it. That's pretty much the best way I could say it.
Well, yeah, but what would you point to? What would you say is a positive for it? What would you say is that thing?
So when I was attempting to script, I started with the visuals, and I said that whereas I thought that the Predator itself looked terrible, they didn't do terrible with the environmental CGI. So that was one thing that I said.
Sure,
looks pretty good.
So
yeah, looks pretty good.
Yeah,
fair.
I mean that's
all right. You're off the hook.
I try to do that.
I'm with you on that because I'll sort of do the same thing, if only because but not to just say to the viewer, like, look, I am trying to be fair. It's partly to say I am trying to be fair. Like, if there is something to praise, even if it's a small, tiny thing, I will go out of my way to do it. But it's also just to keep myself from being really miserable. But like, there's a couple of bits.
Keep yourself honest as well.
Yeah, honest, and not sad. But so there's a couple of scenes, for example, in Badlands when obviously you begin. It's visual storytelling and like non-exposition communication essentially. So obviously you get a couple of beats which is slightly annoying, but nevertheless they are there. So you get the first 2 times when Deck goes and he sort of yanks Thea up because she thinks that she is a tool, obviously, and he's treating her like a tool. And then there's after the beat where they're sort of sitting talking at night. I think it's the scene with Bud as well. To go on to the next stage of their journey, he then extends his hand to help lift her up. And so without telling you that this is what's going on, it kind of implies through purely visual exchange that there has been an evolution in his attitude toward her as a person that he maybe hasn't even recognized in himself yet. And I thought that's not high praise by any means, but compared to everything else in the movie, that was at least competently done. So I will go out of my way to call that out because fuck it, there's nothing else to call out for praise, so I'll use that.
Yeah, so, sometimes it's just you can't find anything. It is there is times where something's just that terrible and you can't find even a single thing that you enjoy. But yeah, I mean that's actually a great point. But yeah, I just the reason I brought it up was because I never see it go the opposite way. I never see somebody who's doing what we're watching right now give the drinkers obviously a target all the time. I never see them give him any kind of credit whatsoever. So it's just so hypocritical.
No man, it's definitely the
win, even the smallest one.
A demon boogeyman, and it can't be that he makes a good point. That wouldn't make sense. Fuck him, And it's just like we give this kind of deference to basically everybody we ever cover. And I don't know why people have so much fucking trouble with it.
Yeah, even the worst YouTuber eventually will say something, right?
Yeah, even by accident.
A couple of times, even just today, where we've said, the bit about the predators never visiting the death planet ever. I think we've said already at some point in just covering these videos, like, yeah, that's a fair point. I think that's a fair criticism. I think Drinker was wrong if that's what he meant to say.
Well, disagreed with him about
the have visited that before.
Predator POV movie.
Yeah,
one of my favorite quotes. About that kind of stuff is that even a broken clock is right twice a day, So like even if you absolutely hate somebody, in this case, how many people hate Drinker, you have to agree that at least occasionally he's going to get it right, even if you don't agree. And that's why I hate these kind of criticisms, because it's that, oh, you're nitpicking, and then they cherry pick exactly what supports their argument. It annoys the shit out of me.
Just complaining that 2 characters happen to end up at the same location. This is a pretty common tactic for grifters overall.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What, analyzing the plot?
It's a tactic.
Jesus, you're making grifters look awesome.
I want to be a big griffly bear.
Instead of actually criticizing any real part of the film or piece of media that they're covering, they'll often just nitpick things when they can't actually find anything to criticize. Which, given the fact—
So you just— all I'm getting subtextually is you think he's right. He is correct, you just don't like it.
But you're big mad about that. It's upsetting you.
They always want to complain about everything, and often complain about media that others find generally pretty good. They often
Yes, get him, ass, get him.
You're boring.
I like it. Really is. It's been said before, but it really is kind of amazing how the only thing people remember from Starfield is his rant about it.
What a legacy.
It turns out that Az was Starfield all along.
He was.
Nitpicking a lot. Shocker.
Wait, what did that say?
Literally,
Is it frozen there on you?
Complain about media that others find generally pretty good. They often end up nitpicking a lot.
Literally looks like the unwashed, zombified clone of Walmart Karen. Okay.
Damn, doesn't like whoever this person is.
Doesn't like, I don't know. I just saying, when we make fun of women, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know about the utterly
misogynistic.
We said Jenny Nicholson's lighting was overexposed, and we got blasted for months for like ripping apart a woman because as chuds or whatever. It was insane.
Like, insane. If I recall correctly, Jester Bell, her like whole thing is that she mentions that she's on the spectrum. So they're making fun of somebody who's on the spectrum.
This is just weird anyway.
And sexist and misogynistic, but it's okay when we do it.
Well, this is just kind of
I don't know her particularly well from her stuff, but if I recall correctly, I remember reading that.
I think it's worth noting, this is the response to, it's kind of crazy how, like, Deck just runs into all of the most important characters in this massive planet. And then this guy just goes off on this crazy
but look at how ugly this woman is.
What the...
How dare Drinker make fun of the movie? This woman is ugly. How do you think about that, Drinker? But you never thought about that.
And not to nitpick his comment, but like, obviously all of it, but like unwashed specifically, she's notably clean looking.
She looks washed. She looks washed. She looks like she washes herself. She bathes.
Shocker.
I do want to throw it out there that if I'm misremembering that she's on the spectrum, I just want to throw it out there. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want any stolen valor around.
Yeah.
Complain about media that others find generally pretty good. They often end up nitpicking a lot. Shocker.
Anyway, pretty soon they strike up a deal. Quirky android lady will help him find and kill the Kalisk if he'll take her back to her base camp so that she can be repaired and rescued. And many wacky shenanigans ensue. They're even joined by a cute little alien named Bud who wants to be part of the gang as well.
I hate so much about...
Wait, is this Drinker or is this the guy?
I think this is Drinker.
Okay.
I think this is
the things that you choose to be.
Okay, so what exactly is bad about Bud's appearance in this film? You didn't really elaborate on that at all. If Drinker had said something like he didn't feel like Bud actually contributed anything to the film, spoiler alert, he does. He's the son of the prey that Deck is...
Yeah, spoiler alert, he's actually like, so unbelievably important.
Unbelievably to the point. Well, that's you're grifting. That's nitpicking. That's grifting. So nice.
That is actually grifting. Yeah.
Griftly bear.
It's also, we just have to add the misgendering to the list of sins that this Otterly fellow does. Bud would not appreciate this.
To go.
So we saw in the other clip that Drinker was talking about the buddy cop expectations element, but I don't have his video in my head, if you know what I mean. So like, does Drinker, is he more explicit about criticisms with Bud?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw it in the other one, that there's a part where he basically says, "Oh, this is why it's Disney," and then he refers to Baby Yoda as an example. So, like, I don't know if this guy's going through it in real time, like if he's going through the video in real time and not got there yet. But I mean, if he knows that, it's probably worth bearing that in mind. It's like, yeah, it's probably a reason why he's bringing up that this is just Baby Yoda. Or also that you could just infer that that's the point that's being made, particularly when the video is called the Disney consumes another franchise. It's like, oh, well, you haven't made any arguments. It's like, okay. I mean, it feels like the arguments are certainly present at other points in the video, or at least readily inferable.
Hunting, then while that still would have been a completely BS claim, it would have been a lot more than just simply saying, oh, he's a cute alien and I don't like that.
Wait, did he say it would be a BS claim? The whole like coincidence of bumping into the Kalisk's fucking daughter?
Rewind
that would be a BS claim, would it?
I missed it.
Oh yeah, I should probably go back further.
Anything to the film, spoiler alert, he does. He's the son of the prey that Deck is hunting. Then while that still would have been a completely BS claim, it would have been a...
I guess it matches what he said earlier, right? Any plot criticism or any likelihoods and coincidences and stuff, that's all grifter claims.
Those are just nitpicks.
Yeah.
It's a grifter. It's a grifter tactic.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat mentioned this, and I do think it's worth pointing out that this guy might not have even watched the movie himself, because they explicitly say that Bud is a girl.
Well, Dare I say the
least
two
of his
words?
sins.
Dare I say them? Shall I utter the media litoriously? I don't know. I can't do it.
No, that would be no. We'd never stoop to. I what is it? I'm cursed to use my enemy's tactics against them.
A lot more than just simply saying, oh, he's a cute alien and I don't like that, and then leaving it at that. Because that's exactly what he does here. He doesn't actually elaborate on why Bud being a cute alien is a bad thing whatsoever.
Man, it's just the statement in there. It's like, why is it bad? There's a cute alien buddy that's comic relief in Predator.
Yeah,
You're like,
what could be wrong with that?
He just brings it up once here, then moves
oh
on.
no, the otter is mad.
Mom, the otter on the screen is mad at me.
His next talking point without actually elaborating. Drinker is putting in even less effort with the grift on this video than he does on other ones, which, not gonna lie, I can kinda actually see why.
What?
Damn, Drinker. He's not even trying hard to grift
On other
this
ones,
time.
which, not gonna lie, I can kinda actually see why.
See why you put less effort into this one than others, is what he's saying. Why?
I don't actually know why.
Well, Drinker's
I
a
don't know what
very
he's trying to
busy
do.
man. You have to understand.
I
He's
see,
doing a
okay.
lot
He's
of
got a lot of
things.
grifting to do. He
He's
wakes up at 8 a.m. He's got to get his grift coffee. He goes for his grift walk, does a few grift push-ups, and then by then it's time for his first grift podcast, and then it's time for grift lunch. He's just, he's
Gotta
full.
hit the grift mines. The grift
That's right.
mines
He's
are
got to
very-
go down
need
and
to
hit the grift mines, mine that grift.
I've been down in the bloody grift mines for 14 hours.
Hours today.
Oh, would you shut up, woman? It's like one of the best
What
jokes.
I wouldn't give for Drinker to change his channel name on April Fool's Day to Critical Grifter, just for. Like,
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be
Hmm.
good. That'd be good.
But can they hope to take down the most powerful killing machine in the universe so that he can finally confront his toxically masculine dad? Is quirky android lady hiding a secret from Lumpy? And what became of her sister Tessa, who also went missing during the expedition? The answer, of course, is who the f cares?
I mean, the movie does explain exactly all of those points that you just mentioned. They do explain.
Well, that.
He's saying.
Yeah, he's not saying it doesn't.
What?
He's not saying these are
Sorry,
unanswered. He says who fucking cares.
They just destroyed my mind. He's like, here's all these mysteries. The answer, who gives a shit? Well, the film actually does provide the answers to these mysteries.
Man, got him. He nailed it, dude. This is great.
They do explain what happened to Tessa, the
Like, if I could help him
Yeah.
for a second, right? If Predator Bows were a film we loved and we just saw that clip from Drinker, our response would be like, well, I care. I guess you
Yeah,
don't.
I care. We would be addressing.
That's
it
the
in a completely
response. You
different
can't really
way.
take it much further than that. He's saying he doesn't care. We'd say we do. That's it.
Yeah, we'd be talking about the film stuff.
all those points that you just mentioned. They do explain what happened to Tessa, the sister, during the crash and show that she's actually basically the main villain of this story.
Man, that's
and
crazy.
yes, they do reveal that Thea actually
Not like,
True.
did you know that, Drinker? Did you know that
Well,
she's
clearly
the
Drinker
bad
didn't watch
guy?
the movie because he's a grifter.
Ah, yes, of course. He didn't watch the movie, but he has a lot of very specific references that could only be gleaned from watching the film.
was hiding
Or
a
an
secret
AI
about
summary.
her sister the whole time, and that she
actually.
was on the hunt for the exact same thing that Deck is.
Here's the problem though,
convenient.
it's not a generic sci-fi adventure movie, it's a f***ing Predator movie, and that name comes with some pretty important expectations. You don't walk into a Predator movie looking for a quirky buddy adventure with cutesy animals and family drama any more than you'd walk into a Saw movie looking for a romantic comedy.
I remember this
Wait,
point.
wait,
Let's
wait.
see.
Earlier in the video, though, didn't the guy say, well, Drinker actually thinks that the Predator is a buddy comedy franchise?
That was
Was
that
that
was
the-
this
was that
guy,
the
right?
same
Or-
one?
I thought
It's
that
hard
was
to
this
tell.
guy. I can't remember.
I feel like if you were to put these scripts through AI and use the same voice, you'd think it was all the same person.
Well, let's see what he says.
Not really, because if you actually watch this film, the comedy actually isn't really that frequent at all. This film, for the most part, plays itself pretty seriously since, like I said before, it's not a buddy comedy, it's an action thriller, just like every Predator film is. But funny enough, even just on that merit, Drinker is actually wrong.
By the way, I think people understate how much attempts at comedy or comedic
Yeah.
stuff is in this movie.
Yeah.
Bud is basically a comedy character. Thea's halfway there.
Yeah.
It is definitely it is present. It is quite present. If you removed it from the film, it would definitely not be the same.
About everybody expecting this film to be just like every other Predator film. Because, shocker, the marketing already made it very clear this is going to be a
Yeah, the marketing
very
did not
different
include.
Marketing head, Baby Yoda. Marketing head that.
Yep.
Did it? Because I don't really. I mean, I also didn't pay attention.
There
to
was one clip that got released that had Baby Yoda in it, maybe like 2 or 3 days before the film came out, but like doesn't show up in any of the trailers, like in any of the main trailers for the film. They definitely were trying to hide that.
One thing I will say that this. Oh God, sorry.
I saw the major trailers, and I remember thinking this movie was going to be the android and the Predator, and the android was going to be pretty, sterile somewhat, but more character than, ironically, the living creature, and that was going to create some interesting dialogue, potentially. I was very wrong.
Just like Halo.
Yep. I was actually impressed with the lack of marketing for this movie. I thought it was very... I saw one trailer, and that was about it. I didn't see any... I drive on pretty... what is it, like trafficked roads. I didn't see any billboards, nothing like that. So but when Superman and those movies were coming out, they were everywhere.
Probably wasn't as saturated. They did release, I think it's 3 trailers and a couple of clips at least as well. So they put stuff out there. It just maybe didn't have the same reach or push as...
Yeah, it was nowhere near what some of the stuff we saw earlier this year with marketing. This was definitely much more... I was a little shocked.
Also, but this, I think at this stage of the video, what he's now doing is it didn't happen, and the fact that it happened is good. Because he started, I think, by saying that it's not all comedic, and now he's saying, but the trailers told you it was going to be a different movie, so why are you complaining?
Kind of Predator film, given it's the first one to actually star a Predator as the main character. This film was already setting itself up to be a very different take on this franchise from the get-go just by that merit.
I enjoy how we simultaneously appeal to the entire Predator franchise being an action thriller for how this one couldn't be a buddy cop film, while simultaneously arguing, well, no, they set expectations that this was going to be radically different and totally different, and you had no idea what kind of thing. You got to pick one.
No, they don't.
Oh, and as a result, the people who were actually paying attention to the marketing knew to go into this film expecting a very different...
What a weird thing to say as well. People who paid attention to the marketing, they went in with the correct expectations.
Well, he's fucked himself with that. It's like, so what about the people who didn't then?
Yeah, what about the people who didn't see the
He didn't
trailer,
show up,
but they're
and
like,
that's clearly the situation that we're seeing.
Because again, what happens if it's like, well, I've seen all the Predator movies, I haven't seen any trailers, but I'm at the cinema today. Oh, look, Predator Badlands. This doesn't work. What you're saying right here doesn't work for that person.
Well, get fucked. They should have watched the trailer.
They should have. They should have engaged in the commercials.
True. They should
different kind of Predator film, which it is, and in a good way. Yeah. It still does keep the core essence of what this franchise is all known for, the ton of violence and very cool, stylish fights, but also it does have a very different...
Man.
Okay,
no, I mean,
you say so.
Look, Predator has never been known for stylish fights. They're usually very quick deaths.
It just makes me sad, dude.
I mean, I can defend a lot of things in a, oh, this is what this person meant, but that has never been a thing in Predator.
I mean, there's a bunch of them in the AVP movies, but in Predator and Predator 2, a huge amount of the violence is off screen, and you see the really, really bloody, gory aftermath of that violence, and so the fear is in imagining what happened, what did it, how did that happen.
Even in AVP, though, those are not particularly drawn-out, stylish fights. They're a little bit more... over the top than what we were used to in Predator, but they're not these, most of them are done within a few minutes, like, a minute or two.
And there's more blood and there's more gore and they look better as well. And it's more practical, which helps in this situation. I mean, I do remember in this movie, there's the bit where he takes out the giant Lord Tentacles monster and we see it happen and it's really quick and it's anticlimactic. Then he talks about that scene later and he says, I enjoyed when the blood cascaded down my face or whatever it was that he says. I was like, that didn't actually happen in the movie.
Yeah.
The movie is aware of how boring and uncool its fight scenes are, and it's had to try and retroactively suggest that they were cooler than they were.
And then, of course, the original films, the violence is not like, the tonally speaking, not cool and stylish. It's more like horrifying, if anything.
Yeah, it's you didn't
part of it is
see
the
this
fact
was
it's
coming and
happening
you
to
die.
people, not robots that are just like not people at all, or beasts which
goo
are
producing
wild.
aliens.
The first one that comes to
robots.
mind, the first one that comes to mind when I think about that is Blaine's death in the first movie when he thinks it's safe because he sees a whatever the fuck that animal was that's walking around.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden he turns around and he gets shot from behind. It's very much like you didn't see this coming kind of horror.
Remember the blood that pulls out of Mac's head when he's shot? Rough, man.
Yeah, that's another one. It honestly, the first movie and the second movie have a lot of those. Not so much going forward, but where it's the violence is the not seeing what's coming next.
Remember when he puts the Billy's skull? He's cleaning it. When he sets it down, the flesh and blood on that thing is like, woof.
Yeah. I always love that
so
you can
good.
see the hole in the skull that was for Mac. I always love that little detail.
Yeah.
Angle on it all as well. In some ways, it ends up being sort of a deconstruction of the Predator way of life, and also definitely a deconstruction of toxic masculinity as well. The main character, Jack, is able to learn that the methods his father taught him aren't always the answer to every single situation out there.
His father didn't teach him shit.
But it's also, it's not what happens in the movie. It's what the movie seems to think has happened. So you get the bit, two important scenes for this. There's the bit where Thea tells him that on Earth there's a predator called a wolf, and the alpha wolf isn't the one that goes and kills everyone. It's a better way of being an alpha. And that's supposed to give, seed the difference between what Deck will become and what his father currently is. Except that every time you see his father, he sends other people to do his killing for him, and then Deck disproves his point by killing him, and then being the best killer, which is the thing he's supposed not to do to solve that sort of dramatic arc that he has. So, again, it's an example of taking what the movie wants you to think as opposed to what the movie actually shows you.
We get that a lot on these videos.
Oh yeah, the movie he's talking about sounds really cool. I wish we would have gotten that. That would have been neat to see all those ideas, you know.
And he must think for himself sometimes as well. And as a result, he's able to break the familial cycle and not feel like he has to suck up to his father constantly or impress him at every turn. It's honestly a really great message that's
What
is
is
a
the
really great message, guys?
Great message.
It's a real
Something
great
to be said
message.
about the fact that he was clearly still mad enough that he went back there to fuck him up, right? Like, it's not like, I got nothing to prove to you, and then, goes and doesn't return. Instead, he's still like, well, no, I gotta go back and beat you.
It's even more simple than that. The great messaging is that your father hates you. That's really just what it is. It's just a very simple familial hate.
Escape the culture that you were born into. Kill the past. Kill it if you have to. Kill it.
Kill the past, kill it. Yeah, kill the past, kill it.
Yeah,
Kill it,
whatever he
please.
said in
Now,
that movie.
please, jeez.
still keeps in line with a lot of the things we've seen in previous Predator films. So no, this film taking a slightly different approach to the Predator franchise does not ruin it.
Dude, you're so fucking away. Like, I don't even remember what Drinker even said anymore. Like, just play another clip from him, please.
It was the point about expectations with the Predator franchise. You don't expect buddy comedy. You don't expect cutesy monsters. It's genre expectations and franchise.
He was talking about
expectations.
deconstructing toxic masculinity and deconstructing the Predator's way of life.
It all follows that this is
was
exactly following in the rest of the Predator franchise, but also it isn't, and you should have thought that that was going to happen.
Yeah, but you would have known that if you watched the commercials.
Yes.
Whatsoever.
Honestly, go watch the original Predator, then skip straight to this thing and just think about what you've witnessed. The difference in tone, style, and intent is more jarring than taking an F1 car to 200 miles per hour and throwing it into reverse. It's insane to think these two movies even belong to the same franchise.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It's almost like those films were made by two different directors and also
That's obviously not what he's fucking talking about. Holy shit. Just like there's a difference in artists, that's all.
Hey, Drinker, did you realize that the reason why the films are different is because different people made them? Did you know that?
Bet he didn't know that there's a different director, different actors,
also
different technology, different era, different stories.
Different companies that own them.
Yeah, what a loser. Drinker didn't recognize any of these things because he's blind.
About 40 years apart.
He needs to
Apparently
stop
a
wearing
concept
sunglasses.
that-
Oh, Drinker, did you know that? Did you know that Predator came out 40 years before Predator Badlands?
He thinks it came out yesterday. Drinker's so stupid.
It's not 40, 30, 38 years. Don't come on.
How did they make Arnold
Don't
look
go
so
too
young?
hard.
Years apart. Apparently a concept that Drinker has yet to understand is difference of directorial intent. Two different directors can make two different films.
It's almost like that's his
man.
point, if anything, that they've gone so far away from the original intent, it's no longer a part of the franchise.
Yeah, I
But
feel
go
like
ahead.
that's his entire point, actually. But, you know, sure, go for it.
in the same franchise and have them feel totally different, and that's completely okay. That's what keeps franchises.
It's not completely
Oh,
okay if the
Romulus.
difference is terrible. He showed clips from Tron Ares. He showed clips from Alien Romulus. Yeah, okay, these are different because different directors have different visions and intents. Then the analysis starts. Is one of these better than the other one? Yes. So actually, change of intent and mere difference, that's not a defense. That's an explanation.
It's also very funny to use them. You know, like, hey, we got Tron Ares, we got Romulus, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah. And that
Sure
Teenage
do.
Mutant Ninja Turtles movie that nobody talks about.
I forgot that existed. Please don't remind me. That was.
They're making a sequel, aren't they?
Really?
The animated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't even know.
It's one of those franchises they try to relaunch every 10 or so years.
Yeah.
It's fresh and interesting, especially franchises that have been around as long as Predator, starting all the way back in the.
Why did you show Gladiator? You don't think Gladiator 2 is good, do you?
Probably
They showed Gladiator, I missed it.
My
At
God.
least, I think they'd just be happy seeing us
yeah.
talking about Gladiator 2, really.
1980. While Drinker apparently thinks he's gotten some sort of knock against the film with this, he really hasn't, and he apparently doesn't realize that either. What a surprise!
Yeah, look at that giant forehead.
What's happening? Like,
Just look at the giant irony. He's describing himself. Drinker thinks he's got some massive knock against the movie that he doesn't, and he doesn't realize it. Well, no, actually, you, video reviewer Otterman, you think you've got this massive point against Drinker, and every single thing you've said is basically bullshit.
You're wrong. He is a otter. Get it right. He's not He is not a man. He's an otter.
Huh. I can believe that.
Quippy humor and animal sidekicks absolutely do not belong anywhere near a Predator movie. I mean, why do you think Shane Black's film was such a gigantic clusterfuck?
Okay, so first of all, Shane Black's movie was a giant clusterfuck, not just because of the cringy humor that was incorporated in the film, but a lot of other things that were incredibly wrong with that movie overall. I think one of the biggest ones.
What are they?
Sounds like you agreed, though.
He's about to tell you. He's about to
he's
tell
actually
you.
going to tell us. I'm shocked
Yeah,
that he's actually going to tell us.
This is why the movie's bad. Yeah.
That people took issue with, myself included, is the film's awful portrayal of autism as one of the main plot points. And the autistic kid.
I mean, it is cringe as fuck, but like, let's be honest, you know,
That is the next evolution of human beings. You don't understand.
Shane Black has Tourette's, I'm pretty sure. So he explicitly said he wanted the film to have like several characters with mental disorders. And
is Tourette's considered part of the spectrum?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
thing.
Keegan Michael Key's character, I think, has Tourette's in the movie, or the friend he has, I forget. But point is, that's something that he had intentional, wanted it to work. It's not very well done. I'll agree with that. But like, the Predator's biggest issue is, you know, completely upending and destroying the lore of the Predator. Like, obviously, that's number one.
Like, I just feel like that's kind of disingenuous to be like, Tourette's, yes, so therefore autism is the next evolution. It just seems like such a weird jump.
It's a terrible movie.
Stereotypical autism portrayal I think I've ever seen personally. He's shown cowering in a corner pretty much every minute, covering his ears, doing all the things that everyone thinks that.
This is not why the movie's bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, we're fixating on this very specific thing when really the big problem is the movie's just broadly retarded.
The whole script is
like, it's a
abominable.
really stupid script. Really, really dumb.
Autistic people always do. Which, yes, while autistic people do get overstimulated easily.
Okay, yeah, alright, sorry, okay. We can just
They gotta
speed
stop
through
doing
this. Can we just...
No,
can
we need
just
to
get
learn
through
why
this
the
little bit
Predator is a
quicker?
bad movie.
Especially by
Terrible
voices,
that
myself
the movie does
included.
this thing. And and admittedly, though, yes, this is technically accurate. It's still bad that the movie did it.
Yep.
It's not something that we do every single second at every noise.
So then it's not the main problem with the movie, is it?
Also, this film
Well,
is putting to.
It sounds like it's just bothering him personally, because it sounds
Yeah.
like
I think he
just
just
that
said, yeah, not
autistic.
something we do
So-
every day.
I just want to point out that
Like-
I wasn't making criticisms back when this movie came out, but that's the worst mask I've ever seen in Predator.
I hate that
For
fucking
the
movie. It's
Predator.
horrible.
I mean, it's
But
just
take everything
bullshit.
out, just to take all of it out of context. That mask, it's just this basically mirrored dome. I hate it.
Easily, especially by loud noises, myself included, it's not something that we do every single second at every noise. Also, this film is.
What if an autistic person said to you that they felt it was 100% accurate to their experience? What are you going to do then?
Ooh,
Did it kill him?
Oh.
That's a you know a
Death is the
yeah,
sentence.
that's a crisis, not an existential crisis.
The
Crisis
Autism
nonetheless.
Council has to meet, and then they'll have to sort this out.
pretty notorious for having perhaps one of the most stereotypical portrayals of Tourette's as well.
I mean, why do you think people make war? Because we
One of the main guys on the prison bus that the main character teams up with has Tourette's, and his...
Why are we talking about this?
This is why the movie's bad, Fringy.
This is why Badlands is terrible.
It's interesting to me that when talking about why it's like here's no drinker, this is why the film's really bad, because of its portrayals of autism and people with Tourette's.
So as a person who kind of occasionally does these, I didn't have a channel back then, I feel like this is what that is. It's like I didn't get a chance to talk about what Drinker said about this movie, so I'm going to do it now.
I mean, I think
just want to be clear, everything in the script,
the idea that the comedy is the reason for the thing being bad, because that's something that Drinker has said as a criticism of Badlands, is that the comedy makes it bad. So I think in the creator's mind, what he's saying is, well, no, the comedy isn't the reason it's bad, because bad comedy is circumstantial, whereas the reason this bad comedy film is bad is for other reasons. Therefore, the reason Badlands is bad is because comedy doesn't matter. I don't really know. I think he's trying to explain the insignificance of the bad comedy point the Drinker raised, though.
Yes, by hyperfixating on specifically this point, the autism and the Tourette's.
This is a tangent.
For a bit too long here. How long are we going to spend on the Tourette's part as well?
This tangent goes further than the actual point.
The Predator has a billion issues. It's a horrendously awful script. This is one of the problems. But like, if Drinker said to me, the main issue with the Predator is too many jokes, I'd probably be like, that's like one of I don't know what I necessarily pick as the main issue. Completely incoherent, maybe.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Well, and if we were going to pick on something with a plot, it wouldn't be the depiction of autism. It would be that the autism juice is what he's after for the next stage of evolution or something.
That's probably my pick for number one.
Gotta get that sweet autism for the future.
That is so stupid.
Portrayal is a big yikes in my opinion. Funny that South Park did Tourette's far better than the Predator 2018 did. Also,
why is that funny? That's just to be expected.
It is pretty funny that he's showing the visual of the guy going, "Yes, coming from my ass." He's like, "Yeah, this is a really very."
That's one of my favorite episodes of South Park.
It's funny as fuck, but the idea that it's like, that's a more respectful portrayal. It's like, okay.
Our South Park tutorial is pretty much way better. I had to cut out
my ass.
I think I cut it out. I think I cut out a huge portion where he talks about like South Park and something.
I'm reminded because another one of the characters who has Tourette's goes.
The mic totally swallowed that.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, man.
Okay. Oh damn! I gotta try again. So yeah, because there was a character who's like Tourette's is like a cough or a sneeze. He just makes like a sound. Maybe I'm doing it a bit too loud. I'm really
trying too hard, Frankie. You're just trying way too hard
that time. Yeah.
Dial it back by like 10%.
Okay, no, but I mean, the point being, it's a really funny episode. But to be like, man, this is a really authentic portrayal of Tourette's. It's like, I mean, it's probably more authentic than The Predator for sure, because that film is really awful. But come on, let's
makes me especially angry.
I will say though,
that reference earlier.
Little awkward though on the Tourette's portion, just like unlike the autism one, because Shane Black has Tourette's as far as I know, so. You know what I mean? It's like that's the one where it's a little more awkward to say he's absolutely wrong on the portrayal. If he could just say himself, you understand where I'm going with this? Like, he can't
denying his lived experience as a sufferer of Tourette's. Yeah,
it's a bit more
in
awkward.
The same way that if one of us turned around to this chap and said, "Well, I don't have autism, you do have autism, but I'm telling you that the portrayal of autism is wrong and inadequate," then the guy with autism actually thinks that it is. It's kind of the same point here. If the creator has Tourette's and the guy without Tourette's tells him he's doing Tourette's wrong, seems a little bit insensitive.
So the Predators in Predator 2018 are not scary at all, and they're not even...
Oh man, that's just not the fucking problem. Like, this down the list, okay?
I wasn't
this guy likes Con Airy, so I mean, I don't know if he's. Well, if it was worth pointing out, like
it is a bit of a disqualifier in a way.
As funny as his use of the term media literacy, I assume his general analysis is pretty bad based on this video.
Yes,
I wasn't told that I needed to stock up quotes on The Predator for this one. By the way, I feel very gypped.
Just
Well, I'd feel like by dismissing like major plot contrivances as just being nitpicks, I would imagine that his media literacy actually isn't
Pick
very
those
good.
nits. Pick those nits, Rags.
Pick 'em.
Either. There are a lot of things that you could actually knock this film for, including the cringy humor.
Yeah, well, he's not doing that, is he? Because it's not that video. Go watch his video on The Predator if you want to. That's where he'll have all of his criticisms for that movie.
Grizzly Bears there.
It's one of my all-time favorite videos of his, by the way.
I mean, you know, he and I both hated that fucking movie.
But of course, Drinker can only focus on one thing.
I don't exactly
Well, that's not even a problem.
He just mentioned the one thing. He just mentioned one thing.
It's even bad to focus on one thing at a time.
But the problem
We're
is
back to
that
Prey,
was-
by the way. We're back to Prey.
It's like it, yeah.
Why not?
Thank goodness.
consider Prey a masterpiece either, but it definitely is compared to this thing because at least it took
this what it is. Yeah.
itself and its characters seriously. I can't take any of Badlands seriously because the film itself treats every fight and plot event as a joke.
Although I do find it very rich that he claims Predator films should never have humor in them to begin with, as if Drinker is.
I don't think he ever said that.
Maybe y'all missed something or got something I missed.
Predator films should never have humor.
Yeah, I don't think he ever said that. So rip.
Yeah, I got nothing. He just didn't ever say.
Do you think
this.
like, just give some
I feel like I have
credit,
to go watch
man?
his video
like,
right now to.
Well, no, I mean, I'm kind of being a little sarcastic. I already know, first of all, that I know Drinker would never say that, but secondly, I'm pretty sure I know from the quotes in these videos that they've been playing clips that he hasn't said that.
For them to begin
How dare
with,
you
as
pretend
if
you know the Drinker? None
I'm
of us know
sorry.
him.
Drinker is the
I've
end-all,
heard of
be-all
him.
criticism for the Predator franchise.
And don't even get me started on Lumpy's creature design. Like, how the fuck does a movie from 1987 look better than $100 million
It's supposed to be shit.
Yeah, here we go.
Dan Winston.
Yep.
Dan Winston
Yeah,
is the
we're-
answer.
Disney
Get ready to
project
get
with
fucked.
cutting-edge special effects? How have we gone so far backwards? I honestly can't emphasize enough how soul-crushingly horrible a downgrade this actually is.
Okay, first of all, he is supposed to look weaker than all the other.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. There it is. Whenever
Oh,
you
man.
criticize the design in the actual aesthetic design of the Predator, it's always, well, he's supposed to be short.
So
He's
this
supposed
is
to be
why
retarded.
this is why I'm so long. Okay, everyone. Because when you do a Drinker and you say a thing where you're even as detailed enough to say like production design, you know, is clearly downgraded. You need to make sure that you account for every stupid interpretation of what you're saying. Otherwise, you'll get people doing this shit. Hence the
To be fair,
longness.
you'll get people doing this shit anyway, but you
Yeah.
might get fewer
Well-
of them doing it, and at least you can point them to the obvious counter argument you've already given in the video.
What you fail to understand there, Platoon, is I get so long that then people don't watch it at all and just say it's bad anyway. It's like, yay, thank you.
I'm not gonna bother with that video.
I know it's bad. Why would I watch it?
Predators because he is the weakest of his clan, and that's a major plot point in this movie.
You would have known that if you watched the movie Drinker. You would have known that he looks like
Yeah.
shit on purpose, idiot.
Yeah.
Just to rewind slightly, I do love that you only when you release a video, I just have to consume one.
Per year? Per 2 years?
Yeah, per
Yeah.
year or whatever.
Well, one's on the way.
But even outside
know,
of
I'm
that,
excited.
pretty much every Predator we've seen in these films has a different character design, and there's been a big variety to that as well. Like, compare the
Yeah.
One's bad.
What they just can't address the point. They refuse. They just walk around it forever.
Predator in the very first film to the
Oh man, whenever they show clips of the original, I get sad. It looks gorgeous, that movie, compared to the stuff they make now.
It does look so good.
Berserker
It will
Predators in
always
the
look good, too.
2010 film. Or even just comparing those to the upgrade Predator
A fucking upgrade Predator. Calling it the upgrade Predator as well, you know?
in the Predator from 2018, or to the Feral Predator from Prey. Or comparing any of those to the three incredible...
Man, I wish this was relevant to anything Drinker said. Maybe we'll get there some year.
Yeah. Maybe you should just make a video on the other Predator movies that you like or something, and you don't even have to involve Drinker. You could just be your own man. You could just strike out and just do whatever you want.
Incredibly
It's your
distinctive
channel, man.
designs that we got for all the Predators in Predator Killer of Killers. This series has always introduced cool new designs for each of the Predators, so why is this any different here?
You said it looked
It's
like
not
shit.
a cool new design. That's the
Said it
the
looks
problem is
bad.
whether or not
And
it's
you even
good.
conceded that. You conceded that, my man.
Yep. It's like the other guy did.
This is just keeping in tradition with the franchise and also making sure to make the Predator look weaker as to keep in with the main themes of this movie and also the main plot.
Didn't have to look like shit to do that.
I really don't know how you missed any of this.
You didn't. You just made up that he
didn't miss it. He said he
then there's
it
just the stuff
bad.
that's straight up irritating, the biggest of which is by far quirky android lady.
I wouldn't wish that on a broke dick dog.
Holy f***, man, the moment she shows up on screen, my urge to ram my fist through the TV rose about 500%. Why on earth would you program a synth for a high priority mission like this?
Don't do it. Don't tell me they did it on purpose. Don't. You can be better. Be better.
To act like some ditzy bimbo with Tourette's.
You can do it, Noah.
I do find it funny that Drinker makes it very obvious that he doesn't actually know what Tourette's is whatsoever. Tourette's is not a condition that causes people to talk incessantly.
Oh, you are not serious.
Oh my! Are you speeding that up, or is that part of the video?
By the way, I am speeding this up. I'm the one speeding this up.
I thought that was part of the video for a second. I would be like,
I couldn't remember if I deleted this section or just sped it the fuck up. But I just thought it was funny either way.
You see, Drinker, you have actually misrepresented Tourette's in your quick joke there where you flippantly described her. So it's time for me to lecture you on Tourette's.
It is kind of, unfortunately, it is stereotypically Tismic behavior. Is that you don't pick up on social cues like comedy. And so...
Oh, man.
Associated with having uncontrollable tics. Some common ones are cracking your neck or cracking your knuckles or snapping your fingers constantly. There may be vocal stims too, such as the real constantly.
This is insane.
I'm sorry, I can't understand a word he's fucking saying.
You don't need to. You can pick up the little thing. Like, we know what's happening. We can move right past this.
Condition that causes people to talk incessantly or swear constantly. Even today's day and age, a lot of people still don't really seem to understand that about Tourette's. And apparently
I can't believe that South Park is his go-to representation. That's insanity, man.
Those people too. But even outside of the blatant mischaracterization of Tourette's, Drinker doesn't.
Outside of the blatant mischaracterization,
how could you,
Tourette's.
Drinker? How fucking could you?
How could you blatantly mischaracterize Tourette's? You critical grifter,
you critical drunk bastard grifter. You.
There is a part in my new video where I describe something as being like a clown car with diarrhea, and I assume this guy would say a clown car can't have diarrhea. Diarrhea is a
fundamentally misconstrued way a clown car is.
So that's
diarrhea
fucked up.
is exclusively a human condition. Thank you. It can't be
a living creature.
A car.
Clown cars are
furthermore,
non-living.
even the most journeyman enthusiast of automobiles would know that there is no such mechanical component within the automobile to produce.
So possibly, there's a possibility that some oil might seep out of the back, but that's about
it. That's the closest, which is just
some people like it when it seeps out of the back.
I don't really seem to understand that Thea's character is intentionally supposed to seem annoying at first.
Jesus Christ, we got there.
It's that way on It's Hearted, yeah.
That's kind of what I said earlier. I said that they were trying a technique of making her especially annoying up front and then dialing back, but they didn't dial back enough, and the writers weren't good enough to do it.
I love it. She's annoying on purpose.
The audience is viewing her through Deck's POV, and of course, he's incredibly annoyed with her at first at the start of the film, since he only views her as a tool and doesn't like that she keeps trying to talk.
They always feel the need to just start explaining the movie as though it helps the point. They really do think the Drinker hasn't seen it.
The only thing you do is... Meanwhile, they
look,
say,
Drinker, this is what actually happened in the movie. Since you didn't
all that
watch
these guys
the
do is just do a summary of the movie. That's all they do. They don't do any analysis. They just summarize the movie. Anyway, let me just restate the film and then say it's good. There's no analysis going on here. He's just This is so typical of
this
these.
This is what the film told me, and I
reviews.
accepted it uncritically.
Yep. Yeah, they are essentially regurgitating what the film wants you to conclude. They're not analyzing what happened and whether or not they think that this is accurate. Whether or not they think it's good or bad. It's just like, this is what happened, this is good.
To him. However, by the course of the film and all the things they go through together, he ends up warming up to her, and by the end, they're
by
going
the
to
course
fight
of
Fred.
the film.
By the course of the film.
Sorry, I just, you know.
Yeah. Oh, bad.
Apparently, however, Drinker totally missed this.
That is the worst cropping I've ever seen.
He's doing it on purpose. He's like, oh, look at his big head, loser.
Look at the giant forehead.
Hey, look,
look at that.
I'm cameoing.
Look,
turns out that alcoholism makes you lose your hair. That's the whole idea.
A little mole applied.
I'm in there.
In the background.
Yeah, look at.
I'm a part of the canon of the Otterverse.
Yes, you're in the Otterverse.
I'm jealous of Drinker's ability to not catch his monitor in his glasses. It's I don't know how he does it.
Those aren't glasses. It's just black plastic. He can't see through those.
Those are actually just his eyes. That's actually just his eyes.
Whoa.
Oh, it might be.
The more I think about it, the more I realise this is literally a Disney-fied version of the Predator, neutered and toothless, with all the tropes and cliches you expect from a Disney movie.
Oh, really? So you're trying to claim that Disney totally neutered the Predator franchise and made it completely safe and overly marketable? Well,
Yeah.
I think both Prey and Predator Killers have a lot to say.
Why
Why do they do
again?
this?
Again,
He's talking
What?
about
It's- why can't they
Predator
listen?
Badlands.
Can't
Okay,
listen.
I've decided I want Rags. I want Rags Avatar to
Everyone-
fight
well,
this
yeah.
Avatar. I want that.
I'd fucking kill him.
I want the Shiba Inu versus the Otterverse. That's what I want.
I'd destroy him.
The Shiba
Look,
would
in
win.
the same way that the Tourette's guy who made the Predator movie, Shane Black, right, had a very, very bad portrayal of Tourette's people, whatever they're called. If I was making a movie and I portrayed furries in it, it would be a horrifically negative portrayal as well.
So Drake is like, this movie does this thing, and that's bad. And then they're like, oh yeah? What about the other movies? All right, good job.
Have a lot to
Good
say
point.
to you there, buddy.
Gee, it's almost like he wasn't talking about this movie.
Yeah. Look.
But again, it's contradicted. Like his response seems to be, "Oh well, you say that Predator Badlands is just Disney's slop, but these other two movies, and I'm now going to show you clips of things which are nothing like Predator Badlands,
Yes.
prove that they did it already. Like apparently this is the kind of Disneyfication we're talking about, even though actually what we're talking about is the absence of this in Badlands.
What you've highlighted, they know what Drink is saying, but they're like, nah. There's other stuff though. There's other stuff. It's like, okay, but you're saying it in contrast to what? To the highly marketable Disney slop, the PG-13 Predator slop. That's what we're talking about.
Look, this is what he said, but he didn't actually say it.
Yeah, clearly very safe and totally not R-rated at all.
Different movie.
Bro.
This film isn't R-rated.
It
This
isn't
one isn't.
R-rated. This is a PG-13,
isn't.
notably PG-13, I'd say. If you showed me all of the films and you said pick the PG-13 one, I'd be like, oh, it's that one.
Man.
And while Predator Badlands is rated PG-13, a lot of that is simply
Wow.
because the violence in this film is between aliens and...
Holy you
No.
chicken egg motherfucker, why do you think that's the case? It's the PG-13.
So they
They're trying to
could.
get the PG-13 so it can be marketed to a bigger audience. That's the whole point.
It's just a creative decision purely that all the Weyland-Yutani people are not even people. They're robots that you could slice and dice to heart's content like battle droids.
Matt, he's saying it like they intended to just make an R-rated film. They were like, oh, whoops, we made all the enemies aliens and all their blood is green.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just animals,
Yeah.
and it's just alien animals. They're not even real animals. We didn't even like cut a dog in half or anything. They're fake animals and synths. Oh,
robots.
catch that on the
There
next one.
definitely still is a lot of very brutal and visceral violence in the
No,
Visceral.
no,
Visceral.
No,
Vis-
visceral.
visceral?
That's funny.
I knew. I
But-
thought you'd like that. I did. I thought it was.
But
amusing.
also, no, not really. It's you can tell. Just like, I mean, number one, if it's not red, that does affect how you view it, obviously.
It does
But number
affect it,
two,
obviously.
even with that in mind, like a lot of it is much more sanitized for sure.
I am tired of people making this argument as though the original Predator is just as violent. It's just a different color of blood. It's absolutely nuts.
Not
And there's no
true.
respect
But
given to
let's
how
not pretend.
anything is portrayed.
Well, it's just human nature, basically. If you see human people that you know are human and are people and have like thoughts and feelings and hopes and dreams and all that sort of stuff and emotions, and you see them getting sliced to pieces and blood and body parts flying everywhere, that's obviously going to affect you differently than seeing a bunch of battle droids or random Weyland-Yutani synthetic mooks getting sliced and diced. Like, obviously, it's going to be completely different.
That's what I mean.
There's a
It's
I was
like-
about
reason
to say,
why
they're not
they're
battle
rated.
droids. They're literally just science droids. They're not even cool enough to be battle droids.
white goo versus green goo versus blue goo. So, just to be clear, X, I got this on repeat. Look at this skull. Do you understand the difference between this and a green alien blowing up with goo going everywhere? Look at that. Like,
What about-
it's driving me nuts. It's on the
Ugh.
stream. That is some rough gore that is supposed to be portraying something that's supposed to hit you in a particular way. It's very tonally
Especially because
specific.
you knew that character.
Yeah, that's
beforehand.
Billy now. He's fucking dead. And the idea is just like, oh, come on. It's only not R-rated because the blood is green instead of red. These people... No respect is given. It's ridiculous. You just wonder if they've even seen these movies.
Oh, have you seen the movie? Yeah, that's right.
Visceral.
Who can play that game?
It's very visceral, okay.
This film, but given the fact it's not actually happening to humans, the MPAA actually doesn't qualify this as an R-rated film because of that. Which I find funny because some of the violence is still just as violent as the things in those previous movies.
No.
No, not even close.
I'm sorry, you're too young to understand, I guess. Like, as in, you not only not seen the movie, but you also don't know the difference in tone. You can't recognize it, can't pass it out. It's, the violence is completely different.
He's odder years.
Movies as well, but because it's not happening to humans, they won't give it an R rating. The American film rating system is so weird sometimes.
That's not even weird.
Do you think that and also, like, what are you even suggesting? Do you think that, like, if Nick there from Zootopia got, like, decapitated, they'd be like, well, it's not a human, so we're just gonna rate that PG-13. Like, that's not how it works.
There is just an obvious truth as well. Kids do deal way better with watching cartoon crazy CG aliens explode with goo than they do.
Well, yeah. Why
Them and robots are saying you can do anything you want to a robot.
Yeah.
Tom and Jerry is pretty violent, but they're like little cartoon critters, and there's no blood.
Yeah, there's no permanent like injuries.
And
You're not actually maimed and dismembered.
And it's absurd. That's like an irrelevant part as well. Is that the violence is like absurd? It's not grounded.
Exactly.
At all.
It's very absurdist. The reactions to everything, the noises they make, the sound effects.
The beginning of Ragnarok, where he chops the head off the dragon thing and it spews green and yellow goo all over everybody. Like, if that was red, yeah, the rating gets a little bit more complicated. If it was sinew and flesh you recognize from our own bodies, be like, ooh, very careful.
The reason that this is rated differently is because almost universally, humans just have an aversion to seeing their own kind being ripped apart and gored.
Not
than they
difficult
do
to
alien
understand.
made-up species. It's obviously true. This should not require an explanation.
This is what the Predator franchise has devolved into. A financial commodity instead of a sharp and violent artistic endeavour, reshaped and remolded into a safe, inoffensive, focus-tested corporate product, ready to be churned out by the truckload until it becomes financially unviable. Well, based on the opening weekend projections, that eventuality might come sooner than expected.
Well, that line did not age well at all.
Yeah, it did. He said might.
Yeah,
he
said Mike,
and also yours is
like...
not going to age well by the looks of things.
It's just, he covered his ass. He said it might. This is all you need to do when you say something like that.
This is why I generally in my videos don't make financial predictions, because it's hard to tell from week to week.
Well, sure. You got to go by vibe. Got to play by vibes, man.
I mean, you know, it's fair if you can predict the box office because you believe you have a pretty strong handle on how it's going to go, and you turn out to be correct. It's like, yeah, that's like does get you some cred.
You called it. Yeah, it does.
I don't always ignore it, but I need to be I have to have conviction, you know. And
no, fair. Well, so for example, like people ask, what do you think the next Avatar is going to do? And I'm just like, I have no fucking clue. I'm not going to try and guess.
Well, yeah, we talked about it on Open Bar. I said like north of $1 billion, but definitely not hitting the second movie.
No clue. I wouldn't even want to make that claim. I have no fucking clue what's going to happen.
I would say I'm pretty confident it'll make a lot of money, but that's the
second one making as much as it did just made me think like whatever. They're magical movies. They don't even exist in the real box office. They just do things.
Given exactly what I said at the start of this video. This film opened with a $40 million weekend and already blew away expectations quite a bit.
Well, Variety said it slays, so that means it did.
I see. All right.
Oh,
gotcha.
Deadline. It's Deadline in this case, but still.
Remember, there's a second, soon to be third, I think, time they've held on to this $40 million number without the context of it's only $2 million more than the 2004 movie, not adjusted for inflation.
Okay, well, have we ever seen
a
fantastic opening weekend that's turned into a bad box office run ever? Has that ever happened?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly.
How's that even possible?
Wrecked.
That's inconceivable.
If it did good the first week, then obviously it's going to do great the second week.
Well, I've heard plenty of people say, like, the word of mouth is fantastic, so it will have legs. Like, we'll see. Like, it's just amused by this confidence.
Yeah. I doubt that, I don't think Predator Badlands is going to be a Top Gun Maverick situation.
New.
Since it was expected to open for $25 million instead. It also helps that this film was actually getting good reviews, unlike something like Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere or Tron Airy. As a result of the general good
On
Wow,
every-
that was a weird. I guess he doesn't like that one then. The Springsteen movie.
I will say this: I am a little surprised at the huge drop off. I feel like
Running
there
Man,
was
right?
some good word of. Well, I feel like there was some
Running
good
Man
word
came
of
out
mouth, whether or not it was justified or not. Whatever you could, argue.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure anymore. I can't. I was saying this to Fring, I've mentioned it on the stream before, but that film Black Phone 2, it like came out, and my feed got like filled with these incredibly hyper positive reviews, and then they just disappeared after a week, and there was never anything else said about it. And I was like, I wonder how much of that was real.
Black Phone, horror movies in general tend to have, a decent first week and then nothing after that. So
My point is, I can't tell what's real.
Oh, okay.
real
I
at this
understand.
point. Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't
because
realize what your point was. I'm sorry.
Well,
Reality
Twitter
is
is like
breaking around me.
75% bots. It's like, yeah.
So,
that's the case.
And just shills, like bots and shills and just mindless drones. Like the kind of stuff that we see for all of these movies that come out is just endless praise, as we will see.
I would never deny I've seen good word of mouth for Predator Badlands. I've also seen really bad word of mouth for it. So, we'll see. We'll have to check out the numbers when they happen. That's all.
People are actually going to see it and obviously enjoying it as well. Unless you're a drinker, I guess, and didn't actually watch the movie and just passed out after your sixth glass of ales.
Sixth glass of
Making fun of his
ale.
alcoholism.
Wow. Glass of ale.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to throw this out there. Drinker drinks whiskey. Come on.
I know. He knows nothing about this guy.
We're
Media
making
literacy.
fun of alcoholism.
What is
Now
he,
this-
Swedish?
This works for me. 6 ales would fucking demolish me, but that's just because I'm a little doggy and I just can't handle that much alcohol. But that's like half of my weight, body size wise. Give me a break, all right? But for drinker, he's got special compartments. He's like a cat. He's like who's the alien from Kenobi that has the 4 stomachs or whatever?
Oh, the Inquisitor guy.
Yeah.
He's from Utapau. He's from Utapau. He's one of the Utapauans.
Some of my favorite stories about Drinker are the ones where people try to outdrink him at conventions and they just get their asses handed to them.
Does happen.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
it happens
He just,
almost
like,
every
challenges
single
people.
one.
I've told Drinker I want
Interesting.
a shot competition with him someday. It'll be fun.
It as well. Unless you're a drinker, I guess, and didn't actually watch the movie and just passed out after your 6th glass of ales. It's honestly really funny and also very telling because, like I said before, me doing the kinds of videos I do here on the channel is letting more people know that people like Drinker aren't actually real critics.
All you've
well
done
done
is make him
you.
look more correct, so good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's spreading the word, right? He's a truth.
This is the thing.
Seeker.
I feel a little sorry for him. Obviously, it's going to be fleeting. That he's
Oh, yeah,
convinced
he has to-
that he's like done a really good job exposing the grift of Drinker, but like it doesn't really work because you're automatically going to get people who didn't like Drinker to begin with, and it's not going to take much to impress people when you're just shitting it. If this happens in any case, you'll draw in the negative of whatever. You could have the shittiest negative review of TLJ and the most amazing one. The people who hate the movie are probably still going to be happy with both. It's like there's not much, because Drinker is pretty thoroughly hated by plenty of people now. He's just too big. That's what happens.
Yep, it's inevitable when you get to be that size.
You can make
It's very
way
strange that you can be that big and not have either a super passionate or super, I guess, negative following, or both. Generally, it's going to be both.
Just the crosshairs just lock in. They're like, oh, yes, I can make a career.
Everyone's
out of
aware
telling
of you.
people. Yeah.
It's the biggest hurdle that you have to get over when you get into this sort of like content creation, YouTube streaming kind of sphere. The biggest hurdle is discoverability. So once everyone knows who you are, then just the natural effect is you're going to get people who hate you and people who love you, especially if you have a bit of like a cultural lean, like, Drinker has. And I mean, God forbid the people he hangs out with. Ooh.
I sort of had I understand exactly where you're coming from, because I sort of had that where, because obviously anybody who doesn't know out in the chat, I started with Drinker. Like literally the first time I was ever on a stream, ever on YouTube, was with Drinker. So I started in this weird kind of, I was already on a side way. So when I started to emerge, I already had haters. It was really strange.
Well, in any case, you can make way better videos addressing Drinker's, points you disagree with. We get highlights on his second channel of him and I arguing every once in a while over whatever. I guess because the Fallout show we had a big old argument over. We had an argument over dinosaurs and their relevancy.
Yes, the dinosaurs. That's my favorite. I remember that open bar. That was one of my favorite open bars ever.
It's just, so like obviously I think it's plenty valid, especially by the way, everyone's got stuff you can definitely dig into, but this has been shit, really shit. But I'm glad you're proud of yourself, I guess.
They are a complete joke to real media discourse in
real media discourse.
Like someone who can't understand the difference between somebody quoting Grace Randolph and somebody giving their own opinion.
Yep.
Real media discourse.
General. And fortunately, me doing what I do here has caused a lot more people to see through that, and also
get over yourself.
Really?
Yeah, I know. Like, he's a hero. He saved media. They all think like this, though. The people who did it to CinemaSins felt like that. And it's just like, he's still around, guys. He's still fine. Like, same for Nostalgia Critic. Thank goodness that he's still around. A better world for it. We wouldn't have Melvin if we got rid of him.
It is a better world with Nostalgia Critic and Melvin.
The world would be a much more grim place without Melvin.
It would be darker. Yeah.
Also start ripping people like Drinker as well. Overall, even though Drinker didn't watch the movie, I did, and personally, I would give it my...
I wouldn't be able to fucking tell. Sorry, but it's just the same thing goes for you, bud.
Recommendation. But overall, I personally enjoy Predator Badlands, and I hope my video here helped you understand just how awful Drinker is as a reviewer, and most of these grifters are overall.
It's not a video about how good the movie is. It's a video of how bad this person is, and also check out the movie.
No, man, he nailed it. He explained how good the movie was, how bad Drinker is as a reviewer, and then also how bad all the grifters are. You fucking, the trifecta, you got it. Nice.
It does look like
I have no idea about anything about the movie, by the way.
No.
These videos is paying off and helping people understand where real criticism comes from.
You keep saying this. Stop. Move on. Keep glazing yourself.
The more true it becomes.
Yeah, I know.
It's interesting that you're talking about how he's going on about glazing himself, because I cut out quite a bit of the self-glazing actually, because it was very redundant. I cut out a bit.
Any
he
man
just
who
went on
must
and on about
suck
how
his
fucking
own
amazing
penis.
he was.
Yeah.
And what it actually looks like. So thank you everybody for paying attention to these videos. I'm happy to keep doing my part, and I'm happy to keep hunting grizzly bears.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the term grizzly bears. I'm not gonna lie.
It's funny. It's certainly funny.
I like it ironically, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm doing my part.
No, I don't even like it ironically. I think it's hilarious. Fully.
All right.
So,
what's next?
Yeah, next up we have our third video. And as you can tell by the time bar, this one was
the longest?
Well, that's okay, because it's our show. We can just fucking quit whenever we want to. So don't you worry.
Exposed for lying. Here we go.
He lied again.
Liar. Come on, I'm gonna reference them all.
Lies. Why are you lying? Stop lying!
Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
I've spent 4 years of my life. 4 days,
30
sorry.
years of my life. Oh, I mean,
4 years is funnier though.
4 years is funny.
I'm bored, and today we're going to talk about a bunch of liars. But I absolutely enjoyed myself with this movie. I've already seen it twice. I know a bunch of people that have seen it at least once over this weekend. Some people that have...
I saw it 3 times and I wasn't even bored.
Did you know that the anecdotes are just kind of meaningless, honestly?
That's why I
don't even know what the point is.
It makes the box office sadder knowing that it was just people going multiple times the same person.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, I just referenced one of the earliest EFAP memes of all time. It's when I Hate Everything was talking about, I think TLJ, right? Where he was in defense of TLJ, he said, I watched it 3 times and I wasn't even bored.
And I wasn't even bored.
Which is so irrelevant. It's just like, okay.
Yeah. Because normally the one we talk about is the Chris Stuckman. I had to watch Blade Runner over and over until I was brainwashed into believing it was good. Yeah, instead of just being able to recognize it.
Clearly, but then remember what was it? The book about all the amazing movies, and it was clear that he didn't like No Country for Old Men, or at least he didn't understand the ending.
Yeah, and Rags, I just want to protect you from an invisible landmine there. Rags is not saying it's a bad film. He's saying that Chris Stuckman had to convince himself that it was a good film.
Oh
Blade
yeah,
Runner.
Yeah, like Chris
Blade
Tuckman
Runner
doesn't
is obviously a very
understand
good
why
film,
it's
yeah.
good. Blade
Yeah.
Runner is excellent, but he doesn't know why.
Yeah.
Just like he doesn't really know why No Country for Old Men is good, based on that book that he did, where he pretty much just admitted that he didn't really get the ending.
Also going to watch it again, like myself.
Cool.
And look, here's the other Predator films. It is the
Whoa.
one with the absolute.
Oh wow!
high.
Oh wow! The cinema score,
Bro.
Oh, that's amazing! Look at
Fucking
that cinema
hell.
score; it's so high. I really care about the
Wow.
cinema score for the Predator franchise.
Well, that was definitely a thing back in 1987.
Predator getting that B
Yeah.
plus. Ripperoo.
Yeah, which I mean, it's kind of awkward because when you show me that, it's like, well, I don't really care what this system is on its
No.
own terms. When you show me that this film is rated higher, I really don't care.
Well,
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't cinema score when it's based on polling when
Audience.
walking out of the theater?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Exactly.
so
Basically,
how the
what
fuck
does
did they
the audience
possibly
think?
have the first two movies? That shit didn't exist back then.
Is it based on like reviews at the time or something?
It's
It
so
probably
yeah.
is. I would imagine it's based on
Movie
reviews
Cynic
at
will
the
always
time,
like
so.
by habit rate like take any cinema score view and automatically knock it down basically 2 letters for general audience sentiment because they go to the theater as I understand it on day of release and interview people who are coming out of theater on the day of release. But obviously those are disproportionately likely to be the people who are most likely to like the thing.
Of
So
course.
Well,
to
yeah,
extrapolate
yeah.
the general audience principles, you have to kind of knock it down a bit. The most ardent Predator fan will go into Predator Badlands. And well, actually, will they come out liking it if they're really Predator fans?
You would
Don't
think
know
that they'd
about
hate
that,
it the more the more
You would.
familiar they are with Predator,
would, but
but
no.
some people are
Most
just
ardent
fans
Disney
of an
fan.
aesthetic.
And Cynic is usually like spot on. Like when it comes to this kind of stuff and box office, I think he's undefeated, to be honest with you.
Cinema score. Let's take a look at some of the coping, some of the lies, some of the misinformation and
All right.
disinformation from a lot of the channels out there and accounts that you guys
Let's
are
do
used
it.
to seeing, just to see where
Hell yeah,
everybody is
baby.
at this moment. Here's one that goes, Predator Badlands perfectly demonstrates how the great feminization has destroyed culture. The Predator is
Yeah,
guided by a
okay.
female
Fucking hell.
character on an emotional journey, helping him become vulnerable, get in touch with his feelings, and choose friendship over family. This is such a completely disingenuous take on the movie. First of all, not a female because this character is not a human.
That's the first thing you
Why?
say.
Why?
This is-
Why? What are you
Did
doing?
anybody besides me read that in Despot's accent?
Yes.
Okay, good.
No, I don't
I'm
know
just glad it wasn't just me.
Not a female at Android. Jesus. All right.
Well,
This is
actually,
legitimately
she's
this
a
was the
genderless
weird
android.
thing because as far as I know, this guy's like super lefty. So when I heard him say this, I was like, oh, that's bizarre that you're saying. This is actually a bizarre take that you have. That by technicality of her not being like flesh and blood human,
Yeah.
it's not a she. That it can't be a female. This is legitimately wild.
They're not biological. She's a synth. Just like every other
She is a
humanoid
synth.
character.
She's not a
She
synth.
is a
Yes,
synth.
yes. He can't even keep up in real time. He's betraying his own
Why,
opinion.
great.
why is he? Why? What are you doing? Why? Why are you
I
doing
guess he hasn't
this?
got anything else to say. I don't know.
I don't
This
know,
is-
man. This was just one of those wacky, weird things the guy decided to say in his video, and I was like, "Oh, this is interesting. We'll be covering that."
In this movie, outside of the Predator, is a synthetic. They're not male or female because they're not biological.
He caught himself.
Yeah, there you go.
So it is an android or a synthetic that looks like a woman. No female stuff going on there whatsoever. Before we move on to the
she doesn't have any woman parts.
Alright.
No
by the way.
female
She has
stuff
no
going
legs.
on.
Yeah,
But
just
also
a
the-
complete,
the-
complete
both of the
lack of
callus-
vagina. So
Both of the Kalasks are female,
Yep.
and they are alive. So you know, but I don't even know why he's doing this. Honestly,
It's so weird.
It's just, I think it's in term because I would be more than happy to say like Data's male. Like obviously
course,
Data's
yeah.
male. Edie's obviously
yeah.
female. You know,
Like,
like,
Rags is a
obviously.
guy.
Rags, I don't care what you say. This is just looking at this guy. I accept all of his opinions on gender.
Well, also,
True.
just
Look at
in-
all.
in
He's
the
got a lot of
movie
merch.
itself,
So
in the
he kinda
movie
knows what he's
itself,
talking about.
Thea
Spider-Man's right
says
there.
to Tessa, "We can be sisters." That is
Sisters.
her line in the film. She regards herself as female. She presents as female. She talks as female. The pronoun you used is female. It's such a non-answer to try and actually your way out of that. Just
Yeah.
address the point that's being made or don't, but don't try and circumvent it.
next one, I just want to point out that right now, as it ranks, Predator Badlands is in the
I'm sorry. This becomes.
I enjoy the.
It's just
I
worthless
loved
the
it.
second we see Predator is. It's like, oh, no, I don't care.
No, I know.
Oh yeah.
It's just to me that it's already like, so you're one of those guys. You really care about Rotten Tomatoes and cinema scores. Like, just you already know what I'm talking about. This is just a certain cohort of people who talk about
any
movies.
validation I can
It's
get.
the Grace
Any
Randall
external
sort of-
validation.
It's very much that camp. The kind of people who really, really would love to get invited to, like the events and premieres and stuff like that.
All that matters.
It's just I'm not interested in this realm of media analysis at all because it isn't even really media analysis.
I want to hope that those aren't his prescription glasses, by the way, because those are terrible.
The white rim? I'm not a fan of the white
The
rims
yellows.
at all.
It's yellow fucking.
Oh, is it? Oh, I got it on my.
Yeah, yellow.
Oh, it is yellow. Yeah, it is yellow.
Yeah, it's yellow. That's like.
Sorry,
but if he's gonna do like.
No fair. Yellow's a terrible choice.
If he's gonna do really base, surface level criticism, I'm gonna do it as well.
The top 3 of all Predator movies ever made.
That's crazy. Wow.
It must be good.
Top 3.
Must be good.
Wow.
The movie.
It's weird.
has-
That
Oh,
the
no,
top
here comes
3
Az.
are all the ones from the.
Are we just done with Despot's thing now? Or have we just moved on?
Yeah, that was just a fun little weird thing he said about how Thea's not female. So actually, technically, that means that this despot guy is totally wrong because she's actually a robot. Didn't you know? Didn't you even see the movie?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Just
pretty
a weird
certain
little
that
interesting
Despot,
thing.
this whoever this Despot of Antrim is, he's never been right about anything, especially
My goodness.
anything that we've ever collaborated with him on.
Some of the best fight scenes that you'll ever see in any of the Predator films.
Okay.
There's like 2 or 3 fight scenes that are just absolutely incredible that have nothing to do with this.
Predator Badlands isn't a Predator movie.
Oh yeah, bonus as section, everybody. I thought it was amusing.
Yes.
Here we go. Bonus as section.
Hell yeah.
It is.
At all.
It is.
Number
Now.
one.
100%.
I mean, officially, sure, but like
It has the branding, but the soul is, well,
in the same way that people say like, it's not fucking, with any of these IPs when they get their modern iterations.
TLJ isn't Star Wars, for instance.
Fucking Dial of Destiny. It's like, oh, Indiana Jones. Like, no. You're like, well,
obviously
actually,
not.
it is.
Says it on the box.
Actually,
the
it is.
trailer said the advertisement.
I was under
said
the impression
it.
that Az could only yell pronouns. I didn't think he actually could speak.
There's a human in there. You can do all kinds of speaking.
Apparently, I'm shocked.
It's 100% a Predator movie. I don't know how
Go ahead, call him a liar. you said it wasn't a Predator movie.
else to tell you guys that is just
Predator
it's a fucking dumb
pronouns.
statement. It's a disingenuous, dumb statement from a brain rot channel.
Okay, so if you have a brain, then you'd probably be able to recognize pretty quickly that he's saying, as far as he's concerned, it does not slot in with what the franchise expectations are. It's very straightforward. Unless, of course, you really want to believe that Az is trying to convince people it is not officially licensed as a Predator film. Is that what you think he's doing? Because I just
It's
personally
obviously in the case because that's what his complaint is. That it is that way. That's why he brought up that it isn't a Predator film. That'd be a weird thing to bring up if he was covering an Indiana Jones movie or something like that.
Number 2.
This movie's number 2.
Disney in their infinite wisdom, and by infinite wisdom, I mean complete and utter retardation.
Okay, Arsler. By the way, did
Yeah, baby, retard.
I love the
Retardulosis.
Well, we got to take back retard.
It never got taken, really. Yeah, they never got it.
Yeah.
They tried, and
Too many
I guess
people,
some
yeah.
people are still trying, unfortunately.
That was
but
one
you
thing
never
when I did Ironheart, people really called me out on the amount of times I said retard, and I was like, her name is fucking Riri. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, how else would you like me to make fun of that?
Well,
I think the issue is that if retard was the first word that they came for or tried to completely remove, then it might have worked. But I think that by the time they came for retard, where it was like, nah, we're sick of losing words.
I think
nah, that ain't
We're
working.
keeping the words, damn it.
if they had managed to push further and further, retard would have been like our Alamo, basically. Like we would have just
It's like
been
the end
like,
of
we will die
Braveheart.
with this one.
You may take our F words, you may take our N words, but you may never take our retard.
You may take our
Retard,
N-words.
take our retard.
Those N-words are ours. Those N-words belong to us. Okay,
Just a bunch of us
Those
just
are our
hanging
N-words.
out, just with Winchesters, just fighting for retard.
I mean, let's be honest. Trying to take retard away from people is retarded. That's what it is,
Yeah.
through and
It
through.
is.
And you look retarded if you say arsler as well, which is sort
It's-
of makes
yeah,
the word
it's
double
funny.
useful.
Disney made the last two.
Dude,
projects
dude,
don't you mean remember the Linus?
Remember
Linus
Hard R, yeah.
and Prey, which
Hard
both-
R.
That fucking clip was glorious. Hard R. So many hard R's in American Dad. The guy's reaction where he just goes like,
was looking so confused. Like, what?
It's really awkward because he was seriously reevaluating his friendship.
yeah,
with
he
him.
was just like, you've been dropping hard R's. Like, why?
have been incredible
that
movies.
I'm sorry.
So why is it that out of the three films, the one that you seem to have the biggest problem with is this one, but you're ignoring the
Because
animated
it's the
one?
PG-13 one.
And also,
it's
Az
worse
did
one.
not like Prey, not at all. He thought it was shit.
Yes, so that is worth noting. Not everybody is on the same in that same,
Yeah,
view.
we're generally negative on it. It's got some things that are good in it, but overall it's a bad movie.
Complicated for me. I kind of like it, but I
Yeah.
also kind of don't.
That's fair.
It's,
It's easy to see why someone would like it because the parts that are good
the
are
bag of
quite good.
things.
French guys, I really enjoy that sequence when he's fighting the French guys, but like that
Hell yeah.
finale that is like, oh, not great.
The beer thing, that's still top tier.
That's cool. Yeah.
I
That
have
was
no
fucking
idea
awesome.
how to pronounce this in the chat, but a soft R would be retard. That's how it would be. You have to put a
What,
bunch
like,
of A's
so
at
if
the
you're
end
from,
of it.
if
Like
you're from Boston,
New York,
basically.
you're Boston.
Yeah, you got to
Hey, you
retard.
retard. Get
You
out
got
of
to put
the
a bunch
road,
of A's at the end
retard.
of it.
Such a funny accent. I don't know why it
Beautiful.
sounds like that. To me, it almost feels like it's got slight Australianisms in that Boston
So,
accent.
I do know that
Platoon,
you might be able to back me up on this. I think we talked about it once that there's an island like off the coast of Massachusetts that's been marked as like the most accurate English accent. Was that you and me who talked about that?
That sounds familiar because there's a couple of islands like that in the States, but they've had basically, in fact, all of Australia arguably qualifies as well, but because they've been relatively isolated from broader linguistic development, they have these really old pure forms of the way people used to speak. So anywhere that's an island, the Australian accent is closer to what the East End Londoners used to speak than it is to what current day East End Londoners used to speak. And I think it's the same with the Bostonian accent as well. So the Bostonian accent is what people from East Anglia in England just used to sound like, but we've changed, and actually sort of the relics have stayed in Boston.
Neat.
I guess
Congrats,
that is
Fringy.
interesting. Well, I don't know if is that a congratulations situation. I'm not. I'd say so.
I mean, apparently you're more legitimate.
I mean,
Yeah.
Frankie, I just wanted to say that you do
But
good
Australia
work,
is
and we
Australia.
value
Like
your
you
presence.
like in Australia, you wouldn't be pointing to it like, "Oh, you're very British," as like a point of pride. You know,
You sound like a
about
British
that.
prisoner, damn it.
Yeah, I guess so. It's interesting to think about the development because it feels like another noteworthy aspect is there is not much variation in the Australian accent. It broadly sounds the same no matter where you go. It's a little bit different sometimes, but like not really compared to in England where like you drive 10 minutes down the road. It seems like they've already got a different accent.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, definitely. Same
The
thing with the
impression I
United
get is
States.
because I figure that the reason why that's the case is because when you've got like accents that are developing over hundreds or thousands of years in an era before cars and trains, like there's reason for the accents to sort of diverge because you've got people who aren't regularly interacting with each other. But then like the more ability that regular people have to travel, the more that it broadens, like, I don't know, almost like the sphere of a particular accent. I could be totally wrong, but it's an impression I get because America's got more variation than Australia. For
Well, yeah, I
instance, even
mean-
though it's about the same size as a country.
Yeah. I mean, just listen to me and Rags. Like, we're not crazy far
Rags
away,
and I.
but we don't sound.
Where are you?
I'm in New Jersey. I've actually like really filtered out my
far
accent.
away. We're far away.
Yeah, but in comparison to England and Australia, we're not that far away.
That makes us more far away if we compare it to them.
What are you talking about?
Huh? What are you talking about? England and Australia
that
are
work?
thousands of miles
Well,
away.
I mean,
You and me are a
opposite
couple
sides
hundred.
of the planet.
I thought you meant like internally like England. Oh, yeah, the distance between those. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, like the distance between you and me is only a few hundred miles, whereas
You and I.
England and Australia is thousands.
Yeah, that's true. So
We have lost the plot, by
yeah.
the way. We have definitely lost the plot.
No, it's
I
okay,
saw
but I mean, it's
someone in
interesting.
chat said Yauchard, as in Yauchard Todd. I like that.
I've
Good.
really filtered out my New Jersey accent, though. I don't sound like this very often. You know, I don't talk like this, so
Oh God, yeah, no, that just snuck up.
Over the course of my life, I never wanted to sound like that, so I removed it from my vernacular.
Yautism.
And how do you feel about that now? Do you feel like you've lost something by doing that, or are you happy?
No,
with
not
that
really.
decision?
Not really. I'm very centralized in New Jersey, so I if you go south, you sound more. It's very different than north. So I just feel like I'm the Switzerland of New Jersey.
Someone says Rags only has a bit of the Arkansas twang sometimes. That's because my dad is from Missouri, and he was the stay-at-home parent for the most part. So a lot of that was probably based on him being around, and he never had a southern Arkansan
Is the
accent.
Missouri
Sometimes it comes
accent
through.
notably different from the Arkansan accents?
No,
Missouri.
and he wasn't even. He's in South Missouri, from South Missouri, but it's still. He just never really had it. He just never really
It
had
sounded
it.
like you said Missouri much more southern
Missouri.
than you normally
You
do.
can always tell if
Missouri.
Yeah, it comes through. It comes through. Yeah,
You can
And you
always tell
remember-
someone from Missouri because they don't pronounce the I. It's Missouri.
You remember the quote from Grandpa where he says, "I'll be deep in the cold, cold ground before I recognize Missouri."
Yes.
Well, Rags, you're from more the eastern side of Arkansas, right?
No, Central.
Oh, Central. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't
right,
know.
right in the
We've ne-
middle. Right. in the
Most of
middle.
us have never met each other, guys. By the way, for the chat, we just pretend we know each other.
Yeah,
Anyway.
sometimes it comes out. It depends on who I'm with. If I'm with a bunch of Southern people, then it just comes out. But
And
I'm
you're
just
not
like a
talking
chameleon. I'm a linguistic chameleon.
about Prey. I honestly, I don't know what Az's stance on Prey is. Probably not good.
Well, then you probably shouldn't assume it and then
Then you
call
probably
out
shouldn't assume-
contradictions based on
Yeah.
assumptions. That's stupid.
I remember, you could always just get
quick
rid of this
Google.
from the video. You could just like
You
snip it
type
out,
in
get
heel
rid of
versus
it.
babyface Prey and probably find his opinion. Probably wouldn't take long. But,
Heel
oh well, never mind.
versus-
Maybe even Grok would
Babyface
say like
Prey.
he didn't like it. If you ask Grok, what is
Oh well, it took me 10 seconds, and his
That's 10
his
seconds
movie.
too much,
His-
buddy.
His
10
movie's
seconds too
called
much.
Predator Prey, as average a movie as you will ever see.
I'm pretty sure he's I don't, so many people say they don't like a movie, they call it mid or whatever. I'm so confused by this. Like the middle of the road, it's bad, you know.
They use
'cause
average as an insult, and it's like it
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah,
really.
it
It's
seems
more
like a
like
scale reset sometimes.
I've said that before. Where the fact that
Everything you
we've
said
gotten
was
to a point
before.
is, well, of course, but the fact that we've gotten to a point in society where mid or okay is considered a hard stance is so weird.
I think, well, if anything, he's come to hate it even more than he would have day one, I guess. But yeah, he's never liked Prey.
because of the fact that we know how he feels about women. So I could just
My God. Holy
At least he
shit.
knows. At least he recognizes Thea as a woman. So I don't know, man. I mean,
Do you know they put a woman in the original Predator? There is a woman in that one. I
It's
don't
true.
know.
She's one of the only two survivors.
What's insane is
Anna.
Az likes that film. I don't get it. I really don't. It's insane.
You would have
It's
liked
just-
it more if she got killed.
Yeah.
Messily.
guess
She was
what it is?
devoured.
Have turned the Predator into a girl brand. It's now a girl brand.
So what makes it a girl brand? Because there's a woman in it?
Well, you gotta let him say. Gotta keep going.
I mean, I would. I'd be like, oh, tell me
Because
more.
there's a woman in the film?
Reggie, let it go.
Not even like a biological female
Let the video play.
human being, like a synthetic woman that is only
Please,
mimicking
Az, with your
feelings and
beautiful
emotions. So
This is a woman
English
in
accent, please tell
Predator,
me.
so it's probably not the idea, is it? It's probably someone else that Az is probably thinking about. Let him say the things.
it's not even really conveying feelings or emotions. So I don't really understand.
That's not even
Yeah,
true.
I-
The film
I-
explicitly said that she has emotions and feelings.
Yeah, specifically.
Also, if you're not biological, especially in the far, far future of synthetics and robots and androids, like to say, oh, none of that's real. They're not real emotions or real feelings. They're not even. You shouldn't even call them.
Well, yeah,
a
by-
she. They can't even be.
I
Female.
imagine.
Consequently, then he has to
I'm
not be considerate of her safety at all. She is a tool to this guy, right? Like she is a.
Mhm.
She's like a
Even though
toaster.
was
obviously
right.
the film
Hashtag Jack was
disagrees with
right.
That point, even though the film clearly doesn't believe that.
So they do make sure to tell you, like, oh, you're a tool, and oh, I'm going to use you as a tool. But
That's his cope. That's his cope to get it. That's
Yeah,
his
and
loophole
it's the
cope.
beginning of the movie because there is the entire quite important scene when they first meet Tessa back alive and in the flesh, so to speak, and then she has the conversation with Thea, and Thea says, "We can be more than what they made us. We can be sisters." And then Tessa says, "Do you know why they gave us feelings? To manipulate the environment, basically." But then Thea makes the conscious decision that she's not going to be like her sister because her feelings about the environment matter more than her programming, etc. So like that's a big scene in the film. The feelings are a big important point of it. The fact that she has them is very important to her character.
Yep. That's at least what the film's trying to put across.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Doesn't do a very good job, but
No.
it tries.
But it's trying. That's clearly the intent.
What do you mean by girl brand? Can you give us more than that? I'm very curious. You didn't watch the movie.
He did.
This movie has some of the most extreme deaths in the film.
Oh, come on. Whatever.
In the third act, particularly.
Only PG-13.
It's just not bloody.
It's barely more extreme than Itchy and Scratchy, dude. Like, I just don't think people.
I'd say Itchy and Scratchy is more extreme.
Yeah,
most
fair,
extreme deaths. The most extreme
Itchy and
deaths in
Scratchy is more gnarly.
The most extreme deaths in the series are probably in the second movie.
Probably, yeah. But the first one, is in the selection.
Yeah.
I feel like they had to up the ante with the second movie. They had to be like, okay, different location, different, more graphic deaths,
I mean, remember also in Itchy and Scratchy, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the thing, like he got chopped up by a bunch of little Itchies with axes from the inside.
And disintegrated.
So, that's pretty. Yeah, I remember one that I always really enjoyed was the one where Itchy tied like a brick to Scratchy's tongue, and then it like ripped out all of his organs, and then and then Scratchy's like, ah! And then jumps out the window, gobbles it all up, and is like, he gives a thumbs up, and then just lands on a cactus.
Somebody in
the music even
somebody in the
reflects like
chat-
the happy moment, and then he just dies.
Somebody in the chat mentioned Gary Busey's death. I mentioned this on Open Bar. I'm still wondering where his upper half went. I really want to know where the upper. It's just
still
hanging.
up there. It's still up there, man.
I remember finding
maybe that was on radio. I don't remember.
The fun fact of it originally did fall, but it was too graphic or something. There is a reason why it disappears. I just can't remember what it was.
Because we're not talking about flesh and blood people. It's
But
aliens.
that's a huge.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
That is a huge, basically intrinsic, because we're human, difference between how violence is perceived.
Be absolutely clear, there is something else going on. It's not because you can have a blue man who's got blue insides getting killed in a very graphic, gory, and rough tonally way, or you can have him explode Mortal Kombat style and blood splatters everywhere and everyone goes, hey. It's about portrayals. This is about what effects you use. If Blaine's blood was blue when he got killed, it would still look rough as fuck. Just be like, oh, I guess he's an alien.
If violence was just violence and there was no other context to it, like he seems to be saying here, then that means that like the Phantom Menace is the goriest of all of the Star Wars movies, because look at all those battle droids getting chopped up by lightsabers.
It's horrifying. Yeah, really. Those guts.
Also, you do see Darth Maul get cut in half, technically.
A bit
which
of
is something
blood
you
as
didn't really
well.
see before that.
Yeah, a little splash of blood.
So you get a lot of that in the third act. A lot of it they were capable of doing because it wasn't supposed to be humans. That's why, even though it's PG,
Why do they do this every time? They highlight themselves why it's not R-rated, and then they're like, but it's fine though because it's still violence.
13 is extremely violent.
They should seriously watch Itchy and Scratchy.
I saw a Marvel computer chair and just kind of disregarded everything this guy was going to say afterwards.
Wow,
Marvel
hater.
Well,
you don't.
He's got a Spider-Man like seat, but he's got the Flash on his T-shirt. You got to pick one.
Wow.
There's no universe
Look at this split
where this guy wasn't
loyalty.
gifted this thing.
No, he's a real fan.
Because there's not a lot of blood.
It's about love and friendship.
Where's the love?
Like in your life, Eric?
No, he is actually like fucking around, right? Like he does remember the scene where Deck's like, "Oh, hey, Callisk, yeah, look at you, aren't you great? I respect you and I appreciate you." Before it exploded.
Well, I mean, the beginning, Quay sacrificed himself to give his brother a chance at
that
honor.
seems
Like,
like
that's obviously
love,
brotherly
yeah.
love. He sacrificed himself. Like, obviously, not all love is romantic because you learn this in like
And you know,
first
Theo,
grade literature
Theo was hoping that
class.
she could be
You
sisters.
learn
Obviously,
this
that was
from being a
rejected,
human
but still.
being.
Kind of, yeah. He's like, "What? You think I love my parents romantically? I know I'm from Arkansas, but chill."
I mean, there are some people out there who have weird fetishes, but yes, for the majority of human beings, we don't love our parents romantically.
The theme of the movie is meant to be that Deck is going to become like the leader of a pack that he cares for and takes care of, and we see
It's
that
found
pack at the end of
family.
the film. So how is he saying like I thought you liked this movie?
Well, he's just
You
asking.
think that you'd be
Okay,
able
just
to
ask
do
a
a better
question.
job?
You should be saying yes, this is in the film and it's great. That's what you should be saying.
He's
Not
just
what
quoting
love.
a Black
Your
Eyed Peas
observation
song.
is
That's all.
accurate. Your analysis is wrong.
Just quoting the song name. That's all he did. Where is the love?
Where's the love?
It's like an
There's
echo
no
of
romance in this
you.
movie at all.
No, bro. There is more than
Did
just.
you know that was coming up?
Well, Rags is the one that made this. I haven't
Rags,
seen this before.
I claim no credit for anything regarding anything.
Holy shit!
Zero.
That was
There's
perfect.
no point.
I found this video on the side of the road and thought it'd be neat to bring home, so I did.
You found some roadkill and you wanted to show it.
Eric
Oh, man.
debunks roadkill.
this dude who just happened to be on the side of the road.
I thought he had a really neat hat with his flat
yeah.
brim, which I hate. I hate by those, by the way, the flat brim caps.
You prefer them
I just
curved-ish, yeah?
I prefer them curved.
They
Yeah, a
don't
little
actually
curved.
provide any type of protection from the sun.
I like them curved and short. That's all my hats. I'm a hat guy. I like those short brim hats. They don't stick out too
I
far.
prefer
Like, just
helicopter
enough
hats.
to get the job done.
A little curve
with the
and
little
just not
with
quite
the,
too long. That's the way
oh,
to
those
go.
are good though. Yeah, the helicopter hats are kind
You
of
can fly.
They're kind of excellent.
Like romantic connection with any of these characters at all. The situation is that the main character.
Here he goes, explaining the whole fucking movie because that's what they all do, as though it's a response to anything that was just said.
His brother. We're going to get into spoiler territory here. His brother ends up sacrificing himself to allow the younger brother to go out and prove himself to get the honor of the family.
Sacrifices himself out of what? Mild resentment?
Does that count as
He's a friend. He's a friend. He's a
It happens in
friend.
the first 10 minutes of the movie.
Platonic. He's a friend.
Of the clan.
I love
There's
you platonically,
no
brother.
love or romance or anything of that sort in this movie between.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fuck his brother. That's for
There
sure.
you go.
There's none.
I do.
Zero.
Not want to do that. of
Not
course.
even between the synthetic and her sister. There's no
What do you
feeling.
He quote
Not
quotes on it. The
even
air
not
quotes.
even
I
As though
can't
it's
commit
more
to them being
likely.
female.
It's always based on some sort of like relationship outside of romance or love. That's the way the movie is designed. And it's done that
No.
way on purpose
No.
because we're not dealing with humans.
There's only one
We're
kind
not
of love,
dealing
bro.
with people. We're dealing with an alien race.
Well, so,
This is
purposefully, you
bizarre.
are supposed.
They're
like,
aliens they can't love.
They are AI, but they're very advanced, and they've been given feelings such that they can even directly countermand their presumed programming. That is common in sci-fi. You'd consider her
And
a
even-
person more than likely, but if you don't want to, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. But I mean, even as he's talking about the Outja that way, the aliens that way.
Maybe a better way of putting it. Do you think Dan Trachtenberg would be happy that you're saying these things?
Well, apparently, yeah. He said this is
When
how
you
the movie
feel
was
When you,
designed.
when you apparently like this film, do you think he'd be thrilled when you're like, yeah, I mean, she's not even a person really, and she has
Yeah.
feelings, and there's no love in
When
this
Quay-
movie at all between any of the characters.
When Quay sacrificed his life to save Deck and give him a chance at honor, that wasn't love or anything, because he's an alien. They don't have that.
No. Disgusting aliens.
I was like, okay.
Bunch of
The more I
alien
look at
species-
this guy's setup, the more I hate him.
Oh.
It's just no brand loyalty. I can't tell if he's on or off air with that sign.
Wait, so would you prefer it if he had brand, like if it was just
I would
Marvel
prefer if
stuff?
he had some brand
Wow.
loyalty. like,
Neurotic
seriously.
taking
Okay.
shots. Neurotic taking shots.
Hey,
Catching
I have
strays.
no. It's this specific guy because he goes so far out of
Just
his way.
this
Specific guy.
This specific
He
guy
goes so far out
with
of
his
his way to
fucking
have
hat
the
and his yellow
Marvel logo
glasses.
back there. If Gary doesn't have a Marvel logo, to my knowledge, it's
He has
just
a
action
Batman
figures.
and Superman icon, but I guess you
Yes,
could say
but
the
they're
same
not
company.
the Marvel or DC logo.
I think that's
I can
arbitrary, but I'll allow
appreciate-
it.
I'm just
think
coming
I
up with ways to
appreciate the
hate this guy.
difference. No, I think I'm with you. I think I'm with Dark Hour on this. I get what he's. I'm picking up what you're laying down.
she's on a planet and synthetics there to do a job. That's it. There's no room.
And girls doing all the talking. And girls telling predators how they should live their lives. And predators being like, yes, I'm going to listen and do exactly what you say.
That's absolutely not what happens in the movie.
I mean,
that is though.
That is what happens.
Well, at the end, yeah. At the beginning, he doesn't, but then at the end, he realizes he was wrong and she was right, and then he uses that knowledge to win the movie.
That's absolutely not what happens in the movie, because the main character, the predator in this movie, rejects everything that she does along the way.
Until
the end, when he realizes that she was right. Yeah, and does it, and then
thing
wins.
that she tries to convince him of doing, he rejects.
Until
what happens?
He rejects it when she tries to talk him into keeping a.
Yeah, you can hang on this point forever, but you're gonna have to eventually address the end of the movie.
An alien species
what does the
around
film
with
has
him
to
because
say?
This alien helped him. He rejects that. He rejects her talking all the time. He rejects her form of humor.
Wow, he's extending this as long as he can to avoid saying what happens next.
Rejects everything about her. Matter of fact, the only time that they actually get to a point where they're sort of in line with each other is at the very end of the movie, in the last scene of the movie.
Actually, that's not true.
Well, not true, no.
It happens way before.
Way
that.
before,
it
yeah.
happens
before that.
She
Listen,
sacrifices herself to help him escape, and then out of love and loyalty, he goes around picking up all the other creatures
Platoon,
that he loves to go back and rescue her.
You have to understand, he knew what was happening well ahead of time. He was like, okay, so absolutely the Predator does what she says by the end. How can I make that sound the complete opposite? He rejects her. He rejects her at the beginning. He rejects her after the beginning. Soon after the beginning, the dialogue, he rejects her advances, her advice, her jokes. Soon after of the beginning, he rejects it. The middle of the movie, rejection, and past the middle, that's a rejection, and when you get to the end, rejection until the very end.
The last 2 seconds of film.
Which, by the way, would still make as correct, even if that was true. So it's like, you're so desperate, dude.
And even if it did happen at the very end, then it implies that it happened way before, because he had to travel back and forth, and obviously Bud had grown quite a bit, and we don't know the time difference between those two things, so happened in the timeline a lot sooner, even worst case scenario. So
know to what extent he's accepted her as part of his clan, because we don't know where the franchise is going to go after this.
No. You can't do that.
My man, the whole point at the end of the film is they are the pack.
Yeah.
This is the new pack. He says it's
can we just be clear?
clan.
In an attempt to prove as wrong, he has now damaged like the film's whole story. You know what I mean? Like, he's dismantling the story in order to make as wrong.
Yeah. I mean, and to stress how wrong he is, both of the major boss kills in this movie are team endeavors that the movie goes out of its way, almost implausibly, to make team endeavors. So you get the fight with Tessa and the giant loader, which is won first by the Kalisk, and then she explodes the Kalisk from the inside with the ice grenade, because why not? And then it's a combination of Deck killing her to save Thea, and then little baby Grogosaurus also does the same thing. And then when they go to fight the dad at the end, the same thing happens. All three of them are involved in killing it, and then they have the nice sort of team-up Avengers moment at the end, where they look at the horizon, at the ship coming at them, and that's the Avengers meeting up for the next threat that's coming. So the movie's not subtle about this. So either this guy's a complete fucking moron, or he is deliberately lying to himself.
All he needed to say was, yeah, a female character has the correct perspective. That doesn't make it a franchise for women.
And you could follow up
That
with,
would
you
be
know,
a
they
valid
have their
answer.
conflict, and he incorporates some of the things that she says. You could have said that.
Some of them, yeah, not all of them. You could say that as well. Like,
But-
this isn't. It's not hard to disagree. You know,
Well,
like,
he's hurt
it's not
himself
hard to
in
make a
confusion.
disagreement in favor of the film. Exactly.
He's flailing. He's desperate to prove as wrong, and so he's actually like converted the movie into a different story now.
This film was just some basic alien that was having issues with his dad, and his dad cast him out and said, "Don't you come back until you've proven yourself."
Media literacy. These
Oh, there it
God.
is. My favorite.
Az hasn't even finished his fucking point yet. You don't even know what he's gonna say. Jesus Christ, man.
That's how good his media literacy is. He knows what point he's going to make before he's even finished it.
He's so literate.
It helps that the guy actually looks like the soy jack for media literacy as well. Like, he would just be made into that.
I always imagine the I don't know why, but I always imagine that the sound that the pointing one makes is woo!
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I could probably cosplay as this dude. I have a relatively chubby face. I could just throw on all of these accessories.
Sweet.
And then
Yeah,
you need
I'm
to
just
point
gonna
it
be
at me
this
and
guy.
go,
I'm just gonna make a video.
"Woo!"
I'm just gonna be like, everybody's wrong, I'm right.
Media literacy, that's all you gotta say.
0. None at all. The whole concept, the premise of this movie, the foundation of this movie that you learn about in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the film is he is a disgrace to his clan. He's what they considered a runt. He's a very small human.
He's doing it again. He's just like randomly explaining parts of the movie. Az hasn't finished his point. He said, if the blah, 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 blah. Like, we need to hear what the rest of it is to know what he's going to say.
He is a runt, so therefore he's smaller than everybody. He needs to prove himself. And I'm gonna keep talking about that until everybody understands that I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Sized predator who doesn't seem to be able to do anything to prove to the rest of his family and his clan that he deserves his cloak, that he deserves the honor of being a part of this clan. His father wants to murder him. He wants his brother, his other son.
You should just do this every time Az says a word and just pretend you're winning the argument, because all that's happening right now. So does the video keep reverting to anything for you guys too?
Yeah. His brother.
Yeah, every time you pause it, it seems like it goes back. It goes to the end. It's weird.
Weird, man.
His other son, to murder this tiny predator in front of him simply because he is too small and too tiny for the clan, and he's a disgrace to them. This is the setup of the movie. This is why this story sets into motion. This is why we are where we are with this character.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Critical Drinker.
Oh, we didn't even finish. Fucking hell!
That was an incomplete point right there.
I don't know what Az was gonna say, but my assumption is from the first half where he said, "If this were an alien who's told his dad was, blah blah blah." I assume he's gonna say, if it were the same story but not a part of the Predator franchise, then maybe it would have worked. He's probably going that direction because I've heard Az make that point before. I can't know though because he's just fucking cut off.
Mahler, I've made that point as well, that I feel like a lot of people would have been more receptive of this story had it been not in an existing franchise.
That's probably true. I just I do want to fight the corner of I think it's bad anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's still problems. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here saying it absolves it of all problems, but I feel like some of the problems are alleviated if you remove it from an existing franchise.
Yeah, no, I think it goes down easier without being a part of Predator.
You got continuity problems that are present in this film that wouldn't exist if there weren't other Predator films, for sure.
Exactly.
But it's a bad movie.
Badlands isn't actually a goofy buddy comedy complete with cute animal sidekicks, an insecure protagonist with daddy issues who has to learn to connect with his emotions, weightless CGI combat scenes and wacky banter from a quirky android co-star that feels more like an aborted Mandalorian script than anything to do with...
There's a lot of word salad.
Not really.
Not really.
I think he's making a pretty clear point here.
Those are specific.
Then point.
Deal with any of them. Choose one. Just deal with it.
I think it's pretty rich that he said this after the last 1 minute long spiel that he went on that was actual word salad that ended fucking in the middle of the point.
But nothing to do with what Az said, as far as anyone could tell. But yeah, definitely. Good stuff.
So I'm going to throw this one out there. Out of all of us, if we were to throw Drinker into this group right now, all of us, he's by far the most efficient with his words. We all have much longer videos. And for him to say this is all pure word salad.
A little apples and oranges. Yeah. Because you could be very efficient, but have a much longer video if you're explaining things in a lot more detail.
I just think he trims it down to as few words as he can. Not, just
he makes shorter, more casual videos.
Yeah.
But he does that well. I think it suits him well. His style, the character he plays, the information it gets across.
It's
very
a review,
digestible, very approachable.
not a breakdown.
But to call Drinker word salad is.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah, I definitely disagree with that. If
Especially
anything,
in
it's the opposite.
introduction.
He's a bit concise for what he's trying to do.
Well, like
sometimes I wish
pointed
Drinker
out,
would do
he's
longer
concise in a
videos.
way
To be
that-
honest with you,
He's concise in a way that can be detrimental because a lot of the reason why scripts end up being long is because you have to cram it with caveats to deal with people like this who can't understand the point
Bad
that you're
faith
making.
actors entirely.
Unless
Yeah,
you cover
and Drinker
every
doesn't-
single counter argument, every single potential misunderstanding and misrepresentation, just to account for all of the arguments before they arise. There's a frustration that comes from that for sure, because it would be nice if everybody was
Concise.
essentially able to clue in on the points that people are making. But
Yeah.
in the absence of that, it does kind of encourage you to be a bit longer so that you can
Yeah.
deal with these
It's-
arguments before they arise.
It's a difference between, say, a review, and that's what Drinker primarily does, and a breakdown or a more in-depth analysis is kind of the proportion of assertions to arguments made. In a review, when you're giving essentially an overview, and that opening section from Drinker's video is the overview of what he thinks about various parts of the movie. Not every one of those is necessarily going to be substantiated, because he's reviewing it based on the feelings he had, the emotions he had, and his overall take on the thing. The video isn't going to say, and that means this and this and this. Here is justification X, Y, Z, and then move on to next claim. Short review videos don't tend to do that, but it does leave you way more open to disingenuous counter arguments or people who aren't willing to accept that that's what it is.
no, I agree with Craig, the bad guy. That the word I'm looking for is concise. There are shorter reviews. There's people who do literal shorts, but he's very good with getting as much information into one sentence as anybody I've ever met.
It's a lot of word sounds. It's getting even worse. We're 30 seconds of the video. It's getting even worse with Critical Drinker.
Counter a point. Go ahead. Do it.
The point is, these guys don't want stories.
Oh,
I don't want
He said about the man who
stories.
literally makes them, but all right.
I don't want stories.
All right.
I haven't heard this one
Here's a
before.
weird way of showing it.
So, like, obviously, the first question you have, other than what Rags just said, which is that he does write his own, is what do you do when Drinker likes a story, which he does, by the way. So, how do you account for that? What do you do? It was a lie.
It's part of the grift. He's a griffly bear, and that's part of the grift. It's
I
one of his
see.
tactics.
I gotcha.
I don't think they want stories. You're mad that they have a very deep and nuanced take on the Predator
and nuanced.
franchise.
Steady on.
Calm
Deep
down, yeah.
and nuanced.
This is a little embarrassing. But like, I feel as though he realized he couldn't necessarily counter anything Drinker said. In that selection, the other two, I think, played it and just ran off, made crazy points. I think he had the exact same problem. He's like, how do I tackle this? I just won't. I'm instead going to make a point about how they don't even like stories. It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
I don't know anyone who hates stories. I don't know a human being who hates stories.
I'm
It's-
not a fan.
It's pretty tough to hate stories, yeah. It's unlikely.
I
To the
would
point
just
like
I would
music.
just like one sentence. I don't want any kind of narrative. I'm done with it.
We're getting more than just creature comes in and murders people, which is what it's been for a very long time.
That's kind of fucking annoying, actually. That
Yeah,
you said
because
that.
the original obviously is way more than that.
Way more than that.
All of them
The whole
technically
point
are.
about Predator, at least at its peak, is that this is a very intelligent and calculating entity. Like calling him a
Yeah.
creature, it's not like an animal. It's meant to be somebody that's
Well-
employing tactics, fucking with people.
Well, he's kind of said that he doesn't think aliens can like love or have emotions. So
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know what
but-
he thinks
but
about.
But the thing is,
what's his-
he'll switch this on a dime when he watches Avatar, because then he'll sink into that interpretation, rather than like having any sort of consistent beliefs that then are applied to various different films. That's the impression I get. I assume that he probably likes Avatar. Maybe not, but I'd be surprised if he didn't.
I'm
Honestly,
not sure.
We're starting to get a deeper look, a peek behind the curtain, if you will, to the
not even because
Yeah.
he rejects the culture of the Predator. Like which again, we talked about this when we were talking about the film, but to me, the pitch of a Predator film is essentially a villain movie, in the sense that you're getting like fully from that perspective, not with the intent of having some sort of turnaround at some point, right? Kind of like if you want to see an Empire story, it's not like, oh, well, no, you're going to see them as the Empire for the first, third, and then they're going to realize the Empire is evil and become rebels. Like, that's not what people
That's not what people are interested in when you pitch them that story. Like, it's the reason why I don't like saying that this film is unconventional, because it ain't.
No.
To the world of the Predator.
It's a very conventional movie. It's not a conventional Predator movie, but that's kind of its own problem.
This is one of those times where they're trying so hard to dislike something because, again, rent is due.
So if I were in a call with him right now, I'd be like, tell me what criticisms he just laid out. Give me one of them, and I guarantee you'd be like,
Lawler. I'm in a unique position because, like we said before, I didn't absolutely hate this movie, and this guy's criticism of Drinker makes absolutely no sense.
No, I mean,
this
guy to say what one of the criticisms Drinker delivered, because he's probably forgotten at this point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is since so as a person who, I don't want to say on the fence, I want to say like maybe half on the fence about the movie. I'm the kind of person
you're on the fence about being on the fence.
You're just on the fence.
I'm on the fence about being on the fence. I'm the kind of person that this guy would be trying to influence, and all he's doing is pushing me to the other side of the fence. He's just pushing me to because he's not actually criticizing anything properly. He's just going, yeah, that's what he said. He's wrong. And I hate that argument.
Trying so hard to dislike something because, again, rent is due, bills are due, and these guys don't.
Yeah, man, it was really the Predator review that really made the difference between Drinker being bankrupt. That was it.
Look, every dollar adds up, man. He's like, well, I guess I got to do a Predator review. Hopefully, I could scrape a few shekels together to pay the old landlord this month.
Have enough stuff.
So
to
I'm not
hate.
out on the
So
street.
they're trying to find a reason to dislike and hate something. The issue here with this is that you're talking about all of the details of a movie that make it a good film, all of the things that make this movie something more than just like a hack and slash type movie. And you're acting like it's a bad thing, but I can pretty much assure you guys, he's not going to talk about why it's bad. He's just sarcastically explaining what the movie's about. And showing fun.
Could you imagine that?
So
just saying that it's good over and over again without giving any detail? Who would do that?
Interesting. I can't imagine anyone would do that.
That would be
Anyone who has a
crazy.
passion for narratives and stories would want to go in depth, obviously. I didn't even like this fucking movie, and I know it in and out, I feel.
Funny little memes and clips, which, by the way, we know that's not working much anymore either. We know that the fuel is running out on that one. The gas station is out.
Huh?
Refills are not available. It's just not
losing.
something that's working anymore.
Wait, so hold on. So he's doing all of this for money, and it's not working. So he's doing it for money because it's
not
running out.
working. Yeah,
It's not working. So he's grifting badly in that case.
He's a bad grifter. Yeah.
So it's not working. Predator Badlands, Disney consumes another franchise 8 days ago, 1.1 million views. Damn, Drinker.
Allegedly.
Enough to me.
Falling apart.
I mean,
over
we
there,
don't know
Drinker.
if that's a real number.
Yeah, that's just the grift. That's just the Griffly Bear bots that he purchased from grift.com.
I mean, anybody who has made a YouTube video knows that on our end, sometimes the views are much higher than the one that the public sees.
That's what it's more likely to be at this point, given the recent changes that YouTube's implemented. Is that it's actually undercounting the number of people who've actually seen it because it doesn't like people using ad blockers, and fuck you YouTube. But that's how it does it. So, but to counter the point he's making, which is that Drinker is doing this because it's a grift for money, and we know that that's not very good and won't possibly work. So he's doing it anyway. The 1.1 million is quite sufficient, I think, to disprove both angles to that. Evidently, there's enough interest in the subject matter, and it is still working. But to say that is the reason Drinker does these videos when he's done it forever
mainstream
is
cultural talking point with movies and stuff, to the point where even my normie parents were kind of talking about this sort of thing, and when it comes to movies and commercials and stuff that they see. I think it's just become kind of an open mainstream thing to talk about, and part of it is because of channels like Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic and all that stuff. They've sort of made it acceptable and accessible.
So back when Alien Romulus came out, I was on that open bar, and I said I hated it, and there was a lot of people in the chat who didn't agree with me. And then Drinker put out his video and almost word for word agreed with everything I said. Like, it was just there was a few things we differed on, but for the most part we were lockstep. So for people to say like, oh, he just goes based on what his audience is saying, that's clear. I have an actual proof situation where his own audience in the chat was not saying what I was saying, and he still agreed with me. So it's anybody who would be paying attention to that sort of thing. If anybody did any degree of quality assurance, quality check on their own narrative about him would know that.
So obviously, because he's cracked the Drinker, like he's figured out Drinker's desperate for views at this point because everything's collapsing for him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, of course, I was just curious to check, and which video is this from, Rags? Do you know what the name of it is?
His Disney consumed another franchise, I believe.
I mean,
was his,
this guy covering Drinker.
Oh yeah, let me just pass you the link here. Scroll.
Because obviously he knows what
go.
the people want, you know.
Well, does he though? Because like this is it's one of those really, really convenient defenses you can have, is that when my opponent does really well, that's because audience capture, just telling them what they think. When I don't do quite as well, it's because I'm telling people the truth and they don't like to hear it. When opponent does badly, it's because the audience has seen through the grift. And when I do well, it's because I'm telling the truth. There's basically no way this guy can lose in the type of analysis that he does.
Well, I mean, you know, so Drinker, the 1.1 million, this guy got 7K views, so I think it's pretty obvious the tides have turned. Drinker's been exposed, and this guy's doing the exposing, just like those other guys.
Well, the previous guy particularly, who did so much to shed a light on this corner of YouTube, and it's thanks to him that other brave voices are now able to speak out without fear of oppression and persecution.
It's like, why bring up the numbers if you're going to get fucking flattened by them? What's the point? Obviously, views don't mean you're correct. It's just weird to be like, aha, it's drying up, Drinker.
It's kind of I think the issue is that he really just did. It feels good, especially to say, oh, my cultural opponents, they're just losing. They are losing. They're on their way out. They had their day in the sun, but now they're going to scuttle back on the ground like the vermin they are. But
if Drinker got 0 views as of tomorrow and no one ever watched his videos ever again, that was a fucking excellent run in terms of popularity and influence. Holy shit.
Holy shit. Those kinds of views, the fact that many people were influenced by you, the fact that how long you went, the kind of stuff that you were able to produce, all the side projects and podcasts and everything, that's insane. People would kill to have that kind of success.
Yeah.
It is a weird situation. So like, I understand that people will look at views as a metric, but there are various metrics, and obviously views is tied to so many other things: thumbnail, title, searchability. There's so many little aspects to it, but it doesn't. And the fact that people use that as a way to argue whether or not somebody is relevant or not, I've always hated that.
No, you could have the best opinion in the world and you've got 1 view. Unfortunately, nobody hears it or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it can happen.
You might have a shitty, you may have just a terrible thumbnail. Your title doesn't make sense, and you just have no visibility. But you could have the greatest video ever. I know some guys out there who have some of the best work I've ever seen, some of the best editing, best voice work, and they get like 2,000, 3,000 views, and it's unfortunate because honestly, if they got it just happens. It's just the way the world works. It's just. There's this whole,
like I said,
YouTube
discoverability is the biggest hurdle that you could possibly really get, especially nowadays. It is a super oversaturated market. It is a big pond, but it is filled it's overflowing with fish.
I mean, Platoon, you probably remember my early days. I had a lot of trouble getting discovered. A lot of my early videos just didn't go anywhere. And then finally I just said, screw this. And I made the most ridiculous thumbnail I could, and it got views. And it wasn't even my best video. I've always said this. Some of my best videos have never been seen. It sucks, but
yeah.
Mystique, partly because those CGI heavy trailers with the horrible Predator redesign didn't do much to win me over, and
it's not a redesign. It's not he purposely looks the way he looks because he's the runt of the clan.
Every
single one of them. They will not engage.
To reiterate, this, if you say this to somebody who had a really bad reaction to it, what do you think that's going to do? Oh, it's meant to look like shit. Oh, okay.
So I was right.
Still does. Wait. Yeah, all right.
It's not a redesign. If you watch at the beginning of the movie, you will see that the other predators in his clan still look like the predators that we know from the previous iterations of the movies and the franchises.
And how
Yeah,
interesting
which
that Deck,
is
who is literally their relative, looks nothing like them and looks special and unique for some weird reason. And Runt is not the answer because Runts are just smaller versions of the normal thing. They don't
Yeah.
say that he's deformed or he has a mutation, just that he's a little guy.
I mean, he's actually building the argument in favor of redesign in this situation by pointing out that no other Predator in the movie looks like him in ways that can't be explained by the runt of the litter status. So it is a redesign.
Yep.
We know that. So specifically, this Predator looks this way for a reason. It is a conscious decision that they made in the conception, in the design of the film, in the core of the story. It's why he looks that way.
Yeah, they took the design and retooled it into something else to accord with an idea of the run of the litter. It's kind of like a redesign in a way.
In the conception of the film, in the core of the story, man, Drinker's word salad is just so bad.
Because of early reviews from intellectual giants like Grace Randolph, who boldly gushed over the film's humanization of the Predator and a possible romantic relationship with a fucking android.
There was no romance in
I just
we know.
That's his point, you fucking loser.
Yeah. At least the last guy had actual autism as an excuse, but this guy doesn't.
That we know of.
If he says there's romance in this, then he didn't watch the film.
If he says there's romance in it,
It's just a simple sentence. All he said was that this is what Grace Randolph said, and none of them have been able to grasp what that sentence could possibly mean.
What we've discovered is that Drinker's accidentally created like the best sort of rat trap he ever could have by accident. It's like it's when people
that's a good point.
Generate their own straw men and they get killed by them. It's like, how did you do that? So impressive.
Yeah, he didn't watch it. If he says there's romance.
Jesus, the amount of glazing this film's been getting on social media would have you believe it's the best thing since the 1987 original. In fact, according to Rotten Tomatoes, it's actually better, and it's not even close.
So bullshit. Rotten Tomatoes. So here we go. Here we go. Again, misunderstanding of Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes is an aggregate site.
Yes, that's why he's using it to talk about how it's depressing what the critics say, because that is an aggregation of the critics and what the critics say. You idiot.
Man,
you
I really want to see how he's going to sort of twist himself.
Yeah, I'm confused. Where does he think he's going with this?
It aggregates scores and then creates a number based on those scores. It's all math.
Okay.
So why would you say Rotten Tomatoes ranked it in a certain place in the list when they just simply made a list of where it was ranked by critics?
Okay, well, so what do you think that Drinker is communicating when he points to the Rotten Tomatoes aggregate score?
Holy
he
shit,
said
man.
Lots of people are saying that this film is good. Look at the Rotten Tomatoes score, which is based on what lots of people think. Lots of people appear to think that it's better than Predator.
We're close to the idea that I said, I can't believe you killed me with a fucking gun, and then you go, I killed you with a bullet. Like, what? Yeah, no, I know. You've just described it slightly differently, but that's exactly what Drinker's trying to say. I don't know how you didn't pick this up. Not complicated.
It's really simple. All the Drinker is saying, man, people love this movie. Fuck, according to this metric, it seems like people like it more than the original film that everybody thinks is great. And then his response is, so in case you didn't know this, Rotten Tomatoes is an aggregate, and what an aggregate is a collection of a whole bunch of different numbers compiled into one.
Are we at the point now where like 8 out of 10 times they'll repeat his point back to him, agree, and say they're disagreeing?
Yep.
It's become really, because they don't know what they're
doing the thing
they're still primed to disagree.
Just like disagreeing with every single thing that's being said, regardless of whether or not it makes sense to disagree with it. Just taking issue with every single thing that Drinker says, every single thing that Ass said. All of it.
He upset himself so much.
I so enjoyed that indignation. Oh, what a fucking idiot Drinker is.
I can't believe that Drinker used an aggregate website when he was talking about the thing that the website aggregates.
That's crazy. Can't believe it.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
That's
the one thing I think about Drinker, that a lot of his, whatever you want to call this, the anti-drinkers will say they try to point to his character as being a source of not having a good opinion, when, you know, obviously it's more concise than that. So they'll just be like, oh, he's basically in their mind, I think he's just a drunken dude who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Well, I mean, that's pretty wild, right? Considering how popular he is, you'd think he's onto something, that people see something in what he's doing. I mean,
Yeah,
if you would,
well,
we've said
now
before,
for
nostalgia
us-
critic, right? It's like, why is he so popular? It's like, well, he's entertaining. He touches on stuff that people enjoyed when they were younger, and he was early. CinemaSins, it's like, I mean, same sort of set of things, and then it's like an engaging sort of format to watch a film getting scored. It's like amusing, and he can make jokes that are funny and observation. You just get to re-experience a film. It's like Drinker. Well, I mean, I hate to tell you this, but a lot of the things Drinker says, a lot of people think that he's on point and agree with him. So sorry.
Well, take for example all the people who are in the who hate Hassan, of which I'm a card-carrying party member. I fucking hate Hassan, but no one who hates Hassan would deny that he's not popular. He obviously is. He's super popular. That's just like obvious. If anything, that's one of the biggest black pills that we have is that, oh shit, this guy is popular. This incredibly stupid, hateful guy is very popular with a bunch of people.
And I think a lot of people like this say and think the same thing about Drinker, but the difference is that they don't seem to really be able to articulate a single argument against a video that Drinker has produced, whereas I think we can all come up with fairly substantiated reasons that Hassan is a piece of shit. These people, like a lot of it, like some of this does just come as an immediate emotional reaction to a thing you don't understand is bizarrely popular and you don't like it. And then if you can convince yourself that there's no worth in it, then you get that sort of bitter enviness that comes in of seeing something that you've written off as shit being so very popular, while here you are producing videos telling the truth about the grift and only getting 7,000 views. People get quite annoyed about that, but it would help, I think, if maybe they considered paying attention to what Drinker actually does and what he actually says when constructing a view of him, rather than going with gut feeling and falling into that bitterness.
It's kind of like what I said before, you know, I forget who it was in the chat who said like the word I was looking for, concise. He's so concise with his wording that a lot of these people find issue in locating the problem they have with the sentence that he just said.
We have absolutely seen that today for sure. People don't know what he's saying. They're like not even listening, or they skip into an assumption of what he has said.
They're so primed to be negative and hate him that they're not even like listening to the words he says.
They almost isolate like one or two words of the sentence. It's almost as though he's so concise that they try to out concise him and be like, well, I'm going to focus on this one word. And if I
think
point
that's
out
more of it, yeah.
The Grace Randolph thing is fucking crazy.
The Grace yes, it's the Grace Randolph thing. Yeah, they couldn't even comprehend that when he said those things, he was reporting what she said. They just heard those words and said, "Oh, Drinker said these words. This is what he's thinking."
Exactly, and that's what I was kind of saying before. That like because technically he said those words, they're going to quote him as such.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful confirmation bias. They are listening for things that confirms their worldview. He says the words, and they immediately think it confirms the worldview.
It's kind of like the $40 million statistic. They're like, look, it had the record-breaking $40 million statistic, and then they didn't scroll down a little bit. It was like, oh, it only beat the 21-year-old movie by $2 million.
So it's chat laid out.
Record-breaking $40 million. That's a big number.
They're all running with their visceral reactions. That's what's happening.
That's true. You can't run your visceral reactions.
I forgot that visceral was a thing.
Visceral.
It's a great thing.
It's important. All right.
Fuck off, Rotten Tomatoes. This is why nobody listens to professional reviewers anymore. Whatever the cost of selling your soul to your corporate overlords, I hope it was worth it, you bunch of dicks. Anyway, let's talk about this unholy union twixt predator.
That's really, really, really crazy coming from somebody who literally sells out in every video.
To who? To what?
Comparable way.
Yeah, to whom?
He has sold out to big anti-woke.
I will say this. Aesthetically, just purely aesthetically speaking, not a great argument to make. However, I would be curious what is it the shilling for the big corporations or against them that makes you the sellout, or is it saying like is it because he's been accused multiple times of being like anti-Disney no matter what, which is like, oh, I would assume that if you're shilling for the big mega corporation, the big evil mega corporation, you are the sellout, or are you selling out to the people who hate it?
Again, though, this doesn't work because he liked Andor, so it's like, well,
yep,
he did. Andor was good shit.
Uh-oh.
And he recognized it as that.
Remember, he was labeled a dingbat for that one, so that was very serious. Like the repercussions of standing up for Andor.
You are actually selling out right now in this video.
Selling out for who?
How?
I don't know how to I don't know how to tell you this. He doesn't like Predator Badlands. He thinks it's bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
here's the thing: is for him to be selling out would require that all of us collectively could pay him more than Disney.
The only way that you could, I guess, call him a sellout is that he's just trying to. It's just the grift thing. A sellout. If you're accusing someone of selling out, you're basically saying that they're grifting. It's essentially the same thing. They're interchangeable.
Once again, that doesn't have any meaning. We've established earlier today that there was no It's essentially a meaningless word.
He thinks it's a shitty movie, and it is. It's a bad movie, and he didn't like it. It's that simple.
Whether or not you want to
argue, a
argue,
little Occam's razor showing up.
Whether or not you want to argue that he plays it up to his audience, that's a different thing. But if whether or not he agrees with what he's saying is that is an argument that you can't even have. He built that audience on that argument. He built that audience on that opinion.
Main man, Deck, but henceforth I shall name him Lumpy because it gives me literally seconds of amusement and I need to take whatever wins I can get from this one. Anyway, Lumpy is preparing to go on his first hunt so that he can become a fully fledged member of his clan, but his toxically masculine dad has other ideas and instead orders his brother to kill him because he's the runt of the litter.
Why is he toxically masculine? Is that ever mentioned
from someone who's
wait a minute?
From someone who's a hyper lefty in particular, you'd think obviously their culture is super toxically masculine. Obviously, that's part of the appeal, but it's also why you wouldn't want to live in that culture yourself. All right, obviously they are
in the film. Oh no,
as a person who is born asthmatic, I do not agree with just killing off people with weaknesses. I'm just gonna say that one out there.
That's because just because you're a I can't say that word because I'd have to censor it.
I'm sorry.
The P word.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, hyper masculine because it's just...
No, yeah, it's like it's obvious toxic masculinity.
What you don't understand is
that's like the point, basically.
Having asthma means you're playing life on hyper masculine mode because you literally got to breathe through blockages.
You're like the peacock.
Yeah,
that is true. I needed to learn how to fight without oxygen.
Exactly. Makes you a
the
hyper
fact that
man.
You can survive despite your horrific disability and disfiguration. I mean, just your
you are hideously deformed.
Means that
of course.
It means that you're extra tough. You know, ladies line up around the block. They're like,
as mentioned there.
I could assure you that ladies do not line up around the block for me. But
get some artificial barriers of blockage in the lungs. You know. You can't
oh
have that.
No, not those. That's a natural barrier of blockage, wouldn't it? It's
mentioned, never talked about. We know that...
Yeah, they never have a predator say I am toxically masculine.
Yeah, they don't say the words you are slur. It just obviously is because you can look at it and see that that's how it is. They don't have to say the phrase, yeah, dingbat.
The predators, at least in terms of their race, are a warrior race. That's what they do, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It would feel very Klingon-esque, you know, like honor and all of these things. We know that. Toxic masculinity, which is not even mentioned in this fucking movie at all. Never even addressed.
I mean, am I going to be the one who has to say media literacy here? They didn't say the phrase toxic masculinity, so it can't exist.
True.
No. Like, surely you're not that stupid.
I just enjoy him saying,
come up with an alternate for media
toxic
literacy.
Masculinity never come up in this film. It would be really strange if someone in the film did say
That's what I was
those
saying.
2 words.
Why the fuck would a predator say, like, Dad, you're being very toxically masculine right now?
Toxically masculine.
What is a... Let's hold on. Let's find a alternate version to say toxic masculinity here. Hold on.
I mean,
I'm just trying.
Patriarchal oppression.
I'm not sure. Yeah, patriarchal.
Aggressive aggressive machismo. There we go. Aggressive machismo.
I don't know. Aggressive machismo can be really healthy, I feel.
Yeah, toxic sort of pushes it into the definitively negative.
Yeah, aggression has a lot of positive aspects to it. Yeah, I don't know. I think toxic masculinity really is just kind of like the perfect phrase for it.
Yeah. It
And
used
that's
to be, like,
obviously what their
male
culture has,
chauvinist
even
or
if it
something
isn't.
like that, but it's basically the same thing. And the Predator's dad does embody most of the traits that for the last many years we've all been told are the embodiment of toxic masculinity. So it's not like a reach to say that that's what it represents. You don't really need to begin with that analysis. You can completely review the film without even talking about it, but it is there.
I was just having fun with you guys. I really didn't have a reason for that.
So this is you trying to quote unquote current day a story where the story doesn't even address it the way you're framing it.
Does the same thing apply to
But
all
Eric
those
would
people who
surely
said
agree.
that Predator Badlands is a queer story, which a lot of people, I read a few reviews that attempted to say that. I mean, is that equivalently trying to current day analysis, which shouldn't be there? Because I'm happy to have neither of these things in the analysis, but if we can have one, I think we can have both.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you could just look at it. It's obviously toxic masculinity. That's their culture. It's an honor-based warrior culture, and it's super. I mean, it's overly aggressive.
Well, I don't think anyone would have
and
any difficulty calling it a masculine culture, and then simultaneously that it's pretty bad. Like, you wouldn't want to be in that one yourself. However, very entertaining to watch, engaged with.
Great for stories.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. It's really awesome for stories. It's like zombie apocalypse. I wouldn't want to be in one, but it makes for great video game and movie premises.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, you don't have to want to be part of a society to say that they're good at being antagonistic or protagonistic, for that matter.
Doesn't even make sense.
The situation soon goes the way of your average Scottish wedding, and Lumpy ends up crash landing on generic alien planet number 2, where his mission is to find and kill the Kalisk, the most powerful and dangerous animal on the planet, and return victorious to generic alien planet number 1 so that he can take revenge on his toxically masculine dads. I mean, call me crazy here, but why not just go straight back there and kill him anyway? I mean, it's not like...
Because he's the runt of the litter, and we see his much more capable at that time brother.
Man, they all have the exact same response every time.
It's weird. They're not thinking. They're not engaging with their brains.
That's
so
crazy.
how come he goes back at the end and he just wins easily?
Yeah, every time they do. Well, when we got to get to the XP part, the endurance part.
He's got his XP and he put it into 1v1 sword fighting.
Get brutally murdered by his father before he leaves.
All of these people presume, right? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the ship launches and the power of the launch like knocks out Deck, right? He falls on the ground and gets knocked out.
The hull,
So do these people think that if the door had opened, that Deck would have not fought the dad?
He was trying to. He was pounding on the door to try and go out there and
get out to fight. This is what I'm saying. It's like
100%
they've all decided that Deck purposefully went to the planet himself and like landed the ship and did the mission, then came back or some shit. It's like a lot of this was against his will. He absolutely would have wanted to avenge his father. And this is the other thing I was talking about earlier with Predators. Just because if you tell a Predator, like, you're likely to lose this fight, don't you understand that mathematically? I have a feeling Predator's going to be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm still going to kill that shit.
Which means if I win, it'll be all the fucking better.
Yeah, that's the assumption I got from it. He was angrier than ever. Killed his brother.
There's nothing like winning something you shouldn't. No matter what it is. There's a reason why underdog stories work so well.
It's so weird that they all assume it's like, no. He was running away. He didn't want to fight the dad. He knew he'd lose until he beats the other big monster that he learns nothing from, and then he can beat his dad. And 2 other predators, by the way.
Yep. Yeah. Handily kills them.
That's so. It's such a shit ending. It's a shitty film, but you know.
Fam, I'm sorry. I got to spoil this here. His brother gets chopped into pieces by his dad right in front of him.
Yep, and he's pretty mad, and he wants to get to the dad for that one.
Pounding on the conspicuously invisible door.
When he wants
the energy shield. He can't get through the energy shield.
So he said, why would he stay? It's like, he wanted to stay. He wanted to get out of the ship. The ship automatically leaves.
He was trying to.
I'm not sure that this guy has seen the movie.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it?
He didn't watch the fucking movie.
Oh!
Critical Drinker didn't watch.
What are the odds?
Way. There's no
you
way.
didn't watch the fucking movie, DJ Eric.
I'm very bored of this stupid narrative that everyone's trying to run on Drinker because it's such a bad strategy. Let's pretend, right, we meet at the evil dark castle to craft the lies to bring down Drinker. And someone at the table is like, let's do the lie that he doesn't even watch the movies. And then everyone grumbles and goes, yes, and they all vote yes. There should be at least the one guy on the table going, guys, that's like really easy for Drinker to undo. because all he has to do.
It's the easiest argument to undo.
Like he just has to watch the movies, which I have it on authority. I think he does. Like, I think he actually likes movies. So this is gonna. In fact, there's this show called EFAP where they make EFAP movies, and Drinker actually is seen watching films in those calls. I think there's definitive proof. So if we go with this, if we hit him hard on you don't watch films, I think it might backfire, actually. Especially if we don't watch the fucking films. If we try to counter it with points that don't exist.
For anybody in the chat who doesn't think he watched the films, let's say you're just a detractor. This past Thursday, I was very upset that I wasn't able to watch Running Man, and he had seen the whole thing. And Mahler, you had seen, like, what, about half of it?
No, I'd seen all of it.
And you'd seen all of it, okay. And yeah, it's most of the people on Open Bar had not seen it. He had seen the whole thing. So he has his ways. He has his means.
That's how he does it. That's how he lies. He invites people who haven't seen the movie so that he can just make it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually really clever. It's
ploy.
Crazy he's gotten this far. Like, so many people watch his videos and they're just like, wait a minute, I don't remember any of this happening, but sure, fine, okay, yeah. It's crazy. He's got that kind of power. He can just describe a movie to you and it will replace your memory of the movie. Kind of cool, actually. I guess it explains a lot, you know?
You could watch the movie and go, why didn't he stay and fight?
Anyway, this is where Lumpy runs into quirky android lady who was part of a Weyland-Yutani expedition to the planet until her team got attacked and torn apart, literally, by the Kalisk. Oh yeah, and she can speak fluent Predator. How? Don't know. She makes...
You don't know? Did you not watch the motherfucking movie?
Let's see if you did. Give you a reason. Go ahead. You fall for the same trap everyone else does.
Yeah.
Not...
Go on.
Yeah.
It is a universal translator, and they literally explain it in the movie. Now, you don't have to like universal translators. You can just
they
say,
don't
well,
explain it.
You know,
No, they sure don't. And
Just
it doesn't
they
work
don't
like...
explain shit.
It's not a universal translator in the same way it is in all the other sci-fis you're familiar with. I even would put it a task to him. I'd be like, how does it work? And he wouldn't be able to explain it, because it seems like people weren't paying attention beyond listening to the words universal translator.
I don't know. Maybe it's lazy. We see it in almost every version of sci-fi.
No, we don't.
Form of universal translator, whether it be like an organic thing or...
It's also not lazy. I don't have any issue with a world saying they've got like microbes or a device that allows you to translate. We're nearly there. Phones can, like, you know, be put on in front of two people who speak different languages to let them talk. That's fine with me.
Actually did that.
Well, YouTube has that YouTube has that thing, right, where they can make your voice a different language if you want.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, translation's getting real fucking good these days. And so the idea of that is fine with me. However, if I speak in front of 3 people from different countries, but I'm doing it in such a way that they hear different words, it's just like, bro, just give it. She's a synth. You just give her a technological, like, thing to provide deck. That's all you need to do.
Here, Yautja, put this on.
Yep,
wear this. What are you doing? He's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm giving you the little thing. I'm attaching it to you so you can hear and understand me.
You could even have done something fun with that. Like, we hear his understanding of her English, which is like, you know, just something...
Clickety, clackety, clack.
And it gets better and better as it like analyzes and adjusts. Yeah, that could be good.
Never mind.
I mean, I did that, the Google
or she tries to
thing.
fit...
Oh, sorry.
She tries to fit like it's designed for humans, so it like goes on the ear, but he doesn't have earlobes. So she's like awkwardly trying to figure out how to put it on there, and she like sticks it in his eir. He's like, "What the fuck?" Something. You could have done something.
I did a Google Translate thing years ago. I was on a train, and a guy got from Newark. He got on from Newark Airport, from China, had no idea where the hell he was going. I just slapped on Google Translate, and this was like 10 years ago, and it was nice and simple, but there was still, you know, issues. Obviously, they could have played with that. They could have played with the early on. That could have actually been a source of comedy early on. They wanted to have comedy in this movie so badly that they could have had it just be translation errors. There you go.
Yeah, we don't understand Yautja fully, so the translation isn't like full. So every once in a while, he's like, "Why did you say that fucking word? That's weird."
They saw it as an obstacle that was fucking needs to get past immediately. Meanwhile, like, awesome writers can be like, ooh, we can actually use this for all kinds of things. The communication improving as the film goes on can obviously be representative of their relationship improving as well. Remember, in The Fly, his voice failing to be recognized by the computer is supposed to be meaningful. It's not just some annoying thing that they push in the way. You know what I mean? It's such
it's actually relative to the narrative, and it supports the theme of his dehumanization.
Oh, well.
Everything is an
technological thing.
opportunity if you're a really
Yeah.
good writer. Everything is an opportunity. Every line, every piece of technology, every narrative device.
Or a psychic thing or something like that. But they explained it in the film. So if you don't like it, that's fine. But to act like they didn't explain it is a lie.
Wow.
He's lying.
Not only do they not not only do they not explain it, it does not make sense later in the film with how it's presented. It
Nope.
actually breaks a scene. It cannot function with how they quote unquote explain it. But yeah, there's the lying
The very
accusation.
first conversation that these two have, she explains it completely.
Nope.
100%. There's
No,
no
she doesn't
confusion.
explain it completely.
She says, you hear what I'm saying in your language. She said,
That's what I'm saying. These people will scream media literacy out of one side of their mouth, and then they will
What I'm
completely
saying
and
in your
uncritically
language.
accept everything
Yeah.
that the film just tells
We've
them,
we've come
regardless
across
of
this
how
so many times.
obviously nonsense.
All
Total
any
nonsense.
film needs to do these days is right at the end, even in the credits, have the character come onto the screen, look at the fucking just the screen itself, and just say, "This film was fucking good," and then walk off the screen. And the guy will be like, "Wait,
Yeah.
but the character said the film was good, so."
Yeah, didn't you see that?
Did you
Didn't
hear
you
that part?
watch the movie at
Did
the
you
end?
not-
The
did
guy
you not
said
catch
the
that?
movie was good.
Yeah, that kind of covers everything. Actually, it just nails it. The whole film's great.
she says it to him in the movie. Holy fuck.
Just
But
says
what are
it.
the
She
chances
says
that
good
they'd land
film,
right in the
in
very
movie.
location
Yeah,
where
she
she
says
just
it.
so happens to be, and not just immediately kill her? Matter of fact, what are the odds that Lumpy would just so happen to run into her as well, when he could have landed literally anywhere on the whole planet?
Also,
Very
that
small
so
planet.
like your issue is that they move the plot along a little fast.
Same thing every
Oh my
time.
God.
Yeah, there we
again.
go.
Oh, it's
Holy
just
shit.
a little
Media literacy,
thing. Oh, you're
man.
nitpicking. Wow, it's not even a big deal.
I'm sorry,
And
but we're in NPC territory. These three people don't have any difference. They're just the same person saying the same thing
the
over
same
and
person,
over.
and they feel like they're really clever, and they really took down that dipshit, the critical drinker. You know, like they all. It's so fucking funny.
Crazy.
Holy
that
shit.
guy.
Well, and the whole
He's
media
drunk.
literacy thing as well. It's like that's the command you're supposed to just shout out every once in a while. This guy obviously has liar as well, and then you got the grifty bear. You know, just these words that are just like, yeah, I'm better than you, and you're a bad.
He has
So good.
problems. He likes the sauce. He's not allowed to have an opinion.
By putting them somewhat close together. So that's
Somewhat close.
That's
Somewhat.
I mean, we're
They
talking about
always
a
try to
planet.
dampen it, don't they? They're like, oh, you know, it's just a planet.
It's
It
because
is a
they all know
planet.
it's a problem. They all know. They all know.
They all
It's-
know.
It's,
Just say it's an
just
issue.
through the tone. They
Just
all
say,
know
yeah.
it's a problem. They just want to pretend like it doesn't matter. But they
Only a
can't because it
pocket
enables the whole
universe.
plot to happen.
is a criticism.
Oh, yeah,
well,
it's
you
just a
could
pocket
you could
universe,
have
of
that
course.
criticism about like everything.
Yeah, you can.
No, you couldn't actually.
Well, you can
No,
in
you could
theory.
not.
It's just it's only if it applies. Like you just
Yeah, only
that's
if
how
it
it works.
applies. But funnily enough, there are a lot of movies where if you said these things, it wouldn't really make sense. Usually because there's a reason that they're going to interact with each other.
Oh, so like all the superheroes just happen to meet at the airport? Interesting. What a coincidence that just sort of happens.
Well, so this is what gets really interesting because the filmmakers that do account for these things, these guys would have to be critical of that, right? They'd be like, you're wasting time. Stop telling us why these characters might have met each other at this time. It's a waste of... Who cares? Just get on with it. Fucking
Why
idiot
even
story.
explain the universal translator? Just have her speak and he understands it, and
Yeah,
she
fuck it.
understands him. Don't
An
even explain
extended
it.
version. An extended version of what Rags just said. Why is there multiple superpowered beings in one universe? Well, that's a convenience.
That's
They're all just
ridiculous.
supposed to be in the same universe.
Well, I was saying that there's like Civil War gives a reason specifically as to why all the people meet at that one location. It's not just something they wave away and
Oh no,
don't
I get that.
explain.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just extending
okay.
that. It's like for this guy, it would be like, well, who cares if they all just happen to be in the same universe?
Their heads would explode if they heard Fringy ask, "Is it a contrivance or a like plot convenience that Bruce Wayne is Batman?"
A lot of people
They wouldn't know
struggle
how
to
to
know what
engage
that
with
means.
that. They wouldn't know how to like.
Well, they all think
engage with
Batman's a
that.
fascist
Batman,
anyway.
right? For the
So
Batman. God, I can't even remember what. Yeah, I don't even fucking remember what the. Look, right? Penguin's a great show.
It really
Penguin
is.
is a fucking insane show.
could have that about
generally, people on this side of the argument would just be like, well, why doesn't Batman just take his money and invest in social programs? Why does he got to punch mentally handicapped people?
Because it's fun. And awesome.
Because it's funny.
What?
Because it's
That
hilarious
just
and
seems very
awesome.
fascist of him. Just hoard all of his money and punch retarded people in the face. Let's go. Come on.
Listen, Batman is just a noticer, okay? He notices the more weird, crazy costume people he beats up at night, the safer the city gets. It's just something he's noticed.
Not everything.
just
What would you rather them do? Spend 30, 45 minutes?
No, bro. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Why
That's
would
what I want. I want
every
40
single
minutes of him wandering around. Yeah,
People
definitely.
treat a story like it's actually this fixed thing that you can't change.
It can only be two things. It can only be two things.
Be exactly what it is, but you either make it longer or shorter. You can't change what happens in the story. This is made up by people. Did you know that? These stories, they're fictional.
It's like you said to
they're
it.
made up by people.
Why have the universal translator explanation? Just have them all speak English. Surely this logic would apply to what he's saying. Why bother with any fucking thing? What's the point of any of it?
Him traversing the world before we get the story moving along.
I even think that his brain is like, yeah, that would be dumb. 40 minutes of them, exploring, traveling, learning, growing, defeating. Wait a minute. There's no way we could make that interesting. Wait, I guess.
The ship is programmed to the Callus' last known location. That's what Quay does. Boom, you've solved it. It's that easy. It's actually quite simple. He knows he wants to go hunt the Callus. He's committed to it. All right, here are the coordinates for when it last was seen.
So that would be, is that 30 minutes or 40 minutes that would take to do that, what you just said?
Well, I love the movie and these characters, so I hope it's 40.
Right, yeah, gotcha.
There are travel montages in the movie as it currently stands. Like, he doesn't seem to have a problem with those. The more quick and efficient way of doing it is just have the ship crash land right next door to the Callus Den, which is where Thea is, and then have the fight within the first 2 seconds. That would be speedier and more efficient. Why didn't we do that?
Yeah,
why did we have to meet her so far
theater
away?
faster, I'm all for it.
Well, why not just fight the dad and kill him after he kills the brother, and end of story?
Yeah.
There you go. And then he looks around a corner, and there's Baby Yoda and Android Lady. They're just there. Don't need to explain why.
And they clap their hands and they say, "Truly, what a great clan we are!
Yes.
Excellent job, Deck." And then he says, "Thank you."
And he bows.
They
very meaningful.
And then he does bow, and then he does a fucking backflip because that's so cool.
It's so cool.
A visceral
Jesus
backflip.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And it's happening more often with Critical Drinker. Is he spends the majority of his video just recapping the movie, and then
I'm sorry, but you three have been really bad on that. You'll just Drinker could say 2 + 2 is not 5, and you'll be like, okay, so the Lord of the Rings begins with a prologue, and the way
in the first stage there was a great tree.
Stop, please stop.
And the thing with Gollum's manifestation of Tourette's is that actually he's a really good.
The irony of all of this,
the projection is fucking nuts.
If anything, and I'm not going to say this is necessarily true, but if anything, Drinker has come further central than further right over the course of time. He's become a little bit, as time has gone on, he's become a little bit more understanding of how this all works, and then been a little bit more forgiving.
I don't think. I mean, that's not the criticism being made here, though. Is just that he doesn't actually engage on any point of the movie. He just recaps it and says he doesn't like it, which is kind of what these people do. But
what I'm saying is that it's funny that in real life, if anything, he's become more slightly more central, a little bit more forgiving because he's gone further along. But you would think from the narrative of a lot of these videos that he's gone so far right, so far off the deep end that it doesn't make it's
these people have no clue. If they listen to Synthetic Man or something, their heads would explode.
And I'm not necessarily saying that that's a sellout either way. It's just as you get better at analyzing something, you might notice things a little bit differently. And for people to say he's going even further into the deep end of the right-wing agenda is hilarious.
I mean, they're literally
really
not even listening.
Target.
Like the video the video could have any words in it, it wouldn't matter. They've made up their own response immediately. They have nothing to listen to. Like, they don't want to listen to anything he has to say. They've got repeat responses ready to go.
Making a sarcastic comment. By the way, this review was just barely at 8 minutes, which means he just wanted to get to that double ad revenue. That was it. That's the only reason he made it 8 minutes. All this recapping, it's really kind of unnecessary. It really is. And I find a lot of critics do that just to pad their time on.
By the way, worst case scenario, if it's your job and you try to get to 8 minutes for 2 ads, not a big deal, really. Like, whatever. Okay.
I love
Worst
that
case
ad
scenario, whatever.
Their reviews.
Give me more of that.
We don't
ad
need
revenue.
a recap of the entire movie. But you've still yet to, and this is one of the things I'm waiting for, explain why there's a fundamental issue with telling a story about the Predators from the Predator's point of view.
Like I said earlier, your ability to enjoy Predator Badlands is all going to depend on your perspective here. If you're somehow able to forget the whole Predator thing and just see this film as a generic sci-fi adventure movie with light-hearted comedy undertones that's clearly been geared...
There's barely any comedy in the movie.
Oh, fuck off. Plenty.
I think this is a cope. I think this is just a cope. People don't act like, as we've said, Bud is a comedy character. That's what Bud's there for, to be comic relief, to be the cute animal. And yes, there's obviously plot significance, a conspicuous plot significance of Bud's existence, but obviously Bud's aesthetic and Bud's attitude and mannerisms are obviously a comedy character. Thea is half a comedy character. So out of essentially our three main characters, 1.5 of them are comedy characters.
And there's a bunch of environmental comedy, which I wonder whether a lot of people have actually become desensitized to it, so they don't even count it as comedy anymore.
Maybe.
Because it's sort of the typical thing that you'll see in Marvel stuff, where a character isn't telling a joke. The joke is kind of what happens to the character environmentally.
Yeah.
So the scene with Thea
reaction.
being like sewing her legs back on and then Deck, I keep doing that, Deck flying into her. That's not really a joke, but that's an environmental comedy beat. And I wonder whether he even considers that a joke at this point, because we've seen it so many times.
Barely. I think maybe in the full runtime of the movie, there's maybe 4 jokes.
Lol.
If that.
4 jokes.
And they
Yeah, no,
all
more than
come
that.
from the perspective of the synthetic.
Badlands more or less works as a
literally
slightly
not
dumb,
true.
undemanding,
Nope.
but reliable sort of movie that
He's a
doesn't-
liar. He lied. He's
It's like
not
he didn't even watch.
lie.
It's like he didn't watch the movie.
I don't-
Did this
did
guy
you
not
watch the movie?
Did you watch the movie,
He must
buddy?
have not
Hold on,
watched the
guys.
movie.
Guys, hold on. I would like to defend this guy in one way. Jokes are
Fuck off.
subjective, and people on the left tend to not understand humor. They don't understand sarcasm. They don't understand humor. So maybe he only truly perceived 4 jokes.
Maybe.
He'd
It's
still be
possible,
wrong. He's
but,
still a liar.
Yeah, I think it's just a case
He's
of...
still a Weasley little liar, dude.
He just said quite tellingly that like the jokes all come from Thea's perspective, so I think he is only counting as a joke something which is narratively delivered as a joke, is like
Yeah.
a stand-up comedy routine.
I
He's not
really
counting
wasn't
it.
trying to defend him. I was just trying to say that people on his side
Listen,
don't understand comedy.
All we need to say is media literacy. That's what he does.
Oh
Mhm.
my goodness.
Ask too
Weasley
much from its
little media
audience.
literacy.
Here's the problem, though. It's not a generic sci-fi adventure movie. It's a fucking Predator movie, and that name comes with some pretty important expectations. You don't walk into a Predator movie looking for a quirky buddy adventure with cutesy animals and family drama any more than you'd walk into a Saw movie looking for a romantic comedy. Honestly, go watch the original Predator, then skip straight to this thing and just think about what you've witnessed.
Yeah, it's
But
a
that's
shock.
not how you would consume this media.
What?
How do
What?
you
Well,
know?
What kind of
it's literally
response
how
is
I.
that? What
literally how
kind
I
of
did.
response is that?
welcoming back Quentin reviews after all this time that it's only a sequel if you interpret it
Oh,
that
it
way?
is Quintonian, isn't it?
This is
is a really
Quintonian.
Quintonian thing to say. Ooh,
Quintesque.
yeah.
Response. What
It's
kind
only a
of
sequel if you
response is that?
interpret it as such.
Hey, imagine if you watched this film and imagine if you watched Predator and then Predator Badlands back to back. Well, you wouldn't do that though. What kind of response is that?
Why would people watch the best Predator movie in the franchise before the new one comes out? They're excited.
That would
for?
be
Why would
How
you do
about
that?
people
Why
might
would
watch
anyone
it
do
in
that?
any order that they want, or in any order that may just arise naturally?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why would you say
Are we
that?
not just going to say the point that this is a film in a sequence of films that it's banking on the previous films having been watched? Isn't that like part of the point of being a part of the franchise? Is that no?
I think his argument is you wouldn't watch it in that order because there's like 4 other films that you need to
you
watch in
serious?
chronological order. I think that's what he's saying, which is just absurd to me.
I guess
Jesus.
people wouldn't do that or something.
It's literally what I
But I
explained.
mean,
Predator,
people-
Predator 2, and then Predator Badlands. That was my watch order. I didn't.
Oh yeah,
think
but that
any
makes
of the
way
others
more
would be relevant,
sense.
and they
Because
weren't.
Predator 2 is very similar to this movie, so it's like a bridge between. Yeah,
Oh.
see, yeah.
Yeah. It's like watching the same movie twice, really, if you think about it.
Well, in a lot of ways, you know, the brother is like King Willie, right? Like this is similar.
Big Willie.
Voodoo magic.
Big Willie.
Big Willie. I'm sorry, King.
Matter of
Willie,
fact,
for
I know
calling
a
him
lot
That's
of
Big
my
people
Willie.
didn't
That's
even
my
watch-
all-time favorite character in cinema history.
He's pretty
King
great.
Willie, right there.
These old
Big
Predator movies.
Willie.
Their first introduction to Predator was either in the AVP films.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Yeah.
I feel like Botswood when he realizes the HQ is about to explode. Jesus, titty fucking.
Okay. If a person's introduction to the Predator movies was AVP, they probably never continued after that. Not saying it's like, I mean, we've said in the past that it has guilty pleasure moments, but there's nothing there that would make you go,
okay.
Hey.
Being 100,000% clear here, I'm fine with people enjoying it. I'm fine even with people having that be their first movie that they saw The Predator in, probably because it's a lower age rating and maybe they were allowed to see that before they were allowed to see Predator.
Yeah,
the point I'm really mad at here is the idea is like, hey man, you can say, ooh, watch Predator and then watch this and it's completely disjointed nonsense. But really what's happening nowadays is people watching AVP and then watching this. Just like, what the fuck are we doing? What is this argument? What is this nonsense? Just address what Drink is saying, which is very much undeniable, by the way. The other guy pretty much agreed. He just said that that's obviously the case because there's different artists making them. You know, shitty response, but hey.
Or the more recent stuff.
It's your responsibility, if you're going to show your kids AVP, to let them know that Predator exists as soon as they're allowed to watch it by your own estimation, all right? You gotta
Guess
get
where
them
these
seeing
characters came from.
Yeah.
Like they
We're
didn't
gonna see
watch
the whole
these
franchise? Oh no, no.
At the point either way. Anyway, like, Drinker's point is the original movie is incredibly well. It's great for one thing, but it's also incredibly distinctive. A huge amount of care, attention, artistic integrity goes into that movie, and it's quite an old movie. But you compare it to the modern day, and none of the same effort or endeavor was made. That's the point being made. It doesn't matter if you like wouldn't experience whiplash because you watch them in a different order. The criticism still stands. You could watch every Predator movie in order and still reach the same conclusion.
Yep.
It's just more stark if you watch it that way.
You have to understand, catering to like this movie when Predator came out, right? We're talking about a movie that came out in I had to double check, but like
I had to double
That's
check.
fine. He did some research.
It's okay.
It did some research. Yeah,
June of 1987. It was a summer film in 1987.
Well, it wasn't like June of 1987. It was June of 1987.
Isn't June like June?
No, you have to understand, Rags, that it's subjective months.
Time.
They can be changed.
Time is a wobbly circle,
flat circle
in your head.
Yeah.
87, which means it's a 40-year-old movie.
Okay.
It's a 40-year-old movie.
All right.
One of the things that a lot of these franchises have tried to do recently that have been a disaster is they've tried to appeal to the audience that like the older stuff. They don't show up for it.
That's not true.
Like
as a
Not true at
person
all.
born in 1988, I just want to say that 40-year, I'm going to hold on to the fact that I'm not 40 as long as I can.
I just don't understand. Like, what is this? Like, the people who are
what
fans
is
of the original
examples?
thing aren't showing up. It's like, it depends on
Or
if the thing is
such
fucking
as,
good.
can you
Such
like,
what movies were
an
marketed as
example?
being like the original that people didn't show up
I think
for?
I just want an example. Like, I'm not even saying whether or not I would agree or disagree with that assertion, but give me an example of
They're not
this
sure.
film.
The only
So
one that
I
comes
would
to mind
argue
is
that
to disprove it. So James Cameron said of Terminator Dark Fate that the problem with that movie is that it tried to be too much like your grandparents' Terminator,
Oh god.
which obviously is absolute horseshit. But it's the same essential argument. That's the only example I can think of there. But that example kind of suggests to me the argument is one of those thought-terminating cliches. It's a really, really convenient way to excuse things not being as good as they used to be, is to say, well, we tried to appeal to old people and they didn't turn up. What is the example of you trying to appeal to old people? I mean, The Force Awakens, maybe, because it's just the same as the first movie, except that it isn't, but it tries to be. Is that an example? Because people turned up for that one. So what other examples have we got?
I would argue with Predator that that someone might try to point to Predators as being as close as they could get in the modern day and people not showing up quite as much as they expected. But that being said, that wasn't a particularly advertised movie. I remember back then, I even as like a teenager, I remember being like, what this movie exists. I ended up getting it on DVD well after. Those are metrics that you can easily sway either way. Okay, we tried to appeal to these people, but they didn't want it. It's like, but did you really advertise? Did you show that it? Did you put the money forward to make sure people knew? And
Did you make a good movie? Also,
did you make a good movie? Did you make a good movie? Did you make a good effort to tell people that it existed?
A load of my favorite movies come from before the time I was born. I was born in the 90s. I wasn't alive when Predator came out. I found
Like
Predator
most
after
good
that, and I
movies.
really liked it.
Well, whose fault is that for you being born in the 90s?
My parents.
My parents. I'm
Yeah.
blameless.
Wow.
And whose fault was the? Yeah, I'm blameless
For it.
as usual.
There's not enough. Like nobody wants you. You guys complain. This is. Hold on. We got to sidetrack for a second.
We
You complain.
Just focus, dude. You
Yeah.
got this. I believe in you.
Yeah, you
Think
got
about
this.
the fact that Marvel is requiring people to do all of this homework to enjoy recent Marvel projects, right? That all
Is that a
all this
complaint that we
I mean,
have?
I've
You
always
actually,
It's a
you were
fact,
so
it's not
off the rails. You were so utterly off the rails. The point that Drinker made is watch Predator, then watch Predator Badlands. Wouldn't that be strange as an experience? And then his response is,
Yeah, to
man,
see
you
what the
guys
series
always
became."
complain about Marvel, you know, that you got to do your homework. It's like you're already gone. You've already completely lost sight of the point.
You are on planet Mars, man.
Good one. That's a classic quote right there.
That is a classic totalism.
that you have to watch a
Bringing
million
his track
TV
on.
shows and a million movies or whatever. Here, you were saying that this movie is bad because it isn't holding up on the homework side.
No.
Yeah, see, you're an idiot. I can't
When
do
was
this
that ever said?
anymore. You're an idiot.
No, he got it. He nailed it. Nice one, Drinker. You fucked it. You fucked it up.
That people are not going out and watching everything Predator before going to watch this movie.
Back it up, boys.
And according to you, can't even watch.
By the way,
Back it
that
Back it up,
doesn't
boys.
impact
That's
thing
the
he's saying
ultimate
at all.
argument.
Over.
If anything, it's just highlights the tragedy. It doesn't change what Drinker said.
the first Predator and then jump into this one because audiences are too stupid. They're too stupid, right? You guys always say the audience are smart. They don't need their hands held. Well, if they don't need their hands held,
sometimes
Okay,
it depends on what it is.
He really is just. He's like drunkenly wandered off into the street, and we're like,
the grab
hey,
bag.
hello, come back.
So
hello.
This is the word salad.
As a I don't even understand. As a person who's normally able to kind of understand where
As an
stupid people are
asthmatic.
going, because I'm not the smartest person in the world. I have no fucking clue where this guy's going anymore.
We'll just wait for him to come back to us. He'll wander.
then they know these movies are not. It's not going to be the same vibe. They're not even
Okay, so he's done the thing they all do, which is they eventually agree with Drinker. He's coming back. We got him.
advertised the same way. The animated one isn't even the same vibe. It's at all. Like all of these things are different vibes, and you guys want to pretend the audience is too stupid to understand that?
I don't even know where you.
I
just
no.
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. He's
unreal.
he's shooting in all directions. He's hoping to hit something.
I mean, I'm almost inclined to defer to him as like the avatar of audience stupidity, but I don't think that would be very helpful.
It's not very nice
He's
to
not
the
making a good
audience.
case. Yeah, he's not making a good case. for audience
Further
intelligence.
into this argument he gets, if this was a court case, he may have had something early on where the prosecution would have been like, okay, there's some reasonable doubt, and he's actually taking that reasonable doubt away from the argument as he goes along.
Crazy.
Quippy humor and animal sidekicks absolutely do not belong anywhere near a Predator movie. I mean, why do you think Shane Black's film was such a gigantic clusterfuck?
I had to pause it there. This idea that there's never been humor in any of the Predator
Oh
movies.
wow, he did it. He did the thing the other guy did.
Again.
Excellent job.
What?
Man,
What?
you know what?
Why-
Drinker is so easy to rip to shreds when you just don't address anything he says. It's like it's so.
If you
can just
invent a
make it up.
different drinker in your head in real time, yeah, you could fuck
And I will
that
say,
guy up.
it is really bad that the three of these guys basically misinterpreted the same way and have the same responses. Just like, whoa, you guys need to work on this. Be an individual.
I am convinced that Rags found 3 of the same video and just put it through filters. Because this is the
This is all
exact same
AI, isn't it,
arguments every
Rags? Admit it.
I put it through the Marvel, the Spider-Man filter, the furry filter, and the fat loser filter. I don't even know.
Ah,
Please go back and watch Predator 2.
okay.
Go back and watch Predator 2.
Okay.
All right.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I did.
Which
Yeah.
people
It was
quite
Want to say
like,
that
by
humor
the
doesn't
way.
belong in Predator movies? Go back and watch Predator 2.
Okay.
Tell me that
It's the theme of this video. So yeah, I really like it.
there's no humor in that at all.
Yeah, that's what Drinker said.
Predator 2 has no
That's
humor.
what he was saying.
He's saying that
That's-
Drinker is saying that there's never been humor other than in the Shane Black movie where it failed and in Badlands where it failed. Because that's absolutely what he said. 100%.
Fuck. I don't exactly consider Prey a masterpiece either, but it definitely is compared to this thing because at least it took itself and its characters seriously.
Oh, revisionist.
What?
Here we go.
So
Powerful
this is what they're going to do
revisionism.
now. They're going to pretend that they loved Prey.
No.
I don't
Did
think
you
he
not
loves
listen to
Prey.
the
I think
words that he
says
said?
it's
He said
fine.
compared to Predator
Yeah.
Badlands.
Compared to.
It's better. Yeah, it's good compared to the bad movie.
Relatively. Do you know what relative means?
And it's used as a criticism
word
as
for
well.
me.
It's the fact a movie that everybody should know I didn't like very much looks like a masterpiece next to this
that's the
movie.
point.
It just makes the criticism more forceful.
And that it was a great movie, and this one is now the problem. Even though Prey literally has a female protagonist.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
There's
I
a
guess
girl
we
in
don't-
that one.
Wow.
She doesn't have a penis.
They're saying that movie was good now,
Allegedly.
and that this one is
No, you just didn't listen to him. You just run it off.
You
Wherever
made up,
you want to go.
You made like
off
up
you go.
a weird. You started talking about women and shit. What's going on, man? You okay? You got some demons you got to take care of in between videos. All right.
a bad one where a secondary character who's not even a female. It's a
Wow.
synthetic woman.
Not even a
saying that.
female. Oh yeah, that's right. That Thea's not even a female. She's a robot, which doesn't count. Haha, take that, chuds. She's not even a real woman.
That character is somehow a bigger problem in the movie than an actual female protagonist.
You're
in the
fighting
previous
ghosts, my dude.
God,
I don't even
people
get me
people really are being replaced by AI. Fuck me.
I know, right?
Punching the air about nothing.
Started on Lumpy's creature design. Like, how the fuck does a movie from 1987 look better than a $100 million Disney project?
Should we take a
because
guess and
this
say
is
what he's going to
supposed
say
be-
next? Because
Gonna
it's like
say
what
it's
everybody else has
stupid on
already said. He'll say,
purpose.
"Oh, don't you understand that this was deliberate?" Because
He's supposed to be a run.
he's the run of
He's
the
supposed
literature.
to be
Don't you
short.
get that different directors have different visions and artistic intent?
A predator who is not a runt of the litter.
Yeah.
We did it. Hat trick.
I don't know how many times we have to spell this out to you.
How have we gone so far backwards?
This isn't so. This image right here is not the own you think it is. It's not.
It
the
is
own
if you have eyeballs.
Yeah.
This one does not look a million times better than this one.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
All
okay,
right,
No, no,
he's
200,000
right.
times
A few
better.
100,000. Yeah, I'll allow that.
200,000
Fine.
times better.
So here's the thing, though. This
Magnitudes
would
of
be an easy
magnitudes.
thing for someone like this to get some credibility. All they have to do is say, yes, we've gone this route where now CGI has replaced the passion of animatronics, the passion of makeup, and all these things.
Which makes
And
Prey
that
a
is-
little bit awkward.
Yeah, but it's fine. You can, whatever. We could sweep that under the carpet for this particular argument, 87 versus 2025. You could say it's not good that we're going this route. You could gain some credibility from an argument like that, but they refuse to.
I mean, they've never understood the fucking point, apparently, which is just the design itself. Even with the context, the
Yes.
design.
I'm fine with
So here's
him
the thing:
being
is I'd be
short.
okay with the design if it looked good with practical effects. I don't necessarily
I
care
wouldn't.
about the
No,
hairline, whatever. But if they made it look real and make it look good, I'd be okay with that. Not,
I mean, the CG
I would-
fidelity is the least of my problems with it. I think
I
it's
I
actually
wouldn't
a
love
bad
it.
design.
I wouldn't love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say it's great, but I'm personally taken out by bad CGI. That's just me.
My big issue is how much it's a crossbreed predator human. It's gross. Get it away from me.
It doesn't. Deck does not look like his relatives. He's clearly a different kind of predator. Obviously, to try and humanize him by giving him human features and the
Yeah.
forehead and the hairline and the head shape and all that.
Pretty similar to me in terms of what we're getting. The
Pretty
only
similar.
difference is this one is a full-fledged, deep into their clan predator. This is someone fighting.
The only difference.
It's the only
You
difference.
go right ahead, bud. You just live in your world.
All right.
to become
wacky
one of
bubble.
Fun
these.
in there.
That's why he doesn't have all the cool things that this one has. Jesus fucking Christ. Media literacy is
It's the
completely
gear.
He did it again.
Ah, media literacy.
Media
We
literacy.
did it. Oh, we did it. We're masters of media literacy.
lost on these dumb fucks.
Why on earth would you program a synth for a high priority mission like this to act like some ditzy bimbo with Tourette's?
Because she was lying.
What?
What does that have to do with anything?
No,
Well, all liars.
no, you said
Correct.
ditzy bimbo
Going
with
back.
Tourette's. That has nothing to do with whether or not she's telling the
Yeah,
truth.
does that make you more convincing? If a woman's a ditzy bimbo with Tourette's, that makes her more trustworthy. Listen, man, I don't know about you, but for me, I don't know. That's a lot of flags, man. Ditzy
This,
bimbo Tourette's. I don't
This
know.
fella,
My favorite kind of woman.
he'll just say anything, you
ditzy
know?
bimbo
He'll
with
just come out
Tourette's.
with anything.
I mean, I'm sure that's someone's type.
It's mine.
Fair enough.
Cannot
it's exciting.
Be serious.
He's been made so upset by his delusion, you know? It must be rough being him.
She was purposely misleading him.
No, it's not what Drinker said. He's
what
not
does that
talking
have to
about
do
that.
with being a ditzy bimbo with Tourette's? A DBT? Oh, no, wait, a DB. Yeah, a DBT.
Yeah.
To get what she wanted,
Something
because
with
she
pronouns.
admits at the end of the movie, right before all the big drama goes down, that she was lying to him.
The more I think about it, the more I
Yeah.
realise this is literally a Disneyfied version of the Predator, neutered and toothless, with all the tropes and cliches you expect from a Disney movie. An emotionally vulnerable hero on a quest to take down a monster, a sinister family member working against them, a quirky sidekick for comedy banter, a cute little animal friend for merchandising purposes, and a sequel bait ending to help set up an extended...
Do you not? We need to talk about this quirky little animal friend or whatever.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
Please.
That
I'd
is
love
not
to
just
talk
a
about
quirky animal friend. It is an
Yes, it
integral part.
Please don't. You're not about to defend the quirky
They
cartoon
made it plot
animal.
relevant.
Come
By
on,
making
we only
it
have
plot
a minute
relevant.
and 20 seconds left.
Are you serious?
Of the story. Matter of fact, it's probably one of the biggest story elements there is.
Oh.
Do you? These guys are so stupid. This is where we're going to end it because he's not going to explain any of the stuff he was talking about. These guys
so
are
I don't
so
have
stupid.
to either.
Let me explain why the goofball character is good. It's actually super important to make the plot work.
Yeah.
You're like, fucking hell, man.
First of all, I don't believe he watched the movie, or at least he didn't watch it all the way to the end. He hasn't seen it all the way to
Common
the end. 'Cause He
thread.
didn't talk
I don't get it.
anything about the end of the film.
Sorry, maybe you haven't seen it either. I guess none of us have seen it, really. Nobody,
I guess not.
Everyone's just assuming.
We've just been really lucky at
Yeah.
guessing all of the things that happen in it.
And he clearly doesn't care about spoiling stuff because he doesn't give a fuck. So I'm going to go.
Would that be evidence that he hasn't seen it? All right, yeah. I don't know.
It seems like he doesn't care because he doesn't. He might come
Doesn't think
across
it's
that he
good.
comes across as being flippant because
Yeah.
the movie isn't really worthy of respect.
Saying I don't think he watched the movie, or at the very least, he didn't watch all of the movie. Which brings into the question again: why do people listen to these guys? Why do you listen to Az? Why do you? Listen
I'm sure you do wonder this because you didn't hear anything he said. You don't even know. You made up a video in your head, and it was a terrible one. If Drinker had made the video this guy heard, yeah, I'd agree with you. It was a bad one.
Yeah, that'd be kind of wild. We'd be
That was
like,
a shit
"Drinker, you
video
all right,
that
man?"
the imaginary Drinker made. The one that Drinker actually made, though, it must make you wonder why people are watching it. Maybe if you listen again, maybe you'll hear a different thing. Who knows?
a critical drinker? Why do you listen to Neurotic? Why do you listen to any of these people when they're absolutely lying to you? 100%.
You lied to yourself, man.
So they'll let me into their grifting cabal so that I can become one of them and I can get a jacket and hang out with them and be their friend.
I was under the impression I was being told the truth this whole time.
It's just nuts. You watch it in real time. Drinker says a thing. They take something completely different. They get really mad and yell at him for the thing he didn't say. And then they wonder why the fuck anyone would listen to this loser. It's like...
This lying loser as well.
It's
Having
just
just
nuts
by
to
their own
watch.
definition lied so much more than the person they accuse of being the biggest liar on the internet.
I would like to just say that all of this, listening to this guy, Mueller, can you please message Drinker and tell him I never want to be on his show again? It's I don't agree with him ever.
We can't trust that he's ever even seen a movie.
I can't trust that his
movie.
show even
He doesn't even
exists.
watch the movies.
Does that show actually happen on Thursdays?
Is he human? I don't know.
Does YouTube exist?
No.
Does
Okay,
Discord?
there we go.
Does this guy? I don't know.
I think none of nothing is real.
It's all a psyop, is what it is.
Damn.
It's designed to trick you and
Has
mislead
anyone
you
seen
and
a
break
movie?
your mind.
Or are we all just lying?
I
right
don't think
now?
any of us are actually alive.
My God, crazy.
Are you talking about them motion pictures?
Yeah, they
No,
move.
we've gone well past that. We're talking about existential crisis.
The truth is that the vast majority of their audience doesn't give a fuck. They don't care about movies. They don't care about art. They don't care about making things better.
Man.
None of that matters to them.
Okay.
And the laziness that you see from Critical Drinker exists because he doesn't feel like putting any extra energy into it anymore. He's focused on
All right.
making these
I mean, I'll give it to this guy. He put loads of energy in just making up a video, in his head
Yeah.
while it was playing. So, he's trying.
Because he just sat down and basically this is probably from a live stream where he just sat down in front of a computer and recorded himself in one take and then just shot that out onto his
Yeah,
channel.
why not?
So.
Fuck it.
downfall videos about all these celebrities. He doesn't really care about this stuff anymore. He knows the end is nigh for these channels, and we're seeing.
Hence why he's currently making several short films. He doesn't care about movies and films anymore.
Also, the end is nigh is most famously and usually spoken by nutters wearing cardboard signs and selling pencils out of a cup on the street. Like, that's the kind of person who normally prophesies
I will
the apocalypse.
say, the big sign that your channel's dying is getting millions of views. That's when you know it's over.
Well, in fairness, when someone is pivoting and now they are doing other things, they are branching out. It's clearly because they believe their days are numbered.
True.
Creep closer and closer every day. You're not a fucking critic, dude. Stop reviewing movies.
Ouch.
Just stop. This is lazy. It's embarrassing.
Which one of y'all
you are
has
embarrassing yourself?
word critic in your video, in your name? Neither.
Damn.
I don't, so I'm good. That's it. That's the video. We did it. Those are three really cool guys, and they made a lot of really valid points against the critical drinker.
People.
I'll tell you what.
I'm gonna unsubscribe and send him an angry email.
Man, I need to talk to Drinker about this. I feel like I don't think he's seen Predator Badlands. From what I hear, it's a whole other movie exists. There's loads of these scenes that are amazing, and even though most of these guys agreed with him at many moments, they all were sure he hasn't seen the film.
Fun fact: the reason he wears sunglasses, is because he's blind and actually can't see the movies.
I knew it.
It's all coming together.
That's been the problem all along.
Lies. My goodness, I just can't believe he tricked all of us for this long. It's crazy.
I'm disappointed in him for being a liar, but I'm more disappointed in myself for being such a fool to fall for it all. You know,
it's okay.
So much to think about, you know. Has he said anything about anything that's true ever? Anything?
In the end, Rags, you are a dog, so we will give you some leeway.
Damn, that's racist.
Why? Because dogs are fucking retarded or something? What are you trying to say?
They're colorblind.
Well,
it's a kind of retardation.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Arsler.
We did it though, and
we did do it. Yeah.
It's just good to keep an eye on these things, you know. There you go. Drinker fucked up, and now it's known to the world. He couldn't hide it. So best of luck in the future, buddy.
He's been exposed, right?
Yeah.
He has been exposed.
It is kind of mad though that you get three people back to back, making all of the same points, but the overarching points being Drinker is a lying grifter who doesn't watch the movies he makes videos on. He doesn't care about them, and he doesn't want things to get better. And this has been made by three people who evidently haven't watched the video he made, don't much care about their own video production, and are doing it in defense of the way things currently are. So by virtually every metric, they are representing the thing they accuse him of being.
Has anybody seen, who's seen that sketch from Key and Peele where it's the black Republicans were not a monolith?
Do not trust.
Anybody seen that one?
I think I have. It's
literally
memories.
just a bunch of dudes just consistently saying that they're not a monolith and they don't have the same opinions, and you can't just. And that's kind of the feel I get from all three of these videos. That they would argue that they don't just say the same talking points, and that they're not a monolith. They're not just moving forward on the same point, but clearly they are.
They're like the goth kids of the internet. It's like stressing their individuality by all saying and wearing exactly the same thing.
They're
very individual.
Monty Python beat, right? You're all individuals.
Yes, we're all individuals.
I'm not. Brilliant joke.
I'm not.
Well, you know, I suppose that about wraps us up. What a night, what a day, what an afternoon, whatever is most suitable.
I think
to
I
you
learned a
listening
lot.
right now.
I think that was educational. That was a balm for my soul. Drinker will be punished.
Absolutely. But before we go, Dark Hour, why don't you tell people where they can find you and what you've been up to?
So my channel is exactly as it's typed in the description, I'm assuming, or at least my name here. I haven't done anything in a little while. I'm thinking about doing something for Running Man. I will say this, you guys have thoroughly convinced me of this movie not being... As I said, I was on the fence about being on the fence. You've pushed me over the fence. Other than that, you know, I started a show that's on Tuesdays. Rags has been on it. I'm going to try to... It's still kind of finding its footing. And you can find me at my channel.
It's Dark Hour.
Yeah, we talked about all sorts of stuff. We talked about Predator Badlands a bit and some other goings on.
Yeah,
So, yeah, it was
it's still
fun.
very much finding its footing. You know, I'm still, as every show when it starts, there's a little bit of like, what
Like
the hell
Thea.
are we?
She had to find her
Well, yeah,
footing.
there's always that few streams where you're like, what the hell is this even? What are
Yeah,
my
alright,
intentions
alright.
with this stream? And you know, I'll get there eventually. That being said, if you haven't checked out my channel,
I hate to be the guy who
I would suggest personally my Alien Earth videos. Those are fun. I make fun of a lot of
Our
shit
audience
there.
love that show, 100%.
My style, I've slowly but surely kind of adopted things from people that I know, specifically Drinker, Mauler, Platoon, 3 people that I've kind of unceremoniously just pillaged their style for the most part.
Thief.
But nah,
You
I
thief.
try to be
Thief.
as individual as I can. You know, you'll see some similarities.
Very well. But yes, you're right. Links in description. Fringy Rags Platoon. Is there anything you would like to say, fellas?
Oh, I'm
just
just got
working.
stuff going on. So yeah, I'm working on some stuff in the back. So
I've
hope you guys
nearly
like the little video.
done. I was doing a Predator Badlands video, which was supposed to be out today, but it's such a slog. So now it probably won't be out tomorrow either, but it might be out on Monday, and then I will never think about the movie ever again.
Well, I think I said this last week, but I mean, it's pretty much the mostly final update. I might say something more next time, but video's coming out the 29th, so just under 2 weeks from now. It'll be 1 p.m. GMT, 29th of November start, and it will finish following day at 6:30 a.m. around there anyway.
Sometime in 2026.
Again, if you want to, it's going to be like a 17.5-hour video all about Star Wars Outlaws. If you want to watch it all, you can plan for that. But doctors say you shouldn't consume that much long in one session, so you know.
And you could beat the game in that time. I would.
You really
imagine.
could. You could do all the
I
side
actually
missions.
have a question for you guys, Mauler. What do you consider the long? You're the founder of long. What is the minimum for the long?
Depends on what you're covering. I think it's relative to what's being covered.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's just give a general idea. Like
Well,
would you say it's
give
an
an
hour,
example.
2 hours? Well, like I had about almost 2 hours worth on Alien Earth. Would that be considered the long? Now, granted, it was over multiple videos, but if I was to put it together, would that be considered the long?
I feel
that
like
would be
that's not
where
quite...
I start considering it.
The
That's
thing
just
about
like
it
the
is...
beginning of what I'd consider to be the starting
Okay,
point.
as long as I've slowly gotten to the long. That's how I'm
I mean, with every minute you add, you're getting closer. But I don't know if I'd say a 2 hour for
an entire season, you know?
If it's
and
2 hours
as well. Because like I did the Acolyte Supercut, which is like 14-something hours long, but I don't consider that a 14-hour video because it's
entry-level long is around about the same length as the thing itself. Is like that's
okay. So I have not achieved the long yet. I apologize.
You're in training. It's all right. You'll get there.
I'm trying. I'm trying to get to the long.
Don't seek out long because it is long. Seek out long because it is necessary for your style.
It has slowly happened, so it's not like it's something that I chose to do. What I've done over time is my old videos were very short, and then as I've gone on, my videos have become longer. So I know 2 hours is rookie numbers, Mexa Rage.
You'll get there, don't you worry. You got it. Great. But yeah, I think that's about it. We'll probably wrap up. I'll probably send you guys over to good old Mr. Diorio, who's currently fucking around with, I guess, iDubbbz and Legal Mindset, the Go East stuff, which I've found increasingly amusing, those clips.
That is some weird shit, man. That is weird behavior.
But yes, from us, we'll say good night, goodbye, and catch you around in the future. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Yeah, everyone. We will see you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you all.
Toodaloo.